Interesting. Streaming software is not connected. Ah, here we go. Greetings, chess players. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings, and today we have a special presentation of a Pacific Northwest Chess Club tournament, and we're looking at players from Northern California. Primarily, I believe there's one from Southern California who drove all the way up, but it's primarily players from Northern California, many of whom I've watched grow up in our scholastic chess system we have in place here. That's excellent, and they are superbly talented players now, and one of those is, of course, Christopher Yu, who is a grandmaster at age 15, and Ashritha Eswaran. Many of you are familiar with her, and she's many time over again girls champion, national champion, and has played in the U.S. Women's Championship, and now attends Cal Berkeley. And our top players, these top guns from our area, are going to be playing some very famous and strong chess players from Bulgaria. So this is quite exciting. It is FIDE rated, and they do that by having several cameras in place, having FIDE arbiters in place, and very strict guidelines on the site, and what the requirements are. But this is exciting for players, especially in North America, because the United States and Canada are such big countries that it's hard to get the norm opportunities. And as you know, for instance, Bulgaria is a wonderful country and has a lot of strong chess players, but they have a lot of neighboring countries also that have a lot of strong chess players, and so players from those countries can come, and then you've taken care of the foreign player requirement. Harder to do in the United States because there's so much surface area. And such a big distance between borders. So this level of tournament is very high, and those who know me, I'm a coffee house player, and so I am joined today by a profound expert, author of the top-selling chess book Chess for Dummies, FIDE Master James Eade. Welcome to the show, James.
Thank you, Chris. It's great to be here. And I just want to second what you were saying. It's very difficult to run these types of tournaments in the United States. But Bulgaria, for example, is close to Serbia, which is part of the former Yugoslavia, and close to Turkey, which is got Istanbul is very close to Bulgaria, and Greece and Romania, and not that far from Hungary. So these countries have a lot of grandmasters, and so it's possible to travel to as well as host international grandmaster tournaments where players can achieve norms. It's not so easy in the United States. So I'm really excited to be part of this.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to have you here. Anybody who's watched what I do on Daily Chess Musings knows that Jim is a frequent guest on the show. So we are waiting for the games to appear on chess.com. It should be very shortly. It is scheduled to start at 11:30 p.m. And while we're waiting, let me go ahead and read some of the names.
I was just going to ask you to do that.
Yeah.
Good thing.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. And if you want to, if you want to take a look at the list that I'm looking at, it is posted on dailychessmusings.com in the blog section. I'm not going to scroll over and do that in my Windows right now on the broadcast because I don't want to risk messing up the start of round one. Later on, I'll feel more comfortable. So we are scheduled for 4 rounds. Jim is going to be my co-host for both of the morning rounds, and that's wonderful. So we start the day off right. Saturday, 11:30 a.m. is round one. 4 p.m. is round two, and in round two, I will be joined by Josiah Stearman, and many of you who watch this channel know who Josiah is. And then Sunday, 10 a.m. again with Jim, and then 2:30, FIDE Master Kevin Pan will be on the show. Let's see. And so we've got Grandmaster Christopher Yu. We've got, for the United States, I'll start with our players. FIDE Master Eric Lee, very, very strong chess player. He was state champion on the East Coast, I want to say, of like New York or New Jersey. I remember bumping into him and having him bump into my students at national tournaments. And then we got lucky. He came out to California, so now he's part of this group of great chess players. Um, so Eric Lee will be playing, and then we have Ashritha Eswaran, who I already talked about. Very like I said, she's at Cal right now, finishing up her degree at Cal, but um, I had a good seat to watch her develop as a chess player. Interesting, one thing that just occurred to me. I'm yes, yeah, yeah. She was coached by Dion Bajkov, and Dion Bajkov, I believe, hails from Bulgaria. So that's interesting. So there's a double connection for Ashritha Eswaran. Dion is a really great guy. I've actually coached a couple kids tandem with Dion over the years. He's a fantastic chess coach. Um, and then there's Ryan Ambergy, Sri Ram Krishnan Kumar, and again, if you're in the Bay Area region, Silicon Valley region, you know who these guys are. Arun Dixit, Shashwath Sivakumar, Abhinav, Penagalapti, and Shakesh Sivakumar. And then from Southern California, but I think he may have moved to Las Vegas actually. Mike Zelazny drove up. And a lot of these players also I'm friends with on Facebook or their families, so I see things happening. It's going to be neat to see them competing. Nathaniel Zhang, Kimberly Liu, Nitish Nathan, and Yisun Lee. Very, very strong. Yisun Lee has been surging in strength. I remember looking at some games he played at the Mechanics recently and was very impressed. For Bulgaria's team, and I'm still not seeing, their round should be starting. Let's see. Let me click on all rounds. Let's go to round one and see if that does. No, nothing yet. Interesting. For the Bulgarian team, we've got Kirill Gorgiev or Georgiev, and Kirill has been playing chess maybe as long as Jim has been playing chess, and so we've seen he was the Bulgarian champion before Topalov, and he was multi-time Bulgarian champion over and over and over again. Um, and I've seen some really nice puzzle-worthy finishes from Kirill over the years that I've actually used in classes and things. Um, he famously knocked Kasparov out of a Blitz World Championship title in the semifinals back in the day. Even before that, he played with guys like Tal and Petrosian and these guys. He played with Kasparovs and Karpovs. He played with, let's see, just going down the line. I mean, of course, Topolovs and Kramiks and Shirovs. He's played with, he's played with the top young guys out of India now. The Vidits and now he's going to be playing with Christopher Yu. So he's kind of connecting all these generations of top level talent
Great to
in
see.
his
Yeah.
in his I guess you could go to chessgames.com. It's a good resource. I like to use it. It's free. And if you don't have a big database like I do, um, you can go to chessgames.com and search for Kirill Georgiev, and you will see how he's connected top level talent in his game history. It's really from all these different generations. It's really neat to see. I don't think he's written a book yet, but he ought to. He
Yeah.
ought to write a book about his career. Um,
I can do it. He can do it.
exactly. Let's see. Why am I not seeing? I'm gonna try clicking the because I want to show you guys the games as they start, of course.
Right.
That's important. Let me try clicking the link again. If there's a problem, we'll run some commercials, and I will fix it. But let me see if I can do it real fast. Going to dailychessmuseums.com and then clicking the link. And there's a little bit, let's see, games. It looks like it has not started yet. This is interesting. So they're running a little bit late today. Um, no worries. I can always check with my sideline reporter on site. One of the moms of the students I'm also friends with, of course, and she's going to be sending us photos of the players from today. So we'll get fresh chess photography that from this event.
Chris, gotta admire your cap.
Thank
Wanted to
you,
say that.
thank you, Jim. Um,
We're gonna be
I
fashion
think so.
trendsetters.
I really think so. So, Jim, have you ever been to Bulgaria or any?
Um, the closest I've been is to
Oh,
Budapest and
that's very close,
Istanbul.
actually.
Uh, yeah, Istanbul's very close, right? And that was for the 2000 Olympiad and the FIDE Congress that was held in Istanbul in 2000. And that was a fantastic tournament and great to be able to watch and to you know participate in the FIDE governance. That was interesting as well. I got to meet a lot of players from around the world. I got to see Grandmaster Robert Hubner again, which I had him out in 1995 to San Francisco for our tournament. He stayed with my wife and I for a few days, a few nights, and it was great to just catch up. This is the way things work. You see somebody, and then you don't see them for years, and then you see them again, and it's just really one of the gifts of chess is that you make friends with people that you otherwise would
And
never have
which
met.
which year did you say? Which Olympiad was that? Wow, I love the
At
chess
2000.
Olympiads in particular, because number one, it's chess players from all corners of the world coming together as part of one tournament. Um, maybe they don't
Yeah,
speak the same language, but they speak chess. Um, the other aspect I
that's right.
love of it though is it is fuel for my lessons when I'm teaching. Um, I mean, there are just
Yeah.
thousands of games because it's such a big tournament, and you get to see some wide disparity in ratings in some of the rounds, and so you get to see the strong players doing what they're supposed to do when they face somebody much lower in rating than them, and that's very educational. And yeah, when I say doing what they're supposed to do, they punish crimes, punish mistakes, and do it in a very educational fashion. And so I get a lot of good information from these tournaments. If I was, if I was in your shoes during that event, I would have been getting like a thousand autographs, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I love about those is their team competitions. So much of chess is individual accomplishment, and when you're part of a team, sometimes you have to think of what's
Yeah,
best for the team, not just yourself. It's a very interesting dynamic, and
yeah.
so I really like that aspect of it too.
Absolutely. The and Istanbul. A lot of us have never been. That's like a city that connects continents, correct?
Well, yes, it's actually in Istanbul. You can be in Europe or Asia, depending on where you are in Istanbul. So, and I was able to, technically be in Asia when staying in the same city, and that was really
Mm-hmm.
cool. It's famous for the Grand Bazaar, you and the Blue Mosque, and they're just a fabulous city. But it is a crowded city, and you can get lost. So, I tried to
Sure,
keep my
sure.
bearings the whole time I was there.
I did check in with the mom, my sideline reporter who didn't want to be called out publicly, and she said, "Yeah, they're running a little bit late with round one. It's nothing on my end, so we're okay, Jim." Um, I wonder,
Okay.
is there like a line? You see, I've never been to Istanbul. Is there like this is a silly question, but is there like a line painted on a street somewhere where you can just hop back and forth between continents or?
I don't know if that exists
Mm-hmm.
someplace. It did not where I was. It might, just to let you know. Um, but you basically you go to a certain part of the neighborhoods that are in Asia and others that are in Europe. And when that changes, I don't know. But it's just true between Menlo Park and Palo Alto too.
Yeah,
Cross the creek and you're in Palo Alto. And but there's no
yeah,
other marker. So these are man-made kind of inventions. The
sure.
continents don't know that they're different.
At least not for hundreds of millions of years when they crashed into each other. But
That's right.
yeah,
It's no big deal to them whether you're in Asia or Europe. You're
yeah.
still just walking on
And
the same
for
ground,
those of you who don't
same
know,
streets.
this type of tournament we're looking at today um, is like I said, initially organized this kind of structure. FIDE said, "Hey, you guys can do this during the pandemic as long as you have a camera in the room, a camera on every player, open mics, arbiters, all this stuff, right? Because they want to make 100% sure that there's no dishonesty happening. So actually, in this format, you're being
Yes.
watched more than you would be if you were, just at say an Olympiad in Istanbul. Um, and all the players have to be in the same room. Now they can be socially distanced, and they will all be wearing masks, but they have to be in the same playing venue as well. So, and your venue has to be approved by FIDE. You have to post it like 2 weeks in advance. It's very hard to do this kind of tournament, and the Pacific Northwest Chess Club has made this look simple. And our group from Bay Area met them and has learned this, and now you know, Kevin Pan and Eric Lee. Now, Kevin Pan's not playing today, by the way, and the reason is he's playing in the U.S. National Quick Championship run by the Charlotte Chess Center. So, best of they are.
Shout out to
They
them
are.
too.
Best
They're
of
doing a
skill
great
to
job in
Kevin
Charlotte.
in that tournament. And Kevin will be joining us hopefully as another with another national title for round 4. He'll be my co-host. But Kevin Pan and Eric Lee started Mission 360, which is a non-profit. And these two guys are high school guys. And this is it just it's amazing to me what they're able to accomplish. But they are chess players, right? And very very smart chess players at that. And so they actually have a in-person tournament coming up, which is even harder to organize. An in-person a tournament that you could earn norms at is coming up end of March, and you can. There's a link off the Daily Chess Musings blog. It says, "Do you want to support more FIDE rated tournaments?" Something like that. And you click that link, and you go and you see Mission 360, and you see what that's all about and what they're going to be doing. And it's really, really super duper impressive. And speaking of which, Jim mentioned it earlier. In 1995, you ran the strongest tournament ever in San Francisco. And can you tell us about some the experience of doing that? Because Kevin and Eric will be watching this broadcast, and they can learn. They can learn from
Okay.
your experience. In fact, Jim, I'll make sure they do. We'll make sure we get together for some coffee, because I want them to. I want you to pass as much knowledge about running these kinds of events. But if you can tell us about your
Sure.
experience.
Yeah, and it might have been a very different one if these hybrid tournaments concepts were available at when I was organizing the GM and IM norm tournaments back in the 90s, because that was a real challenge. I think
Wow.
it was won by Victor Korchnoi, so getting Korchnoi to play was quite an accomplishment. I also had Grandmaster Hubner, and the reason I reached out to him was, because he was the best of the West for a long time. It was Soviet dominated, and there were people like Bent Larsen and ultimately Fischer. But Hubner was one of those who was just he was German, but he is German. But he just was able to butt heads with guys like Smyslov and the best of that Soviet Union could offer, and he could play with them. And he was a little bit past his prime, but I really wanted just to have people like Korchnoi, who I think was probably the strongest player never to become world champion. He got to challenge Karpov twice, some epic struggles, had a plus record against Fischer. Um, these are the types of guys I grew up admiring. I also had Boris
Whoa.
Golko, John Nunn, who I totally as a
Author. Yeah,
player,
I love
as
his.
a
I love John
author.
Nunn has a book. A lot of people are familiar with his bigger selling titles, but he has a book about compositions, chess compositions and puzzles, and it is just filled with wonderful stuff if you're into that. I love that book.
Yes, he's an amazing composer and solver, as well as he was a player. And so I was trying to get a mix of young give people that hadn't gotten grandmaster titles a chance to get them. So I had Maurice Ashley when he was an international master, and he had an opportunity to get a GM norm. I had Josh Waitzkin, who was
Mm-hmm.
famous for searching for Bobby Fischer. At, he was an IM, and he ended up being like a world champion
Yeah, Tai
in some
Chi.
sort
Yeah,
of martial
yeah.
arts event, Tai Chi, and so he had the winning uh, persona, and he was going to be world champion of something, I think, and didn't turn out to be chess, but he was very popular at the time. I had Sophia Polgar, who was the middle sister of the Polgar sisters. She was an IM, and but she was most famous for a tournament in Rome where she
Absolutely. You know, a
just
lot of
wiped the
people,
field.
I've looked around, and that isn't covered as much. It's on my to-do list to go back through the games of Sofia Polgar
Uh-huh.
from that Rome tournament because there's a lot of attention on this because of the Queen's Gambit Netflix series, and they made a faux pas in the
Yep.
series where they said Nona Gaprindashvili didn't never played with men, and in fact, Nona did play with men. Um, and but
Of course.
Yeah, Sophia Polgar um, played in an open. See, these days there's a lot of women's tournaments and men's tournaments. Sophia Polgar went to Rome, played in an open tournament, meaning anybody can play in that, and just wiped the floor with everybody. It was it's a performance that needs to be highlighted more. So you had Sophia Polgar as well.
Yeah. Yes, but I think my most difficult accomplishment there was I got Jejun from China to play because I
Mm-hmm.
wanted older, younger men and
Yeah.
women, and she was the current world champion in 25. And so that was like back and forth, back and forth. I would write a letter, I would call them, the Chinese Chess Federation, and they would say they were studying the letter. And the timeline started to get approached to the point where I had to get a commitment. And so I had a friend who was Chinese, and he was going to Beijing, and I had him translate the letter and hand deliver it to them. And he was the that was the difference. Then I got a response, and I got her to commit. It was the first time in the United States, and I had to meet her at the airport. And the security there wasn't going to let her in because she didn't have a return ticket. And so I had to do a little song and dance, a little two step with them, and finally we got her. I had a
Wow.
T-shirt with all the players' names on it, and and so I pointed. That's her name. That's it's like, and finally we got her to play. She was so gracious. It's so funny because when you're an organizer and you know it's rare that the players give you a gift, and all my years, there's only the two were Sophia Polgar and Jejun
Wow.
gave me a gift after the tournament.
Yeah.
And it
But
was just a
still,
little
yeah.
something,
I
but
mean, that
it
is.
was the thought
I
that
mean, we're
counted.
talking.
So
If you're a chess, if you're a chess fan like Jim and I are, to get a gift from either of those names, wow, that's that's a that's a dream
yeah,
come true. I mean, like I said, if I was in Istanbul, I would have been collecting autographs. But to have them come to you and give you a present, wow, that's
yeah,
really cool.
yes. But the organizer has to make sure that they're also um,
Mm-hmm.
set up in a safe location, that their accommodations are sound, good, and that you can take them out to dinner. I hosted dinners before and after the
Sure.
event, of course, which is pretty natural. Uh, and But also to make sure that they weren't alone in the city. Somebody was either taking them out or you were taking them out, or so these are the types of things that often go overlooked. Is that you want to
Absolutely.
make
You
sure
don't
that
want
they
them to
enjoy
have,
their
be by
experience.
themselves with a rental car. I remember a few years ago, there's a big tournament in San Francisco, and some teams. It was an online event. I'm not going to, get into too many details. But a team from a foreign country came and had all their stuff in their car, and like went to do something, maybe participate, maybe have lunch or something, and everything was stolen, including their passports, Jim.
Oh,
Oh man, what a disaster that was. So yeah, I mean, this is very
yeah.
wise experience and advice.
And things can't go wrong. So, this is the other thing to be prepared. I can remember I learned a lesson. I had rented
Mm-hmm.
a streetcar. San Francisco's famous for, and it's for the players to take it. And but I didn't check with the players like what would be a good time. And it was 1 o'clock, and Korchnoi came up to me and he said, I can't pass up this opportunity, but this is when I nap. And so then that occurred to me, oh,
Uh-huh.
okay, he's got his nap time before the rounds, and I didn't check with him
You
to
don't
see,
mess with
what time would
Victor's
work
nap
for you
time, right?
guys.
Yeah. That's no, I mean, if you're playing at such a high level, you have habits to make sure that when it's go time,
Right.
it's go time.
Absolutely.
When you're sitting at the board, you can be your absolute best. And so, yeah, a lot of these players do have strict strict routines. Now, this is all very interesting because I looked it up. This Mission 360, Eric Lee and Kevin Pan's nonprofit, they're having an inaugural tournament in the Bay Area. Not a FIDE hybrid, but a physical tournament in the Bay Area, scheduled for March 25th through 29th. And let me tell you some of the players they have coming. Jin Chao Zhao from China, and he's got a 2605. He's a grandmaster with a 2605 grandmaster. Yeah. Gabor Nagy from Hungary, and here's somebody you would know, Leonid Udison from Israel, and then we've got of course a bunch of players from the United States, including Josiah Stearman, who's going to be my co-host for round two today. International Master Josiah Stearman, another player who came up all the way through the system. And Mill and Métis already signed up, and he is now a FIDE master as well. Way to go, Milland! I remember Milland in my chess club at Collins Elementary School. For Yeah, we had a great chess club that was in Cupertino, and so of course he's an adult now. But you always kind of picture people, it's like
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
as it's funny how mental pictures. In fact, I embarrassed myself last time I had Josiah Stearman on my show because I'm thinking of Josiah as like an 8 or 9 year old, and then I connect with him, just in time to go live, and there he is, and he's like, an adult. He's in his second year at Berkeley, and it just kind of surprised me for a moment. I almost did like one of those grandparent moments, like, my Josiah, have you grown? Kind of thing. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
but the yeah, so they're having all these players come to the Bay Area, um, and they're going to have a bunch more as the thing gets closer. And so yeah, and in fact, we're good friends. We're good friends, and so who knows? We may be broadcasting that one too, Jim, and have some opportunities for some of those dinners you spoke of. And yeah, I would love to meet Leonid Udison. In particular, I have not met Leonid, but as luck would have it, I've done two videos. One was Emery Tate's game against Leonid Unison, which is Emery was so proud of that game. He showed it to me. I drove him to Menlo Park to teach.
Oh, I thought I had to. I don't. There was a
Mm-hmm.
Damien Shabazz wrote a book about Emery
It's
Tate,
in that book.
and I
Yeah, yeah.
have
I
a copy,
in
but I
fact,
can't.
I'll go to my bookshelf.
Yeah, yeah.
There it is. it's a beautiful book.
There it is,
And
triple A.
in fact, I helped Emery get to Bulgaria. Um, since we're talking about Bulgaria, to play some tournaments. I wish we would have had these FIDE hybrid tournaments when Emery was alive, because Jim,
Yes.
you know, and I don't say this, just you know, out, I'm not exaggerating, but I think with this kind of format, I am, uh, I am, I am very confident that Emery would have been able to get his grandmaster norms. So it's sad, it's sad that we didn't quite have this yet, because Emery, passed away at least recently in my mind. But yeah, so I used to drive Emery around to all the classes. We were teachers together, and looks like we're getting some games going. Awesome! How exciting!
All
I
right.
see. I see Kirill Badev and Kimberly Lou's chessboard is set up. They haven't made any moves yet, but that is a start. Oftentimes with round ones, especially when you're talking about between continents and things, there could be some um, small details that need to be worked out before things get started. But Jim and I could talk for yeah. This is why I have Jim for round
Yes.
one both days. Yeah,
I could
exactly.
have done
So
Emery
yeah,
Tate
I
for
was
an hour.
driving
Yeah.
Emery Tate to a school, really nice school. It's called Synapse. In is near where you are near Facebook, right? Um, and indeed they have. Yeah. Okay. So Kimberly plays one F4. We have a birds opening.
Oh,
A bird's.
yeah.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
Michael
Mr.
Igner is
Eshko.
very happy with that.
He was actually my first chess teacher. Yeah, yeah. I used to.
Oh, good.
I was
Yeah. Good,
I was working at
good
Hewlett
team
Packard
from all I.
back in the day.
Yeah.
This is like back in the late '90s. I was working at Hewlett Packard. So F4, D5, Korea.
Is there a
Yeah.
way
You
for
know
me to see
what?
the screen as well,
I will
Chris?
send you
Or
the link to the so you can all the
okay.
games are on chess.com, and I will send you that link right now. Let me it's or if you want you can go to I'll just send you the link, but the link is on dailychessmusings.com. Oh, we've got a second game started now.
Oh, I'm there.
No, the YouTube
Should I
link
go to
goes
the
to our
YouTube link?
broadcast, so you'll like hear an echo of yourself,
Oh,
and
here.
at least for me, I find that very confusing. If I if I hear myself speaking
Yes.
from
Okay, I'm
you
on your
click on the
site. Where,
Chess Musings
which link
blog,
do I
and
click on?
I'm really sorry about the menu on my site. I have so many things going. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you go to
Well,
the
I'm in
Chess Musings
the
blog, you'll
blog.
see takes place on chess.com is hyperlinked. January
Uh,
is the
takes
blog
place on
post about
chess.com.
the FIDE hybrid tournament. So you go to the menu and you click on Chess Musings blog. Okay.
Yes, I'm on the
Uh
blog.
huh. You click
I
that
see the
link,
tournament. Oh, on
and
chess.com.
it takes you right to where the games are being played. And it's great that, I'm wondering how this looks. Oh, I need
I
to
see.
switch
I'm
so
there.
people can see.
Okay.
So Jim is going to stay on broadcast with me. Um, but I'm going to show you guys the chessboards because that's important, right? That's why you're here. You're not here to see our faces. You want to see the chessboards. Okay, and I'm going to need to do some. Let's see. hmm
Okay, I see two games in
I
progress.
clicked on one of the games and it just
And
completely disappeared on me. What?
it looks like it was a Queen's Gambit declined. If I'm
I,
guessing, I can't see the previous moves. The other is the standard,
uh huh.
uh, what we call the bird's opening. And uh, Black has fianchettoed in response and established a classical setup against it. So that's in the early stages, and White is continuing to try to play for. He's playing d3 with the idea of playing e4. Black doesn't try to take that away, and so she can establish her center. And on automatic initiative on the king side, and Black will have chances on the queen side. It's got the Black bishop on g7 pointing to the queen, to the center and to the queen side. Advanced d5 and c5 pawns that control the queen side, control the center. So this is a classic matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I have Jim, Jim on to help with these, especially when we're talking about openings and variations. It's honestly it's one part of my chess that different people are into different things. I love endgame studies. Things like this. I
Me
find
too.
studying openings to be a little bit boring. And
Well, then our skill set overlaps because I'm not an opening guy. I'm definitely more a middle game, ending. But in the second game, we had the Queen's Gambit decline, but instead of playing the normal bishop to g5, pinning the knight to the queen, played bishop to f4, which is more
uh-huh.
consistent with the London system type of,
No. So
and not
we
bad.
might see Arun
Not
Dixit in that
not
second
the
game play, pawn e3, knight f3, bishop d3 kind of thing. Especially since Black played the early a6. Black played a6 to stop knight b5 at some point. There's the e3. So what Jim was saying is that it's gonna look a little bit like a
tempo.
London. And the Kimberly Liu again started with a nice birds opening, um, and then the that early that's interesting. What do you think about that Queen E1 move? I mean, preparing E4 obviously, but
Right. It's consistent with the bird setup. Normally, you try to get the queen onto the king side, consistent with expanding on the king side, in the center and on the king side. So it's a typical kind of queen maneuver, but the
mm-hmm.
g3 pawn is a little bit in the way of what
Yeah,
would like to be posted on h4. But
yeah,
that's
because the
not
pawn
going to
on
be
G3. I mean,
possible
it
in this
reminds me
setup.
a little bit of that early queen maneuver, the famous Capablanca Tartakower game from 1924. Except in that case, um, black side looks like white side, and white side looks like black side because it was a Dutch defense. But yeah, the queen scoots over
Right,
one
right.
square and then goes out to h4. But Kimberly has played
Yeah, a typical
g3
Dutch maneuver.
and queen e1. So this is interesting. I'm going to learn maybe another maneuver. That I study. I love watching chess. It's easier for me. Thank you for coming, Megan. Um, so the way the games are showing up, I'm not sure that I can make them bigger. I tried clicking. Oh wait. Oh, that makes them smaller, and that's as big as they're going to get. See.
Uh-huh. Does
Um,
it need to be adjusted in the window so you can see it?
Oh, for you.
either that or I need to be able to like scroll side or so. Megan's gonna play with resizing my windows right now.
Have you
So,
tried clicking on the...
oh
Because going to your
yeah,
going to your blog worked for me,
well
Well,
that's wonderful. So
so
you
I can
can
see them
you
you
now.
can
gotta
yes,
click on the actual game. That was just showing you all of the games that were
uh huh.
going on.
And
There you
Christopher
go.
Yu has opened
You
1d4.
go.
And who is Christopher Yu's first opponent?
I don't know. So we can always
Okay.
hit
Rado
the back button.
2022.
And
Yeah, I think we're
I
supposed
don't
to
know
be
that
using
hand.
like
That hand.
the real names, but yeah,
They are for the other
yeah.
players, but
this should be
this
Christopher Yu.
It
he's
might
rated
be Ryan
2000 if that
Ambergy.
helps.
Uh, Rado, yeah, that would be my
Do you want
guess.
to see more of the board, or do you want to see the people too over here?
The people and the board, please. Yeah, I think that'll be good enough. It's important to give context when I'm bouncing around. So Megan's making it all look nice because it a tournament like this has a lot of boards on the same screen, and then when you click to make them bigger, they're still slightly smaller than maybe what you're used to if you're just looking at a single game. And so we're looking at Christopher's game right now, D4, D6. So we'll see what Christopher comes up with here. And Jim, any of the games you want to talk about, I can switch to those games now.
Because I'm
Mm-hmm.
not seeing what you're seeing. I'm on chess.com. So, we'll have to communicate to each other
Exactly.
to
So
make
as
sure we're
long
on
as
the
you
same
use the
game and that
players'
sort of thing.
names. Um,
Okay. So we're looking at what I see as
okay.
board one, Kimberly's game. And Black has been very aggressive against her. It's played e5. Now, this is sort of what White wants, is to exchange a wing pawn, the F pawn, for a center pawn, Black's E pawn in this case. And so this looks like it would be a nice thing for White, but Black has really got something up their sleeve, because pawn takes pawn, or
Mm-hmm.
F takes E4 here, would seems like it temporarily would win a pawn, but it doesn't, because when the knight on f6 moves,
Whoa,
it
you're
could be
right. Like
triple
knight g4,
attacked, and
right?
therefore, in like knight g4, which would that pawn would then be indefensible, clearly lost. But ultimately, positionally, you've traded a wing pawn for a center pawn. But you could also see that Black is opening the position up. He's saying, White hasn't made the best use of their time. White has their pieces
Mm-hmm.
on the queen side undeveloped. And so why don't I open the center and get some action started? And let's see if I can take the initiative. And when we say the word initiative, we mean that who's like on serve in tennis. You got that chance to move the ball around, move the player around, and you can dictate where the action is, and where you want the game to focus on. And so Black is seizing the initiative from White in this game. Very strong
Yeah,
performance
as
so far.
black, I I'm an aggressive player too. Like I said, I like kind of a coffee house style. But E5, that's really
Uh-huh.
pushing it. But when you realize, like Jim just described to us, the FX E5 Knight G4 triple attack, and the fact that yeah, Black's pieces seem better placed for opening the center right now. Um, yeah, very insightful, Jim. This is. I'm glad I have you on
Thank
show.
you.
I'll say that a lot today.
I'm sure though that she will take that pawn, because I don't see a very good alternative for her. So I think that we'll see that exchange take place, and then the game will open up and become pretty interesting. Now, Aaron Dixit is White
Okay. Yeah, we'll
on
switch to board
board
two. You're right.
two. What I have is board two. That's the typical setup. White has done nothing
Mm-hmm.
that I would not do myself. H3 has been played to give the bishop an escape square on H2 if Black ever plays knight to H5, attacking the bishop. You don't want to sacrifice your or give up your bishop for the knight, or to have your pawn structure ruined. So you want that square to retreat to in case that knight, and then
Mm-hmm.
the knight would sort of look kind of funny out there. And so then this H3 is the only move that you would say wasn't a
It
developing move,
was,
but it
yeah.
was a
And
good
just so
move.
you know, Jim, I am able to
Yes.
highlight squares and draw arrows for our viewers. So anything
Okay.
you're talking about,
Thank
I'll
you.
go ahead and do that. Just because the bishop on
The
e6,
bishop
we
on
highlighted
E6
it.
for me.
Okay.
The bishop on e6 has been, so the bishop has been developed. That's good. But where has it been developed to? To e6,
Mm-hmm.
which is protecting the pawn on d5. It's good. But look on that diagonal. The bishop can't move anywhere else. It can't move because of the pawn on
Yeah.
d5. Can't move backwards because of the pawn on f7. So that diagonal, the c8 to h3 diagonal was always
Mm-hmm.
available to it, even on c8. And moving it to e6, it hasn't improved its development at all. And bishops and pieces don't want to be defending pawns. So I don't think that that is an optical square for that bishop. And maybe that tempo that took to move it there could have been better used.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another brick in the wall, you know, to, yeah.
Pink Floyd. Yes. And you want to in this case attack
Mm-hmm.
the white center with c5. Now that would allow white to create an isolated pawn on d5. So that's what black is thinking about. I think I want to protect that pawn on d5, so I can play c5, and if he captures
Mm-hmm.
it, I'm not going to lose the pawn on d5. But that really isn't as big a consideration. You know, nf d7 to support c5, or c5 followed by right away followed by knight c6.
Yeah.
That's a more aggressive setup. And I would say that have been a better use of Black's time. But nevertheless, this is not like he's made a blunder or a big mistake. This is fine. It's not. It's just
This
not
is exciting
optimal
too
from my
because the
point of
player
view.
playing white is Arun Dixit, and I don't believe Arun has a title yet. And he is playing a grandmaster here. And,
Right.
yeah.
And I'm criticizing the Grandmaster's move. So
You know
take
what
that with
though?
a grain of salt.
One thing,
But
a long time ago, I was speaking on a game that I've taught many, many times, and a player's parent in the room who happened to be a titled. I don't want to give too much away in the story. A titled player said, "Well, why should I listen to you?" And I told him, "You're right. I never listened to anybody under 2,900." Yeah. Um,
that we all have our own opinions, and we also all have our own preferences and styles and what we like and don't like. So that comes into play. Now I'm looking at Christopher Yu's game. Christopher is a very strong international master. I
yeah,
think
he got
Grandmaster's in
his
his future,
grandmasters
no
just as
doubt.
I am, but he's got all his norms and his rating.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, he's
so
2,500.
that
That's the
was interesting. The
bottom
thing
line. You
was, it
got
was the
also
rating that
25.
was the final holdup. Usually, it's the other way around. Usually, it's the norms.
Yeah,
But things are a little weird during pandemic
right.
chess, right? So he was the youngest
You can
IM
say
in
that
our
again.
in our
So
country's
I love
history
what
too, if I'm not mistaken.
that is. And yeah, so yeah, just there's no doubt in my mind, and of course, like you say, he's got it. It just has to be awarded officially. Um, and this setup is a classic setup for white. It's kind of like you
Hmm.
almost like, wow, that's everything I wanted. Well, on d4, a pawn on e4, my knight is on f3. I've castled. My bishop on d3 is well positioned. I've got a c3 pawn protecting my pawn on d4. What else could I want? But Black has said a very hyper modern kind of experience. What I'm going to do is I'm not going to contest the center right away. I'm going to attack it from a distance. I'm going to have my pawn on d6, so you can't just keep expanding. If you go to e5, some exchange is going to happen. But I've got my king to safety as well. And my bishop on g7 might be as well placed or even better placed than your bishop on d3, because it's attacking the center from a distance. And this was what the hypermodernists taught us, was that it wasn't so much to occupy the center as to be able to control it. And controlling it from a distance was as important as occupying it close at hand. So both knights are well posted, one on f6, one on f3. So they're attacking the opposite colored squares in the center. White's White's knight on f3 is attacking the dark squares in the center. Black's knight on f6 is attacking the white squares in the center. So they're doing the same duty from opposite perspectives color. And so this is a great classical matchup, or I shouldn't say classical. It's a beautiful matchup of a classical setup versus a hypermodern setup. So this is also what we call the King's Indian setup, because it's played over and over again in a King's Indian defense, usually to a queen pawn opening. And this did start with a queen pawn opening, but it very quickly took a different tone because the early e4 was not typical. And that is something that answering d4 with d6 allows e4. And so Black was saying, okay, go ahead. Because the classical response to d4 is d5. So you can't play e4. Or knight f6, so you can't play e4. Black allowed that. So now we have the dual pawns, d4 and e4, saying I have control over the center. And Black is saying, well, not so fast. So knight c6 is, again, preparing e5. So he's going to say, okay, I'm going to fight you, but when I'm ready, I'm going to fight you for the center. Very, very interesting matchup. Switching back to board 1, we see that White did indeed take on e5, and as Chris predicted, knight g4 was played. Now you can see that the pawn on e5 is attacked 3 times and defended once. It is indefensible. It will be lost. Now you can move it forward, e6, but why? That would just allow Black to capture it with tempo. So, what are you going to do now? If you move the bishop on c1, all of a sudden that long diagonal from h8 to a1.
Yeah, you're right. See,
really,
when you ask what would you do now, I'm thinking, oh, well, I'll ignore that. I'll develop the bishop from c1 maybe to f4 or g5, right? But then, especially knowing that pawn on e5 is just lost, that bishop on g7 is going to be a monster. Yeah.
Sort of springs to life. So this is Black's idea with playing e5, is he's going to destroy the dark squares in the center so that White no longer controls them, Black no longer controls them, and I mixed myself up. White, who is with f4 and knight f3, trying to control the dark squares, especially e5, Black has shattered that illusion. And now e5 is under Black's control, at least now, temporarily. And so now that bishop on g7, which was thinking, well, maybe I'm good, maybe I'm not, now it's looking like it could be a dangerous piece. Now Black does have the half-open White does have the half-open f file to operate on. Will that be a factor? I don't see it in this position, but maybe it will be. Keep an eye on that. White has just played knight to c3. So is she thinking about playing e4? And this might be a possibility because, okay, I'm losing the dark squares. Maybe I grab the white square in the center. And so that move is consistent with that. And also, it blocks the bishop on g7 from attacking the pawn on b2, which may not be important, but may be a factor in some variations. So it's also, without committing to c3.
Would you, if you were Black, would you gobble that pawn right now on e5, or would you maybe push pawn to d4? What would be your preference, Jim?
I wouldn't want to push pawn to d4 only because it would deaden my bishop on g7 and not increase my control over the dark square.
If Black does play d4, then he's blocking off that monster bishop again. And it's worse to block.
Yes.
It's worse to block a monster bishop like that with your own pawn, because in chess we aren't allowed to take our own pawns. It would just be
backwards. So it's up there on d. But it's a variation, and it's a worthy question to ask, because it could be played, and it might be with something in mind like maybe I can control e3 then and prevent the white's e-pawn from moving. So my inclination is positional in nature, but
If that
maybe there's a
bishop wasn't on
tactical
c1, then
reason you would play
controlling
it.
e3 would be wonderful because the e3 square would be a great outpost for that g4 knight. But that said, the bishop is on c1, so yeah, I agree. Yeah, certainly.
But there's a lot to think about in that position. Now, the question is, can I take it now? If I take it right now, then if not, either knight takes, and then that pawn on d5 is hanging knight c3. So maybe I have to take a move like bishop e6 here, which is I was criticizing in the other move, but maybe it's the defensive move that we need right
yeah.
now. So
Nothing's
a lot
happening with the pawn on
all to
e5.
think.
It's going to be weak.
Right.
Yeah. So
I'm
Jim's
in no hurry to
suggesting
take it.
maybe
Exactly.
bishop e6 first to secure d5, because once you take on e5, then that knight on f3 is out of the way, and the bishop on g2 is then doubling up on d5 with the knight on c3.
So you need to protect d5 if you're going to capture that pawn on
Mm-hmm.
e5. You need to protect d5. But the other thing, going back to d4, that takes the game in
Mm-hmm.
an entirely different direction. It's the choice that Black is thinking about right now. And it'd be very interesting to see
Yeah,
the
it's
decision
one of those
that
things
Black
where
makes.
if I was
So,
playing the game, I would have played d4. But if I had the opportunity to get some coaching from Jim, then I wouldn't. I would play bishop e6 because I wouldn't want to. Yeah, yeah.
question of taste. Yeah, and it's a question of what kind of game do you want. And the thing is about having the
Mm-hmm.
initiative. Black has the choice now. What kind of do I want? Do I want to play d4 and concentrate on e3? And maybe I can occupy e3 right away. Take that pawn on e5 whenever I want. But, really cramp White's position. Maybe I want to just take it leisurely, play bishop d6, and just build my position slowly and get all my pieces out and move them to good squares and
Mm-hmm.
think that I have done a better job than White has. So it's your choice, but it's Black's choice, not White's. Moving to board two, um, we now have that classical kind of London up by White has not been disturbed, but you see that Black has followed bishop e6 up with
Mm-hmm.
the b knight to d7.
Yep.
That's in preparation to c5. So he's secured the d5 pawn, so it's not just when it's isolated, it's not available to be captured, but he's going to attack White's center with c5. He's also put the intermediate move h6 in, and that may be to prevent not the bishop from going to g5, but
Mm-hmm.
the knight from going from g5, because he's not want to allow knight to g5 takes on e6, which would cripple his pawn structure. Not cripple,
Yeah.
but
Oftentimes in
weaken
a
his pawn
d4
structure.
d5 setup, and can you also make sure that our broadcast looks fine on
Okay.
YouTube? Um, Oftentimes in a d4 d5 setup, playing an early knight c3 or knight c6, you lose access to moving that pawn, the c pawn forward to either c3 c4, or if you're black, c6 or c5. And that's an important pawn to have access to. So oftentimes we in a d4 d5 setup, we see the knight going to d7, as we're seeing here. And Arun played knight c3 because he's already exchanged off his c pawn, so he's not blocking it in anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no question
yeah.
that knight belongs on
Mm-hmm.
c3 in that position. So why not move it there? He's blocking the c pawn. Exactly, Chris. Um, and it's also interesting to point out that Black has taken a couple of tempi to take time to defend both
Yes.
a6 and h6. So, normally we would say these are not developing moves, but what they are is prophylactic moves. They are preventing White's pieces from jumping to squares that might be like the knight. If a6 wasn't played, the knight to b5 has got to be considered, because then the bishop and knight are boring in on c7. and that you don't want to give up c7. You know, either the knight or the bishop taking it would be catastrophic for black. So he takes time to make a move like a6. And as we just said, h6, the purpose of that is not necessarily to prevent the bishop from going to g5, but the knight you don't want to go to g5. So he takes his time and he says, okay, I'll take h6 because I'm going to castle and I don't want the bishop to play bishop takes 7, h7 check, you know, and all the countless combinations like that. So, you know, we just try to take away these options before they appear even.
Great. Megan's making some adjustments so it's slightly better
And
for our viewers at home. Um, yep.
oh, good job, Megan. And so Christopher Yu's game has changed character entirely because we now have I'm sorry, the knight on h5, but we played e5 from black's perspective, and Christopher has played d5. So now the center is locked. Now, when the center is locked, the play shifts to the wing, and black has got this characteristic kingside setup of wanting to play h7 to f7 to f5, breaking down the white center and perhaps advancing to f4 and initiating a kingside onslaught. It's characteristic of many King's Indian opening play. So it's very characteristic for black to play this way. And white has given up his duel on d4 and e4, and he's established a center that is, now he's got his c-pawn on c4, so he can bring his knight to c3, as Chris was saying earlier, without blocking it. And so this is a good setup. He's putting his pieces on good scores. But look at that bishop on d3, which was doing a good job when the pawn was on c3. You know, it was like, you know, but now it's got nowhere to go forward. It can only retreat.
What do you see in the future of the bishop on c1, Jim?
The bishop on c1 can partake in the game a number of different ways. It can play to e3 and queen to d2, and then bishop to h6 to get rid of the classical King's Indian bishop on g7. You know, it can play to bishop to g5 followed by queen to d2 for the same reason. It could be hanging around in case the knight goes to f4 so you can take it, but that would open up the diagonal for the bishop on g7. So that's, I don't know, if the knight goes to f4, what do I want to do in that case? You know, it's kind of scary. But if I have my knight on c3, it's not that worrisome. So, but before I get my knight to c3,
saying
it
knight
is
on
worrisome.
f4 is not that worrisome if you have your knight on c3, and that is because you can move the knight on
Not
c3
as
to
worrisome.
e2 to exchange for the knight.
Not so much that, but it blocks the long diagonal so that you can move like if you don't have your knight on c3, you move your bishop on c1 to take the knight on f4, for example. You might then e takes f4, opens up that diagonal, hitting b2, and all of a sudden the bishop on g7 roars to life. Yeah. So, you know, but if you have your knight on c3, it's not so scary. Then you can put your bishop with more confidence. Now, still, do you want to capture the knight if it goes to f4? If not, then it's a pretty scary piece to have around your king side.
You don't want to have a knight hanging out in your neighborhood. Yeah.
Right. And so one of the ways you would think his white would play would be rook to e1 followed by bishop to f1, which would be a reorganization, like their rook to e1. And so this reorganization is designed against knight f4. Because now you're going to say to yourself, I'm going to retreat the bishop to f1. If he gets the kingside attack going, that bishop is going to be a very good defensive piece. So it's not an offensive. It can't go forward now. It's not an offensive piece. So it's going to take on a defending role. And it's the other pieces that are going to be aggressors. And you really optimally want that bishop on c1 to be on e3 because you want to advance b4, c5.
And then
that's the way white
g3
wants
can
this game to go.
The fun once that pawn on c4 moves forward.
Well, that exactly. It plays a defensive role at first because black with all it, if
Mm-hmm.
white did not, black would attack on the king side, and all those would become threats on the king side. But if white takes some measure of protection and defends against an onslaught on the king side, he's got the advantage in
Mm-hmm.
space on the queen side. He's just going to expand that. You to press on the queen side, develop his pieces, and invade black's territory on black's side of the board, on the queen side. And black will get cramped and have to try to make defensive moves where they have less space to operate in and will eventually have to give something else up, either control of a key square, hopefully not material, but something that white will then try to build on and end up turning it into a winning
Yeah, we do.
advantage. But
Let's.
it's got some more
Did
games
you want to
going
look
on
at game
now.
4?
Yeah. Okay. So now we have a very interesting. I'm not entirely
Let me tell you.
positive
I'll
how
call
this
out the.
game
You can
opened.
hit the arrows. There we go. C4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, cx d5, knight takes
Oh, I see
c5,
what
knight
you
f3, g6. Knight takes c3, dx c3, queen takes d1, king takes d1, bishop g7. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, so it's an English opening, is the way we call it. But an early D5 is an interesting way to play. Um, And so now, probably I would think White is happy now, but only because that's kind of the English opening is wants to trade
Uh-huh.
the C pawn for the D pawn, and he got to right away. So now E4 is an interesting move to kick the knight. The knight's got to either retreat or take the knight on C3. And now this is really interesting because he does capture on C3. White recaptures. Typically, they capture towards the center. B takes, but White chooses to capture away from the center. D takes C3, and that allows Black to trade queens, which makes White incapable of castling now. Once the king moves, you can't castle. But White's saying, "Well, big deal. The queens are off the board. I'm not scared." So I've got a nice pawn on E4. I got a nice knight on F3. What do you got? Pawn on G6. Okay, so I'll play this. Let's go. And so black does play to G7. And like white will say, fine, I'm going to probably put my king on C2 where it's going to be perfectly safe and develop my pieces. And I'm going to have a better developed game heading into whatever ending
Interesting.
you want to go
Interesting.
to.
Would you say this is
So
a little off the beaten path as far as opening play goes?
I would only to the extent that the first choice of an early
Mm-hmm.
D5 makes white happy. If you're an English player, makes you happy. And then white's choice to allow the queens to be traded is an interesting choice.
Uh-huh.
Many people would have captured towards the center bishop, but those are the classical players that grew up thinking a certain way. This is a more modern,
And
like the king
just
goes
so
to C2
everybody
right
at home
away.
knows,
Says,
they cannot hear what Jim's saying. He's just that good.
well, it's a way to
Uh-huh.
get the king off the back rank. So now you develop the bishops, connect the rooks, the classical way of improving your development and completing your development. And so we'll check back with
Mm-hmm.
this game because black is probably going to castle. And is castling any better than having the king on C2?
Yeah.
I'd say no. It's not. And so white really has not given up anything except for it takes, two moves to get the king from E1 to the C2 instead of castling. So, but you can see that black has expended some time playing G7 to G6, and then bishop to G7. So that's taken two moves. So time is really kind of working out for white, and there's no pawn structural weakness on either side. So
Yeah.
it's just going to be a
And
check-in
one
later
thing
kind
that
of
I took
game.
away from that that'll probably impact a lot of my games this coming week is the fact that with my nonsense gambits that I like to play sometimes, the white is actually happy to trade their C pawn for the D pawn. So I'll have to keep that in mind in the English Open. Yeah, using a non-center pawn to take a center pawn. Thanks for that insight, Jim. All right.
That is the English player's desire, and a Sicilian
Yep.
player's desire is
Yep.
to trade their wing pawn, center pawn. You're playing into their hands, but
Hmm.
there's a lot of chess to be
Yep.
played.
I
But you're just
learned
making them
something
happy.
there.
And
Exactly.
my goal was to
Shall we
make
look
them
at
unhappy.
board five? Let's.
Board five. Okay, this is a typical, very atypical, let's say, Maroczy type of formation from White's point of view. Because an early bishop to b5 check, bishop to
Hmm.
d7, bishop takes, queen takes has been played, which doesn't often occur in a traditional Maroczy. But the setup of the pawns on c4 and e4 is the classic Maroczy bind that was called. So you can see that it's going to be
Yes.
very difficult, if not impossible, to play d5. But look at Black's control over not necessarily control, but attempt to control the dark squares in the center.
Hmm.
E5 and D4 are attacked by pawns. Now, the only pawn that has any chance of attacking those squares is the D4 pawn. And if you trade that off with D4, which would transpose in some ways to the classic Maroczy bind,
There we
then
go
you've
again.
traded a
Yeah.
wing pawn for a center pawn again. Black happy, and you really don't have any pawns except for the F pawn maybe that can fight for the dark squared pawns. So black's pieces can settle on them,
This
and
is
that could be
this is
could
a
return to haunt
a
you
solid way.
because the bishop.
Krishna Kumar's um, play here as white is very solid if you aren't into all the variations of the Najdorf and things. Bringing that bishop out to b5
Right.
is
Well, the advantage is you have the pawns on c4 and e4.
mm-hmm.
They would get in the way of the white squared bishop.
Yeah.
He's traded that bishop off, and so he's saying, okay, now I've got the white squares and
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a bad white square bishop. Ha ha ha. So there's definitely method to the madness.
Awesome. Let's
Okay,
flip
I'm
over
looking at
there.
game 6 now, and that's these stages of the English, and you can see that this was treated differently by black. C4 was responded to by C5, and white is going about his business of
Mm-hmm.
building up to advance to D4. So, but this was not the same as the other game we
Yep.
looked at when there was an early D5. So this is more of a traditional English that we would have seen
And she's
countless
opening up.
times.
The player is black is opening up. Voiska, woman grandmaster Voiska, is opening up the Fianchetto, and Mike Zelazny from Las Vegas plays pawn d4. Mm-hmm.
And that's the typical English player desire is to prevent D5, which you're not preventing it, but you're trading a wing pawn for a center pawn. And so then to get your D4 in where you can support it. And so that's exactly what white has done. And black is taking a very modern approach to developing and saying, go ahead, take my C pawn, ha ha ha, don't care. And it's not really a threat. The pawn won't be lost because black
Mm-hmm.
wants to trade just as white did, the win for the center pawn. So if you want to take on C5, go ahead, black is saying. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Yeah.
But we'll see how that goes. Moving on to game 7. Oh, this
Let's
is
see
interesting.
how we got here.
This is like, yeah, well, the exchange on E6 on D5 and
Mm-hmm.
pawn on C4 recaptured on D5. That's how the pawn structure got to look like this. Let me go back.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to go all the
I'll
way
go
back
with you
and
if
play the
you
moves
call
over.
them out. Um,
Okay. Okay, I'm
okay.
at knight F3, knight F3 for white. Okay, this is a Queen's Indian defense type of situation where the early B6 to develop the bishop on the queen side out. And so white is saying, okay, you're going to develop that bishop to that diagonal, so will I. So we'll just have dueling bishops on that diagonal. We'll see what happens. C5 is the act. Obviously, we're
Mm-hmm.
attacking a center pawn with a wing pawn. Happy. And white chooses, says, no, no, no. If you want to trade pawns in the center, trade a center pawn for my center pawn. And so now after this exchange, which is, the knight on f3 is played to h4 for the sole reason of pinning the d pawn. The bishop on g2 will capture the bishop on b7 if white takes on c4, or black takes on c4. So now he's going to recapture on d5 with a pawn, and white is the one that's going to have two central pawns to black's one. So white is thinking of this as a positional victory.
That's a tricky move, that knight h4. I think it would have caught me by surprise. That's a tricky. It's a nice move. It pins d5.
Well, it does take two moves to play it there, so it does cost time. But he's saying that my advantage with my pawn structure now is worth the investment of time. And that's where we are now with the, where is that knight going to go? Because the bishop is on b7, maybe f5. Maybe this is going to be a nice maneuver to reroute. Because now that the pawn on e7 is gone, is g6 a good move? Or is that just a lot of waste of dark squares, weaknesses now instead of strengths? Now it's getting really tricky to figure out, is the dark square weaknesses around the king side, black's king side, going to be a real problem? And, the control over the d4 and e5 squares, the black control over those squares, is that going to be enough of a compensation? And in the long run, will the two center pawns that white has to the one center pawn that black has become the deciding factor? The positional strength of those pawns, will they show up until white grabs more space than black can and cramps black's development? And this is the long-range goals of white, to just gain more space, have more space, and then advance and advance and advance slowly but surely until black is pushed further and further back. So let's see how that game develops. And we've gone to game 8 now. And we have a grandmaster.
It's a candidate master.
Candidate master. Thank you, because I was saying the rating doesn't match. Wait a minute. Thank you. I'm wearing progressive, so I have to tilt the head to see the. All right. So white's position is a London system, and white has probably played queen to bishop 3, provoking the black's pawn from c5 to c4, and white is moved back down to c2. So this is a typical London system variation. White pawn on e2 is going to move to e3. Probably going to see h3 play so that bishop has a retreat square that we talked about in the first game. So you're going to see a very classical, and you might see g6 so allow bishop to go to f5 from black's point of view to hit the queen again, and then the bishop could go to, you have a bishop on f5 and g7, and you can castle really either side. But white is saying, I'm going to be really solid on the king side. I'm going to tuck my king into the corner, not be afraid, and I'm going to play b3 at some point. I'm going to break up the Yankees, and as Grandwine would say, and we're going to open lines on the queen side, and you're going to rue the day that you played your
that
pawn
early
from c5 to
c4 advance is very committal, and oftentimes
exactly.
with the queen b6 is a maneuver we see a lot against these kinds of London structures, and sometimes you can just even ignore it.
Yep.
And just let them take the queen's knight pawn. It's a theme I really enjoy. similar to the Najdorf poison pawn variation.
Yes.
It's a fun little theme.
There is the gambit and game. Yes, he says
Exactly. The
material. Who cares
one
about
that
material?
one that comes to mind
But
that I think I've done on this channel is Mikhail Tal and Trinkov. Um, Trinkov brought his queen out to b6 early, and Tal just said, "Go ahead, take."
yes, and so that is a consistent
Hmm.
theme. Whether or not you can take on B2, that's that people of grandmaster abilities have been of different minds on that. But black has continued with G6 as predicted because
Hmm.
it supports the bishop going to
Which is
F5.
interesting that you mentioned that, because most people with thinking of g6 are immediately thinking, oh, that's just to create the house for the bishop on f8. But it's a dual purpose move. It's giving
Yeah,
bishop
but
f5 chance to
yes,
kick the queen, and then the queen has to go to c1.
but I want to back up and emphasize what you said about
Hmm.
C5 to C4 being committal. It's also made a target. When you're playing chess, you want a target to aim at. And now the C4 is a target. So
Yes.
I'm going to play B3 at some point and and that's what I'm looking at now. Because if you play your bishop to f5, I can go to c1. I don't really care because it doesn't affect the fact that that target is still there on c4. And so, you know, black is going to have to move the queen in order to be able to play
And the
b7
yeah,
to b5 to protect it. And I'm
and
b3
where
in
does
before
that
you can do
queen
that.
go? It can't
And,
go
you know,
to
so that's part of the.
c7 because there's a bishop on f4. It shouldn't go to a6 because
Right, right,
that'll put it on the line with the light bishop.
right.
So yeah, that's a tough choice.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of action to come in that game. So we'll tune back really quick. Nine, we have a women's international
Wow.
master
Okay.
playing a
This is going to be
grandmaster.
a real treat.
And once again, it seems that we have had a bishop to b5 check, bishop d7, queen
Hmm.
takes d7 in this game. Otherwise, it looks like a very
And then,
similar
but c3 instead of
Sicilian type
c4,
of.
so
So
not
this
going
could have.
for a Maroczy bind. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Not going for that kind of thing, but just preparing to defend on d4. So you can maintain the pawn
And
duel
again, that
on
knight
d4
f3,
and at
bishop
e4.
e5. Um, it's very easy to add to your repertoire against the Sicilian. It's an easy opening to play. So if you
That's
don't if you think your opponent is spending decades memorizing Sicilian variations, it's a nice way to avoid the main lines.
it's named after Rossolimo,
Hmm.
a great player. Chris, your knowledge of history you'll do better than I explaining who he was. But he was a grandmaster, and he popularized this maneuver. Again, trading off his white squared bishop and then going about his development. Very
Hmm.
solid way to attack the Sicilian defense. Uh, and used
Yeah,
to be a little bit
I
offbeat, but
remember
now is mainstream. So
teaching and talking about it a lot, and it was pretty offbeat. And then all of a sudden, there was a Magnus Carlsen versus Anand, uh, two guys that you probably haven't heard of, and they play a world championship match that I'm sure nobody watched, and and they start revisiting the Rosalimo and its kind of cousin, the Moscow, and it's been very popular ever since.
yes. And Anand was one of my favorite
He
grandmaster
really is.
world champions. He's such a nice man. And then Magnus Carlsen has really not put his foot wrong and as world
Have
champion
you
too.
met
So I'm a big
either
admirer of
player?
both.
You've met both. Wow. I
Yes,
have
I met
not met
both.
Anand
Yeah,
yet. Um,
yeah. I met him when he was playing in the candidates matches in New York. I went
Wonderful.
to visit that just as a spectator, and as a journalist, I was in the journalist's room where I got to see grandmasters analyzing,
Yeah,
which
a
is
lot of
cool.
people don't
It's
know
always a great experience.
that is, Anand, Viswanathan Anand was India's first grandmaster. In fact, I believe he was their first international
Yeah.
master, and he single-handedly created an explosion of popularity for chess
That
in
is so
this huge Indian continent, and now there's India's producing more grandmasters at a young age than perhaps anywhere else. And I don't know how many they have now. I've lost track of the count,
I don't
but
know either.
it started with Anand, and it wasn't it's something that Jim and I, people our age were around to see this popularity explosion that he single handedly created. I don't know that there's another athlete that I can think of.
Well, I can think of one in
Ah, very
chess. In the
good.
United States, Fischer did the same thing. There was an explosion of chess in the United States where chess was very much and not a popular pastime. And when Fischer challenged Spassky for the world championship, all of a sudden there was all this Cold War tension. And then Bobby Fischer was on the front page of the New York Times. He was on the cover of Life magazine. And all of a sudden, I played my first tournament game in 1972, and I don't know how many players that I've come up to that said the same thing. They first started playing in 1972. And now some of them are grandmasters like Nick DeFermier and Larry Christensen, Joel Benjamin, and these types of guys all got started and caught up. We call it the Fischer boom. But Fischer, what Anand did in India is actually even not just because there's more people in India than there are in the United States, but the effect has been magnificent, and the number of quality players that have been surfacing. Because we I just named the ones in U.S. Some of them that came up because of Fischer, but the ones that are coming up from India now, India was not a world power, and now it's become one in chess. So yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
hard to say. Like Babe Ruth maybe in baseball, something like that. But it's hard to pick out somebody that's just changed the sport from second tier to front row seats. You know.
Yeah,
So yeah,
you're
Anand is just one of
like I
my
said, I'm
favorites.
I'm I'm infinitely jealous that I haven't, that you got to meet him and I have not yet. But hopefully, we have a lot of Indian heritage players in Silicon Valley.
Yeah,
So if somebody knows Anand out there, he should come on down. Yeah,
yeah. They have a role.
yeah.
They could not have a better role model. That's the way to conduct
Mm-hmm.
yourself. It's the way that Anand does it. On board, let's see. What am I looking at? I am looking at board 10. Not started yet.
Board
Board
10, I have is
9,
started, but not
we
very
just
far
looked
in.
at.
Oh wait, and it
Oh,
actually, that's
yeah.
very sad. I think something must have occurred to have a win.
It's already
So something must have occurred. Yeah, with Yi Sun
White
Lee,
must have just done.
and
Yeah.
yeah, like I said, he's a
Same thing happened in on board 9 too.
really.
That's still in the opening and it's over. And on
Uh
board 8
oh.
and on board 6.
Oh
Wow,
no.
something's gone wrong, Chris.
Let me check.
5. All
This is
these
this
things are
is a
turned there. Yeah,
developing. This is breaking news. Let me message one of my.
breaking news. Something has gone wrong, and because all of these games are ending in results that are not warranted because they're still in the opening stages. This seems like board 2 has ended in a real draw, though. So Aaron Dixit is drawn a grandmaster. So congratulations. That's a feather in your cap. Now, I'm not sure that why they agreed to a draw in that position because there's plenty of play left, but uh, apparently they did.
Yeah, something is very peculiar here to have all these games finishing. Um, yeah.
And they're not warranted results. So time the internet some
I
kind of
really
problem with the
hope
internet
not, but
connection.
I have asked the question. I will have an answer for everybody shortly as to what's going on.
Yeah, and it seems to be that's not true. I was going to say it seems to be that the Bulgarians are winning these games, but
It's
no,
almost like
it's
yeah, all the game Eswaran's game is now finished. So the Bulgarian team is
yeah, it looks like
getting
the U. Yeah,
all victories. I'm
and they're
hoping
not
that
like chessboard.
we didn't have a serious internet problem. Um, yeah,
That
that
would be
would be
my
a
first
real
guess.
bummer, and that's that of course is the only drawback of a format like this, and
Yeah.
it's a big one, right? Because you can have an incredibly stable internet connection and still have a catastrophic failure. I mean, I know this firsthand because my kids are homeschooling still. Well, not homeschooling, but online schooling, and so it looks like a Kimberly Lou game. I'm on board one. Looks like board one's still continuing, which is interesting. We'll see if that switches.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, a couple times this week. I'm not going to mention the company, but it's a big internet company. A couple times this week at like 1:30 in the morning, all of a sudden something happens, and so my wife and I have to get out of bed, go downstairs, and fix the internet so our daughters can have school in the morning. You know,
Well, I'll tell you from my old IT days that that's when you put in
yeah.
changes to
I
your
think
software.
it was funny, Jim, because it was only affecting a certain bandwidth. So like the phones would work, but the
uh,
computers wouldn't. Oh no. Yep. And Bulgaria
right.
just won on board one as well. So this is a phenomenal disaster.
Yeah, that's not
Christopher,
one.
you got a draw, which is better than a lot of Team USA, but certainly I know he would want to be winning that game.
That's right.
Yeah,
Too. I don't know how that happened,
every
but
single
maybe
game.
off a
I'm looking
draw
at
and
game seven now is still going. But it is Black's turn, and what I've noticed is as soon as the Bulgarians make a move, then yeah.
then the game
Huh.
ends. Yeah.
What?
That's to be true on board 10. Like I think what we're seeing is that White will probably time out, and Bulgaria is on Black, and they'll probably win. That will be the way it shows up in as my
Well,
but
that's
yeah,
incredibly
this
disappointing. On many levels, um, because like I said, I've watched many of these players grow up. I've watched them since they were first moving the pieces to getting their FIDE titles and having the opportunity to watch them play a team from Bulgaria that is this strong, um, and then having something go awry like this. But I haven't heard back from the parents, so I'm hoping.
we can hold out hope, but this has all the
It really
characteristics of an
does.
internet crash.
It really does. Um, yeah. So apparently, it's not our side that's having the internet problem. Apparently, it is the Bulgarian side that is having the internet problem. So some of these
Oh,
results may be incorrect. Um,
Yeah, why would they be winning games if the problem's on their side?
well, ideally,
That doesn't add up.
we would like nobody to be winning or losing games because of connections. We want it all decided on the boards. So and I know the players
I
would feel
couldn't
the
agree
same
more.
way. We have a top
Absolutely.
guy. Oh man. Okay. So I'm getting some inside information. One of the top arbiters, um, Chris Bird. He is a top FIDE arbiter. In fact, he's in charge of like FIDE events for U.S. Chess Federation. I've worked with him on the correspondence chess working group. He's very, very capable, knowledgeable authority, extremely capable.
Sure.
Um, and
And experience,
the
yes. So
Bulgarian room camera went offline. So the camera everybody has a Zoom camera on them. Everybody's, of course, connected to chess.com, but there's also a room camera that must have a view of every single player. Live, it went offline,
right.
and Chris Bird um, happened to check in to make sure that all the standards were being followed. Because, like I said, they're very strict guidelines. And Chris Bird made a ruling saying that
As he
the
should.
games couldn't be rated if the room camera is not live. Um, so, and all of this happened when Chris Bird showed up. The room camera had been working, so it's a little bit of Murphy's Law. But Chris Bird is
Yeah.
he's the highest authority in the land, just doing his job.
Just doing his
So
job.
yeah, it could be as simple as the disconnection from the camera in the Bulgarian room, because the players still had their internet connection. It could be just as simple as a technical disconnection with that one camera, and we'll see. The parents assure me that this is, they've done several of these matches now, and none of this has ever happened before. So this is brand new. But when you're running tournaments, stuff happens. Yeah, you know this as
That's for
a tournament
sure.
director and an organizer, Jim. I'm,
Well, back in the tournament that Coach and I won, we had this little, experience where Coach and I all of a sudden stood up and yelled nothing in the middle of the round. Nothing. So none of us knew what he was talking about. We were all mystified. And what had happened is that the battery in the clock had failed.
uh-huh,
There was a FIDE
sure.
clock, and they were pretty new at the time, and so there was no display. So that's what he meant. It says nothing on the display. So we had to replace the clock, but it was one of those things, like, as an organizer, as a tournament director, you just don't predict that the
Yeah,
battery on
you,
a
you
new
certainly
clock
you
will
certainly
die.
do not.
It's like
Jim, I'm going to go ahead and run some ads so people can hear about the wonderful stuff the Eid Foundation's doing and some of the other stuff, and we'll take a little break and see what we'll come back in
okay.
about 10 minutes and see what's been decided. All right. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musing's free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Daily Chess Musings. My name is Chris Torres, and I am honored to be joined by FIDE Master James Eade, and we are broadcasting a important tournament between uh, players from the Bay Area and players in Bulgaria. Now, something odd happened. Um, the Bulgarian room camera, I think they actually had two of them because you have to have a camera on every single player, plus the camera on the player's face from their own computer. I mean, it's very strict. One of their room cameras went offline, and they are fixing that issue as we speak right now. And the players, everybody has agreed to a complete restart so that games can be rated. So that is an interesting development in that these players have maybe already shown what their preference would be for certain opening positions. Um, and so it's got to be upsetting to the players to have already shown, their hand a little bit, what their thoughts and things are, and also if you didn't like the way a particular opening was going for you, you can now change that in the thing. So that's got to be a little bit upsetting. This has never happened before with this event, and was not anyone's this was not purposeful in any way. But yes, they are going to be restarting soon, a complete restart, in fact. um, so while we are waiting for that complete restart, I wanted to talk with Jim about his foundation. Now, I think the world of this particular chess foundation because I know a lot of people in the nonprofit industry. I know a lot of people. It's not an industry. I know a lot of people in the nonprofit world. Is a better way of describing it. And I don't know very many at all who have a foundation organized the way Jim's is, where nobody gets 100% of all donations literally go to the cause at hand. There's no overhead. Jim absorbs that cost himself, and that is very rare. And he is helping um, communities globally that wouldn't have access to chess. Now, we in the United States, we're lucky, many of us, that chess is an inexpensive activity, or should be. It shouldn't cost very much to do chess. It really shouldn't, because the game hasn't changed in, you know, very much in 400 years. Um, but in other parts of the world, some communities aren't so lucky, and equipment costs money. All these different things have a cost. And if you're deciding whether to have chess or have food on your table, something like this, you're gonna choose to have food on your table. And Jim's helping it so people don't have to make that choice, so that they can have chess. Jim, did you want to tell us about some of the communities you're helping through the Eid Foundation?
Um, Thank you so much, Chris, for those kind words and giving me the opportunity to talk about the foundation. I started the foundation shortly after my father's death because he was the one who taught me the game of chess. And one of the things we do is the Arthur Award every year because his name was Arthur Eade. And the Arthur Award for Chess Excellence is given each year, best essay, to a player who can tell us the best way they intend to support the mission of the Foundation. And they can use that grant, which is $1,000 any way they want, but it's generally to support the mission. And the mission is to build chess communities. Um, and anywhere, it doesn't matter what country you live in, doesn't matter what language you speak, as long as you want to play chess, we want to help you. And as you said, it's not that expensive unless you can't afford it. Then it's very expensive. And so we just get them started. We send chess equipment to them, wherever they are, whatever language they speak, whatever country they're from. It just doesn't matter to us. And I have a member, 3-member board, to make sure that I follow all the IRS regulations for an organization. But it's pretty simple. I have a producer who produces the equipment, and I ask them to send it to the country in question, and they give me a bill, an invoice, and I pay it. So it's not that complicated. The idea, though, the problem is how do people find out about me, and how do I find out about them? And there's not much danger of being scammed, because who's really going to be asking for chess equipment unless they're going to play chess? So I feel like the even the little due diligence that I do is almost unnecessary. But we've been able to support people from Nicaragua, Colombia, and throughout the United States too. And then we've expanded into African countries. If you go to eidfoundation.org, you'll find all of them, because I'm going to overlook some. But we started with Zambia and Uganda, and then South Africa. And we've kept adding countries. We now are in Lebanon, and we just sent an order for first order to Israel. And we've also gone into Asia and Bhutan. And some of these things are interesting in the way that I found out about them and they found out about me. For example, the Zambian connection was an intern at the UN. Found out that Zambian youth organizations were only doing soccer, and they were wanting to expand and teach the youth in Zambia something other than soccer. And so they said, would you help them do chess? And I said, of course I would. And so we sent chess equipment to them, and I got photos of them playing on the boards and the sets of boards that we sent. And, it was terrific. And then I got a call from the U.S. Embassy in Nicaragua, and they wanted to help a chess coach who had chess ability, but couldn't afford equipment to teach kids, young kids, school-age kids. And so we sent the sets of boards to them. And I got a picture back with them, all of them with the boards and sets. And then I was contacted, and this is the other way it's happening. Like, how did they find out about me? It was like on my postings on Facebook. Somebody from Uganda asked me for chess sets and equipment. And, I knew Robert Katunde, who was the chess coach for Fiona, who was the subject of the Queen of Katwe. And, so I checked with him and I said, is this guy legit? And he said yes. And so we sent him chess sets and boards. And now we're actually building a chess academy there. We've acquired the land. He's made 20,000 bricks.
Wow.
And they completed the foundation. And they're using the land to grow food as well, corn, what they could say is maize, cassava, and other types of edibles. And so they've already harvested the first crop of corn, and so they create maize flour, to help feed themselves. And it's going to eventually be a 5-room building where they will have one classroom dedicated to chess. And but we need money to do this. I can't do it myself. So we started a GoFundMe campaign. You can donate to the EAT Foundation, make a notice that you want it to go to this Uganda Chess Academy, and we'll make sure that the money goes. And that's the other thing that I want to stress, and you've already said it, Chris, thank you very much, but there's no administrative cost. I just eat all of that. So 100% of your donations go to the project that you asked me to support. And it's just got to be consistent with our mission, which is to build chess communities everywhere. And we support chess literacy and chess excellence. So literacy is the ability to read and write chess notation, to teach people how the chess pieces move. But as you know, when you learn how to move the pieces, you've just got to ground zero. You know nothing about how to play.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need instruction, whether it's through books, and you can read and write chess notation. All of the ocean of literature is available to you. And if you have an instructor that you can find an instructor such as yourself, Chris, doing a magnificent job doing that, you can help someone teach them the strategy of the game, the reason you play certain moves and the reason you don't play certain others. And then they learn to think. And to postpone immediate gratification, everybody wants to move their queen out first. So no, then queen can get attacked and has to move again and again and again. And so they postpone immediate gratification. But just learning to sit still and think, that's directly transferable back into the classroom. So this is why chess has taken off, and chess in the schools. And there's all sorts of programs to support chess in the schools, because they find that these skill sets that allow you to play chess also help you in school. So these people, now it's parental pressure rather than chess player pressure that is making all the difference in the world. The parents notice that the schools that have chess programs, their kids are doing better, so they want a chess program in their school. So we see this now. I saw this in the 90s. I would go to a principal in the school, say, "I'll teach a chess program for free," and they would look at me like I was an alien.
Mm-hmm.
And now then the chess principals would be reaching out to me because the parental pressure was there. And so now we've had an explosion in the scholastic community in chess in the United States, and it's just been marvelous to watch and to witness. And so we try to do that. A little bit of inspiration goes a long way, and we try to do that in other countries less fortunate than the United States, without the resources that people in the United States have. And so that's, in a nutshell, what we're trying to accomplish in the EAT Foundation. And it's true that there's many needy people in the United States. And so I was president of the U.S. Chess Trust, where we did it just for the United States. We sent chess and boards to Title I schools, for example. And I was there for 10 years, 20 years total, 10 years as president. And it was a really good able to help the communities in the United States. But I would get calls from other countries, and they would say, "Can you help us?" And we would have to say no, because we're the United States. So I started the foundation with that in mind, is that there's, why just stop with the United States? Why stop there? Let's help everyone. It doesn't matter what country they're from. It doesn't matter what language they speak. If they play in chess, they're part of the chess community.
Such very important work, Jim. I mean, it would be an honor to speak with you anyways, because of your knowledge in chess and your acclaim as an author and your popularity in this community. But just working with you and helping your mission succeed in whatever way I can is just awesome. And everything that Jim talked about you can find at eadfoundation.org, right? Uh-huh. And
Yes.
there's a link to that available on my website, I know. Also, if you just scroll in the chess blog a little bit below the event that we are talking about today, there is that GoFundMe link for that Ugandan project, where the gentleman that Jim's working with has literally already made all the bricks for this new chess center in Uganda. It's such an exciting project, and I've donated. I know a lot of people have donated, and you can just click that link and donate what you can. Um, and if everybody does that, this chess center will be up. And all these countries that Jim is helping, the next time he goes to an Olympiad, he might see young players from these countries who trained in these chess centers, who worked with these coaches that the EAD Foundation helped, participating in the chess Olympiad. I wouldn't be surprised. So this, it's just a wonderful thing. I am getting word that games are restarting. So what I'm going to try and do is go back to my blog real fast and click the link to see if that works as a better way of getting to see. Because I just saw a screenshot that Christopher Yu's game has restarted. Um, and so I want to make sure that, what I was seeing on chess.com is still just the results, but I want to see. We may need to update our link on my blog because they may have had to create a whole new tournament, perhaps to make this work. Let's
Yeah, I go to the old link and it just shows me
Yes.
the yeah.
All right, so I will let the parents know that right now. And could you please send me a link to the new chess.com tournament? And we should have those games up momentarily.
And Chris, let me take the opportunity to thank you for your previous support and your current support for the foundation. Really appreciate it. And this donation, for example, we're not asking, we're asking you to help us help them. And the foundation has been laid. I've seen pictures of the foundation of the land that they acquired with our help. And but we've run out of money. We can't continue to build. They have the bricks, but they have to hire people to do the actual work. And so donations would be most appreciated, would be most generous on your part. And you'd be helping people that you'll never meet, most likely. And but they'll be able to play chess. And giving them that gift is a gift that can last a lifetime. Helps you in your educational process when you're young. It's a pleasant pastime, as we know, Chris, as adults, and it's a solace in your old age. You're not thinking about your medical expenses, your next doctor's appointment, when you're playing chess.
It's even, it's a solace in a lot of people's young age, in their youth. I don't want to get into the stresses that the kids are facing today.
Yes.
But the stresses kids are facing today are far greater than the stresses I faced when I was their age. And even still, chess helped me, as a young person. It helped me in so many ways. It helped me connect with my grandfather.
There you go.
And just learn so much about my grandfather that I wouldn't have known, because he did not write a book about him. He should have written a book before he passed away. My grandmother actually did, which is wonderful, because then I have all those family stories. Hooray! So I'm going to get the link replaced. Let me get Megan in here real fast. But it helped me connect with my grandfather. It helped me connect with my father on a deep level. And being able to my dad was a classical guitar instructor at Loney College and many other places, but for 50 years, 5 decades, he just recently retired. And so obviously we connected through music and through chess. And sometimes, sometimes these indirect ways, not through actual conversation, but through communicating through music or on the chessboard. It's as deep as and as meaningful as any other. All right, let me get Megan in here to fix this.
Thanks for sharing that insight, Chris, because, I never knew either of my grandfathers, but I got to know people their age through chess. And this cross-generational aspect of it can't be understated. When you're young, you're in teenage years, you have all these, maybe you can't talk to your dad fighting, something like that. But you meet people through chess that are grandfather's age, and they tell you, it's okay to work out or something
Mm-hmm.
like that, or just being accepted in their company was meaningful
Okay,
to me.
Megan. So
So
the deal that is going on now is they've had to restart the tournament,
Uh huh.
and I believe it is a. Um, let me see if it's. Let's see. That's results. There's round one. I just want to make sure. All rounds. Let's go to round two. And there is nothing there. They sent me a new link.
Mm-hmm.
Um, can you change this link on our blog? And yeah, that should be the games are restarting, and then we should be able to rejoin the players. And another thing I want to do, Jim. Um, there's a lot of players that I know who are young superstars. And I think in
yes,
2022, I'm going to try and get some of those.
It's the same thing, Chris.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and I'm not seeing any games. Maybe you can. I'm going to try and get some of those young superstars to spread the word about the Eid Foundation. Um,
What, Leo?
anything
I
to
can't
do
help
in
you
that
with your video
direction would
game
be
right now.
great.
I'm helping
yeah,
Daddy.
absolutely.
The
I
last
think I
row.
think that's an important next step. So yeah, I'm apparently see they've got screenshots of the games progressing, but Jim and I are not able to see them. So they are on chess.com, but I think the link's different. So if you want to chat with them, I'm in the Facebook message with the group chat of the two moms that I know. Yeah, um, I think that would be awesome. I think that would be awesome. So, especially with a international tournament being planned for March. I listed a bunch of the players that will be playing in that tournament already. That'll be another great opportunity to spread the word about your foundation and all the good that it is doing, Jim. Um,
Thank you. Yeah, I've had Christopher Yu on my show. I've had you on my
mhm.
show as well, and Christopher and his dad were on, and they did a great job. And so I'm personally a little bit biased rooting for Christopher. He was made a good impression on me, and I think he's really talented. And not to take anything away from anyone
Mhm.
else, but there's so much talent now at such a much younger age than there was in high
Oh
school.
yeah, just in my 25-year experience in the scholastic community in our area, um, maybe let's say 15 years ago, you could be a top you know player in the sixth grade with a 1600 rating or 1700 rating. You'd be one of the top guys. Now in like a state championship tournament, um, you would probably be, maybe not in the top 20 with a rating like that. It's changed that dramatically. And the wonderful thing is, I told as many of these young people as I was working with that during the shutdown of 2020, that this is your opportunity. There are two ways you can go here. You can use this time to train. Like there's these old kung fu movies and things where the the hero gets defeated, but he goes back to the mountain cave and trains in solitude and then comes back, right? It's a
Yeah,
reoccurring theme. You can train in solitude
that happens in chess,
and
absolutely.
come back and be the hero. And what we're seeing is many of them have, and so there's the rating system right now is partially broken because of this. It's partially broken. You
Yes,
should never ever underestimate someone based on their rating, but that is especially true. Yeah,
that's true.
it's
That
especially
yeah,
true now.
always, but it's especially true now.
This
Yes, I
this time
agree.
out, Christopher Yu, I think the world of his talent. Um, I've played through many of his games in the databases. I'm just blown away by how creative and how talented he is. Um, and getting the Grandmaster title at age 15, that's impressive. But I
Certainly.
mean, let's just because he didn't do it as young as Sergei Karyakin did it, doesn't mean that he's not going to be playing in a world championship match someday, because we had this long timeout. He was unable to, there was a pause. He was still training, but he wasn't
Yeah,
able to get the norm requirement. You know?
that's right. That's why really Youth Foundation is also helping younger players. Like the Grandmaster Mishra now is just an IM. We gave him the Arthur Award, and there weren't a lot of people helping him out, and now he's a Grandmaster. Everybody wants to help him out,
Yeah,
but it's like he's on the cover of Chess Life,
I
But these guys are guys
I
we're
found
looking
out
for, is
about
the ones that
him
are on.
through the Eid Foundation. That was the first I had heard of Misra. I mean that seems shocking, but he is on the East Coast, and I am primarily focused on
Right.
the top players that my students will have to face, right? And yeah, I hadn't heard about him, and he got his Grandmaster title at a slightly younger age than Christopher Yu. So the United States has so much talent. It's just incredible. And you've had Misra and Christopher. You had Misra winning the Arthur Award. You've had Christopher on your show, so you've been engaged. The Eid Foundation's been engaged with these.
And it's their parents who reached out to me. And that's how I found out about their situation and who they were. And, Christopher actually I knew because he was a
Mhm.
Bay Area guy. But otherwise, I'm on the West Coast. These players on the East Coast, it's really their parents that are reaching out to me to get me connected. So shout out to them, going the extra mile to help out their children and become the
Oh
players they
yeah, I
can be.
mean, that brings up a whole nother point. Um, Parenting. Scholastic players. I've seen excellent parenting and substandard, um, and it's a difficult thing, and it's you know in Misra's example, he they traveled to Hungary to help him get those last norms, to get him those opportunities. They're making huge sacrifices.
Yes,
Um,
yes,
Christopher Yu's parents are doing a fantastic job supporting his talent. Um,
that's
one of the young guys I remember, I mentioned earlier in the show, he's a FIDE master. He's going to be playing in the March in person event that they have scheduled. Milind Mati, Chandon, his father, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. And when Milind would lose a game, um, Chandon wasn't unhappy at all. It was a learning opportunity. He would bring Milind over to one of his coaches, and we'd go through the game and learn. And
yes.
it was always a learning opportunity. And there are so many opportunities, some of them bigger than others. But there's a state championship. There's two state championship tournaments every year for scholastic players, a grade level and a one that's the scholastics, which is like kindergarten, K to 3, K to 6, this kind of thing. So multi-grade
Right.
titles. Then there's same thing with nationals, right? There's always another
Right.
opportunity, and
Absolutely.
learning. if you have a disappointing loss, you know, yeah, that was Chandon's way of dealing with that was absolutely perfect. Um,
And that's a guarantee that you will have a disappointment if you're trying to become good at chess. There will be times that you have a failure, what you could think of as a failure. You didn't get what you wanted to get. Well, that's what makes the champions the difference because they pick themselves up, they dust themselves off, and they keep going and they keep learning and they get better and they keep getting better. So never give in to
yeah,
discouragement. Never give in.
and
Never
as a
give in.
parent,
Just
you don't really need to put more pressure on the kids because the kids are, I mean, sitting there at the chessboard on these, you know, stages. I mean, the top players start at on the stage at the elementary school, right? In the scholastic quads, and then they move, and they're the top boards at the state championship, this and that. They already have enough pressure. You don't need to
that's
add
right.
any pressure as a parent. You know, and figure out a way, you know, what a healthy lifestyle for your family, um, and you know, so your child ends up being enjoying chess and sticking with it in adulthood. It's not about, you know, just trying to win a title so you look better on a college application. Think of it long term. And you know, all
Good,
these players
Chris.
that we're seeing here,
Really
I
appreciate that.
saw as little people, and in I had unique access. You know, I know their parents. Um, some of them I coached. Um, I was a tournament director. You know, I had unique access to watching these players develop, and their parents did just such a wonderful job, which is why they're here today playing in this event. I mean, Shritha is 21, you know, and she's stuck with it. Especially a lot of girls, drop out when they become teenagers. It's a problem in scholastic chess, and
It's a problem all over. Peggy Sorenstein, who's a Bay Area reporter, wrote a book, um, and I'm blanking on the name, but it was like school girls or something like that. And it was like they get chased out of math and science because they start caring about boys, and boys start teasing them if they're good at chess, they're good at math, and so a lot of them get discouraged. And so being supportive of these young women are is such an important role that we can play. And this is STEM, anything to do with that. We've seen this, that women are
mm-hmm,
discouraged from pursuing activities. And, we've got to set a positive example. So the positive role models out there, we want to emphasize how they did it and how they're still decent human beings. Jennifer
mm-hmm.
Shahad, for example, doing a fantastic job at the
Are they
national
actually
level
playing
of
now,
swimming.
Chris?
Go ahead and talk to them on the messenger, the Facebook Messenger, and let them know that we just don't have access. I think they are playing. They showed a screenshot, but we don't have access to the game. So I'm assuming that the link changed to the tournament, um, and we'll catch up once we get the proper link, and yeah, they should be slightly further in the game. But this is an important discussion Jim and I are having. Um, so
And I don't want to put too much pressure on the parents too, because they have enough pressure. I don't know how they
oh
do it these
man,
days,
yeah,
but
it's
you know,
you know the
it makes such a
and
difference.
you know the parents. I know the parents oftentimes better than the students because if I'm not working in the tournament, if I'm not a tournament director at that particular tournament, it's the parents who are sitting outside in the
Yes.
hallways for hours,
Yeah.
hours. There was a young man I coached years and years ago. He ended up being 1800 or so as a first grader, so he was the number one kid going into the big super national tournament. And the other player that I knew from Seattle had won it his kindergarten year, had won the K1 section his kindergarten year. And so here are these two players, and they have to face each other in round three. And there was a ballroom with a whole bunch of seats set up for all the parents. And you start, their kids come back, and then the parents leave. And the parent ballroom is emptying and emptying and emptying. And eventually, it's just the two moms left. It's just the two moms of the two players who are playing each other, and they were both wonderful parents, and again didn't add any pressure to their students, but you could see their stomachs churning. You could see that they had they felt the butterflies, because their kids were in the other room having this climactic round, but it occurred in like round three, right? It occurred earlier in the competition than maybe we would like.
Like Kansas City Chiefs Buffalo Bills game. It should have been the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And then the other advice I have for parents: make sure your kids are part of a club. Don't try and go it alone. They may be learning just fine with their private coach, with your guidance, playing chess online and going to tournaments. But it's that Jim talked about the importance of team tournaments and why he likes them. It's that part of being a club or being a team that keeps kids from getting too discouraged, because it's also social then for them. And so they want to see their friends who are supportive of them, and even their friends who aren't part of their club. You gain friends from other teams, from other clubs, competitors, and later on, some of my students have gone on to build hugely successful companies. It amazes me. And who did they hire? They went back and hired a bunch of the players that they used to play chess against in these tournaments. The chess community is just a really special place.
Yes. And I want to say that's doubly true for girls and women now. It's like, I've always had this argument with people that say, why should women have special events for them, just female only? And the argument is there's so much more barriers put in their place that they actually form friendships and feel support at these tournaments. And this is why we do it, is to let them feel welcome, let them feel supported, and let them make these friends that can last a lifetime. And like you just said, somebody's hiring and they're looking for somebody they used to play chess with. Are you kidding me? When I was growing up, that wasn't an option.
I know. Yeah, these guys own. They're billionaires. They own huge companies, and maybe the first dozen people they hired were all, were the top boards in the high school section at the Cal Chess Scholastics. Back in early 2000, it's amazing to see, and it is happening. It is happening.
Yeah. The foundation.org, all those billionaires.
Foundation.org, absolutely. Like I said, 100% of the money goes to the causes, and Jim Eade eats the overhead himself. He takes care of the overhead.
Now that was a shout out to myself, but there's so many people that are doing good work for players of chess, and they're just giving. They give, and they're not takers. And but you find out when you actually are a giver, you get more back than you give. It makes me so proud to see someone that I've supported when they're young, and you must feel this way too, Chris, and you see them become successful. It's just wonderful.
In fact, we're sitting here right now kind of because of that. Initially, I had hoped to be an organizer in this particular event, and another local club came forward with, that I had hoping to been working with on this event, decided to just, kind of take the lead role on it. And then for whatever reason, they changed their mind, leaving these players without a venue. And the venue requirement is very strict from FIDE. So when that
Right.
happened, even though I had been passed by as the organizer, when I found out that happened, boom, I'm sending out a whole bunch of texts to all my friends in the Northern California chess community to find a fast solution because their site has to be approved weeks in advance. And I was lucky that Salmon from Bay Area Chess said, "Yeah, I'll go
Shout
ahead
out.
and do that." And you know, uh, we'll. So he's running. I think some of the times he's running another tournament, but he's donating his space to this group to make sure that they're able to play FIDE rated chess against
Right.
other strong people. So at best I was just a small middleman in this thing, and
It takes a
earlier in
village,
the week,
Chris.
a couple of the parents came to me and said, "Chris, we'd like you to do a broadcast." And I think it was Wednesday or something. And so the first thing I did, Jim, was say yes, and the second thing I did was message you. Say, if I'm going to do a neat broadcast like this, then we'll get Jim on board so we can use some of that time to.
Okay, I haven't found the tournament yet, but I found Christopher Yu's game if you wanna.
Oh, you found Christopher Yu's game.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so maybe
That's
they're all like separate. Can you bring it up over here?
It's on the web page. So go click over to the web page, hit refresh,
All right.
and then I added a link that says his round. So
Well, we'll be able to watch Christopher Yu play, and Megan's working on doing.
up, scroll up,
Uh-huh.
right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. So,
Wait a minute.
yeah, if you go.
I'm at your blog site. What
So
do I
if you
click
go to
on
that
now?
blog page, Megan made an edit, and on the. Oops, look what I did here.
You didn't hit open a new tab.
I'm gonna let Megan fix things. It says Christopher
It's a
Yu
village.
versus Rado, whatever the person's screen name was.
Rado 2022.
Rado 22 versus Christopher Yu. Yeah. You just click on that link, Jim, and you will see the game. And Megan's fixing it so our audience at home can see the game. And she's gonna do the same for the other players as soon as we get those links. Because what happened, right? So in the chess.com system, the tournament was put in, and then the round had to be canceled. And
Something's wrong here. I'm not getting that game.
okay, so you click the Rado 22 versus Christopher Yu link. You need to refresh the Daily Chess Musings blog page. Once you,
Maybe that's what I
yeah.
didn't
So
do.
refresh it and then click the.
Okay. Let
And
me
then
do
it should open a window for you, Jim.
that. Okay.
And right now, while Jim's doing that, I'm going to scroll back to the beginning and just kind of look at what we're doing.
That didn't help.
It's not help. It's
Let's
not
see.
working for you, huh, Jim?
Not yet. Let me try to find a
If need be, I can have Megan get on a separate line with you to help you get to that game as well.
Let me just start all over again,
Sure.
and I'll see if I can fix what's obviously my issue
All right,
here. I'll
no
get
problem.
tab.
I'm going to go ahead and play through the moves so people see what's going on.
Okay.
And so we again get the d4. This time, instead of d6 initially, his opponent plays g6, e4 again, and then bishop g7, knight f3, d6, and then c5. So slightly different move order, and then a vastly different game. So I'm guessing Rado 2022 decided that maybe he
Nope.
didn't like the way the first one was going, with Christopher's big spatial advantage. If I remember correctly, Christopher had a pawn on c4, d5, e4, and had this big space advantage. And Jim was suggesting that he should expand that advantage on the queen side. This time, his opponent plays a queen a5 check, and then Christopher blocks with bishop d2, and then queen takes c5, knight c3. So completely different line this time, completely different characteristic to the position. And Christopher has just played the 12 c4, so his bishop on d3 is in a similar predicament, supporting the extra space, but also blocked by it. Jim, were you able to find the game?
I am not.
Okay.
I've started a new link and I did everything, but I go to Chess Life and it wants me to play a game.
Ah, yeah. Well, I mean, everybody would like to watch you play a game, Jim. I can't blame them for that, but.
I'll go over one of my old games.
All right, so you know what? Go ahead and you can mute your microphone, and Megan will call you on the cell phone and try and get things.
Why don't I just text him the link?
Oh, I've got it
Oh,
now.
he's got it now. He just.
Well, no, I didn't get to it. Oh, wait a minute. I can't. How do I get to the game itself? I see. I just see the drawn position from the old
All right,
one.
Megan's going to text you the direct link to this game.
Okay. All right. That would work.
Or you know what? Would it be easier just to? You know what? I think it would be easier if we emailed it to you, Jim, and that way it's already in your computer, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead and email it to Jim, please. And it's just the game link. No, non-event anything.
Right.
Just the link to the actual game that's happening.
That will
You
help
should be
me.
able to click that in the email momentarily, and then yeah.
Okay.
Even just seeing Christopher even just having access to that one game is
Absolutely.
talk about if you could watch one player develop, and just like I said, I've spent hours going through Christopher Hughes games on the databases. Um,
Yeah. Want to get them all, but that's not a bad one to start
yeah,
with.
you could be watching a future world champion, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that.
There we go. Okay, I got the email, got the link. Doesn't help. I got right to chess.com and it wants me to play rather than watch a game.
That is so weird. Try logging into chess.com and then clicking the link again. So log in to chess.com.
Okay. Okay.
And then go ahead and click the link once you're already logged in.
I'm going to just play as a guest. Try again. Yes, I'm with you now.
Awesome.
Phew.
All right. So yeah, did a little bit of technical support. By the way, I love the people at chess.com. Whenever I have a problem, I talk to a few people and get very good customer service.
That's great to hear. Always great.
Yeah, and they're going to be doing very exciting things this year.
Watch.
Yeah, you guys just watch. There's going to be some really cool things happening. They just
Okay, so
yeah.
just played Rook E1. That's where I am
Uh-huh.
at.
That's exactly, yeah, 14 rook e1. So tell us, you can go ahead and play through the moves, Jim, get yourself caught up, and then
Okay.
tell us what you think about the position.
All right. So I'm gonna just fast forward through this game really quickly. Interesting. But D takes C5 is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now I'm getting caught up to where they are. Okay. So I am now with you at the current position. It's a double fianchetto by
Mm-hmm.
black, which and there's no real weaknesses in his pawn structure. So I think he's doing a little better in this
Yeah,
game.
this is what, you're going to make some adjustments with a restart like this, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we should talk about that more, but we'll concentrate on the game
Mm-hmm.
right now. But this whole restart thing, I've got some serious problems with it because what if Christopher Hughes starts and he's got an advantage and then he has to restart and now he doesn't, and
That's tough.
that's tough. So okay, knight c5. It's not really threatening to take the bishop because the bishop is biting on granite of its own pawns on e4 and c4. So it cannot advance. It can only retreat. So knight takes bishop is not a threat, but what he's doing is piling up on the pawn on e4. It's now attacked 3 times and defended twice. So how are you going to defend that pawn on e4? One way is to move the knight on f3 to d2 to protect it, or to move the bishop on e3. Now, the drawback of either choice is that you're moving a position that's well placed and well developed twice to a square that may or may not be
Mm-hmm.
better. So Christopher's challenge is to find a move that will allow him to save the pawn on e4, but will not reposition his piece to an inferior square. So
Fascinating.
where
You read positions like a English professor would read Shakespeare, Jim.
Oh, thank you so much.
uh,
But one thing that would occur to me would play the bishop to d4 because that's a great centralizing square. But that is met by e5 because the bishop can't retreat to e3 because then the pawn on e4 would be
yeah.
lost. So you would have to capture the knight on c5, and that's playing black's game. So we don't want to do that because then you would leave black with the 2 bishops versus the bishop and knight, which is usually an
Mm-hmm.
advantage. So d4 is out. So where do you put the bishop if you choose to move the bishop? These are tough
We're gonna
questions.
see some. Let me just tell you, Christopher, I don't know, personally. Let me just throw that out. But um, having seen him compete, and watched him grow as a chess player, uh,
And played all these games.
yes, I'm sure was a little frustrated that he had a nice position and then the game was canceled. And now this is a little trickier, but he is a professional, much beyond
Yes,
his years. He's only 15, but he is a professional. Um,
I
and
agree.
we are going to see some awesome chess. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. If you're watching, I see we've got a few viewers. If you're watching, you can go ahead and guess moves along with us. Um,
Can they chat
yeah,
to you,
in
Chris?
YouTube, they absolutely can. So I will let you know um, if anybody has a suggestion that they feel like throwing out, and we can go through it while we are up. He plays the bishop d4 move. And again, Jim,
What?
you were saying the drawback of this could be a pawn e5.
Well, that's what I thought. Um, you know, sorry, but I've lost my the game for just a second. I'll find it
No
just
problem.
again.
No problem.
Just
Yeah. So Jim was saying, if e5, then the bishop has to go back right away. Uh,
Well, if he goes back, the problem is the pawn on e4 will be
So you would have
lost.
to play
So
bishop takes knight, which is, yeah.
right, which I thought, I'm really kind of a little surprised at this move, and I'm not going to criticize Christopher's moves. He's got something up his sleeve, I know, because he's a much stronger player than I am. But after e5, I don't see anything other than bishop takes knight, and then I would assume d takes c5, which I
Takes
don't
care of the
know.
weak, the possible weak D pawn.
The
Yeah,
backward
yeah,
is
yeah.
no more. So, yeah.
Takes care of that nicely, and then there's that.
Now, what might, now that I'm looking at it a little deeper, what might be available to Christopher is then knight to d5,
So,
because there's no pawn that can drive that knight from d5. Now,
yeah, he would get a nice outpost for his knight.
a nice outpost, exactly, and if black tries to capture on d5, then that's giving white a passed pawn, a protected passed pawn.
Okay, so this
So what he has up his sleeve. I thought the knight e5 was a good um, challenge, or maybe even a refutation to d4, bishop d4, but it may not be. Christopher may have seen deeper into this position than I did. e4, bishop takes knight, d takes c5, knight to d5. That could be very powerful.
it's a like I said, you're reading these positions. Just I learn so much every time I have you as a guest, Jim. In fact, I see a direct correlation. I go and play a speed chess or whatever online, and my rating jumps every time I have you as a guest. You see, you just get me thinking about the right things. You have a way of explaining that just makes
Thank you.
a lot of sense. No wonder you're such a popular author. Um,
Well, thank you again. But the main thing that is to train people to think for
mhm.
themselves.
There it
There it
is.
is.
We
E5.
get to see. We get to see this. Um, so bishop takes c5 is kind of forced. Other
Now I'm going to double check myself again, because bishop e3, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes. He does have bishop takes b6.
ah
I'm thinking that that might be what he's thinking.
Nope.
Nope,
He
bishop.
goes with
Yeah.
your initial read, which is the, and then we're expecting a d takes c5 because it gets rid of the backward d pawn.
Yes. If b takes c5, then the pawn on d6 is backward and on a half
So
open
then,
file.
yeah, if
So
he does that, then I would expect maybe queen d2. If he plays bx c5, then maybe queen d2, um, already starting to stack on that d6 pawn.
yes, something like that is indicated, because the bishop that's now on d3 will move, and it'll get more pressure on the d6 pawn. Um, but it's a game still, but it's a significant pawn weakness that white is going to put pressure on. And in any ending, any minor piece ending, black would be lost because
Now,
of it. Uh,
I know we're expecting dx c5, and then shortly thereafter, the knight's going to go to the outpost on d5. What do you see in
right.
that kind of scenario? What do you see for the future of the white queen? I'm curious where the white queen is going to be developed to if it's a dx c5, knight d5 kind of scenario.
Right. Okay. So now, in that scenario, not only does white have a protected pass pawn, so my first instinct is I'll go to any ending. I don't care what ending it is. So I'd love to trade queens, but that doesn't look like it would be easy to force. But that would be my first thought. How do I trade queens? The second thing is, okay, now I've got an ending advantage. Okay. So where can I post my queen where he would have to try to pose it for me to prevent me from making more progress? So I'd probably lean towards queen d2 right off
Okay.
the bat. And the other thing is possible is that do I want to support a b4 advance? Probably not. I'm probably going to put a pawn on b3. So I'm probably not going to want to move queen to b3 or queen to a4. So I'm going to probably want my queen coming in, either infecting occupying a central square, or I'm going to want it on the king side. Now, my knight is wonderfully posted on f3, but I might maneuver that someplace, and maybe I would maneuver it to d2, and to whichever pawn is vacated and taken over in d5, that's might be where I would want to put my knight. So maybe I double think queen to d2, because maybe my knight
Yeah,
belongs
so maybe
to that.
queen c2 then.
Queen c2, or maybe queen
Mm-hmm.
e2.
And that way, yeah,
And
so what Jim's saying is, if he puts his queen on d2, then of course the knight can't go there. He's already said that he doesn't like queen a4 or queen b3 because he wants to play pawn b3. Um, and so that leaves queen c2 or queen e2. And this is, let me go ahead and, because I know we're talking, we're, you know, Jim and I are both good calculators, so let me draw some arrows for people and go a little slower. Um, so we're thinking that Christopher's opponent, who's black, the Bulgarian opponent, is going to play dxc5, and then Christopher will probably jump straight to the outpost. Do you think, Jim? What?
I think so, but he could prepare. He could do something else. I don't see anything else that's crying out to me to be played. So maybe knight d5
Uh
would be
huh.
the
And
next
then
move.
after
Next time he could play rook c1.
Yeah, and then after knight d5, we're thinking up. Oh,
Oh,
look at that.
okay. Now
Yeah, so
surprise.
now we're back to this idea where Jim and I were speculating that Christopher's plan might be queen d2 here, unifying the rooks, and then already preparing to stack pressure on the weak d6. See, d6 is going to be a weak pawn forever.
Right. But what the good thing about this is it does take away, and I think the reason he played it is because if d takes c5, knight d5 is so
Yes.
strong. Now with b takes c5, knight d5 is Christopher won't play it.
Yeah.
Then a pawn would cover the weak pawn on d6, and he wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. And so knight d5, which would have been a very strong answer to d takes c5, is not recommended against b takes c5. So now we have to rethink. Now I want to get b4 in somehow, but maybe not right away.
You
Obviously
can
not right
preface it
away.
with a3 at some point.
I might. And the other thing is he going to play a5, a4, and try to prevent me from getting this stuff in? Or, there's a lot to think about in these types of positions. But the next thing I'm thinking is, well, what is my knight on f3 doing now? All the black squares in the center are
Mm-hmm.
unavailable to me. Where do I want to reposition it? So one thing I would think about is knight d2. And this is long-term thinking, but knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, then maybe more pressure on
Wow,
d.
that is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. And
But
in
only
yeah, in
possibility.
a position such as this, with black's pawn on d6 being weak and locked in place, you have time to do something like that. White has the
Right.
time to do something. That is just really pretty maneuvering. When we've had Jim on in the past, he talks about the geometry of the chessboard a lot. And
Yes.
what he's showing us there is some really fantastic geometry. Those are a beautiful night maneuvering technique. How to get a knight to d5 from
To
f3. Yeah,
double attack the d
beautiful,
square with the knight.
beautiful.
Because then either knight or bishop moves, then a knight comes into d5 with,
So
power.
you know what?
Uh,
I was thinking initially queen d2, and then
mhm.
putting one of the rooks behind the queen. Um, to,
Right.
because I see that pawn on d6 is like the critical weakness, but I think black has enough resources to defend it back
He
there,
does.
right? Because if need be, he could play rook f to d8. He could even play bishop g7 to d8 if f8 if he needs to, if he needs
Epic.
to
Yeah.
defend that d6 pawn.
Or knight
Yeah.
e8. It yeah, he can defend it for now. Once we get into the ending, it might be
Yes.
different.
But
But
see, I would fall into that. I just know it. I would start trying to target that pawn. Um,
right,
and but I think that might not be the right approach, especially now seeing the.
knight to d2 was played. Now this is not just because I'm an FM. This is what the position demanded. And so the knight
You
redirection
saw a
and also
move played.
yes, knight to
It
d2 was
was
played.
interesting. Why am I not seeing that? What did I do wrong? First, let me erase all my arrows. I drew so many arrows while you were talking there. Because
Yeah,
it was
not
such a
a con.
beautiful repositioning of the knight. It warranted it. Um, let me. So knight d2 was played, Jim's saying, but we are not seeing it yet. For whatever reason, on my, you have been disconnected. Refresh the page to reconnect. Aha, that would be the
Okay,
reason.
that's why you're not seeing
That
it.
would be.
And the other thing I'll say about knight to d2 while you're getting caught
Uh
up,
huh.
the f2 pawn to move to f3, which would further protect the e4 pawn. I'm assuming that black is going to try to reposition his knight so allow f5, because that would be the classic way to attack this.
And he might reposition his knight to knight h5, maybe? Is what you're
Yes,
thinking,
and
and then f5?
looking at knight f4,
Yeah.
right?
Well, he
But he
repositions
does
his knight, but he goes the knight d7 route.
right. So he's preparing f5 now. And so white is set up to answer that by playing f3. But that does create dark square weaknesses around the king, and white's dark square bishop is missing. So this gives black something to shoot for.
Mm-hmm. So
Now,
are you
you can,
expecting f3 right off the bat, or you?
or queen c2 has occurred to me as well, because that would discourage f5 as well. And so, and the other thing is, do you want to ever play knight d5 now that one of those pieces is gone? But probably not, because it's not yet. I would love my knight to be on e3 right now, and so then I
Uh-huh.
could play to d5, capture with a piece. That's what I want, capture with a piece, and not one of those pawns, because then I give up a lot of my
So
advantage.
if I
So
was black right now, you know, he's preparing that f5 move. Um,
right,
Oftentimes, though, when I have an isolated a pawn, I like to weaponize that or scoot it down. I would black prefer to have their a pawn on a5. Do you think?
I think so at this point, but also see that it is guarding b5, so
Ah,
the
very
knight
important.
can't.
Very important. Yes.
Very important. So it's doing a defensive
Mm-hmm.
chore that it really has to
So
do
that
right
pawn is
now.
not moving. Oh, and there's the, this is this beautiful knight maneuver. If you're watching the broadcast, um, wow, Jim, I am just your analysis is. Tom Langland's in the house. He says, "Sorry about the late start. We had issues with Bulgaria site, internet, and cameras." Yeah, so Tom
Yes.
Langland is in
And
the house. I'll go ahead and chat. For those of you who don't know, Tom Langland is the president of CalChess. He's a friend of mine. He's a very good tournament director. Very
very
good tournament director.
okay. So now black has played bishop to h6, emphasizing that white's black squared bishop is gone. So he's putting it on the best available diagonal. So if the knight goes to e3, which obviously what it wants it there, he could take it.
This game is just fantastic. I'm glad I have you on board. to help decipher what's happening.
Now, black has a long term, what I would call a permanent disadvantage of that weak pawn on d6. But how does white capitalize on that? Now, the maneuver knight f3 to d2 to f1 to e3 to d5 was what white was going to do to take advantage of it. But now black has taken the move to say, well, if you play that knight to e3, I just might snap it off. And then we'll be left with two minor pieces, a bishop and a knight. Yeah. And is your bishop on d3 pretty worthless? Maybe that's going to counter.
And he went with the, and there it is. You're right. His bishop h6 was to say no to that knight, going to d5. Now, after all this is said and done, black still does have that long-term weakness on d6.
Yes, but also a bad bishop on d3. And do they offset each other? I don't think so. I think still the long-term advantage would be with white, but it's a minimal advantage. It's not a large advantage. So, but I think bishop h6 was absolutely had to be played there, rather than the f5. If you continue f5, Christopher would have just played knight e3.
Yep.
So that was good timing by black.
Well, that it's sad we didn't get to see that beautiful knight maneuver conclude, but it's really awesome to show this idea that chess is a conversation.
It's a game. Game.
It's a conversation. Christopher was saying things, and his opponent was responding to what he was saying.
Exactly. Now, once again, if white still had his dark squared bishop, he could oppose that bishop on h6 and drive it away or exchange it, and then move his knight to e3 and just go, ha, I'm happy. And you can't. So this is why that losing that bishop, for a knight, that's a problem now. But the other thing is the center is locked, and in these kinds of locked positions, the knights usually are more maneuverable than the bishops. So will Christopher play knight e3 and allow the bishop to take it? I don't know. I don't think so. So what's another alternative? Well, maybe, and this is crazy, so don't take me literally here, but queen g4, queen h5 to try to drive the bishop away. And if he plays king g7 to protect the bishop, then maybe something like g4 comes in, g4 threatening g5. So, this is one way the game could go. Or you could play just knight e3, bishop takes knight, rook takes knight, go in a completely different direction.
A moment ago, just to say what Jim was speculating on, was before playing knight e3, let me erase my arrows. Whoops. Erase my arrows is what I'm trying to do. Erase my arrows. I'm having some problems with my mouse control. It's not chess.com. It's Coach Chris. All right. My mouse control. There we go. I erased my arrows. So after bishop h6, which you were suggesting after 18 bishop h6, another idea that you say was a little bit crazy but of interest, is queen g4 with the idea of queen h4. So then you can chase the bishop away and then play knight e3 so that you can finish that beautiful knight maneuver.
Now, I have not calculated that, so I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if Christopher will play it that way.
It's already, we've hit, what ended up happening was 19 knight e3 was played.
Oh, I don't see that.
You might need to refresh your thing as well.
Okay.
And then, just hit the refresh button and maybe you'll...
Okay, and then he took it like we thought.
Takes, and then rook f to e8.
Different game now. than the other one. Yeah, that's see now he's going to play F8, knight to F8, knight E6, knight D4.
Knight F8, knight E6, knight D4. Wow, look at these beautiful knight maneuvers. And so far, you've been
Yes,
spot on with all of them. All of Jim's
and
suggestions during the whole broadcast. I don't think you've missed one yet.
well, just hang on. But now this is going to be the knight on D4 is going to be a very powerful piece, much better than the bishop on D3. So this is why in these locked positions, knights become sometimes, and in this case, I think, stronger than the bishops. So if white played knight to D5, the bishop would certainly take it.
Well, bishops
You know,
used to be elephants in the original
yes,
form of chess, and knights were horses. In a battlefield, on a battlefield, I'd much rather be riding on top of an elephant. But in a
yes,
forest, I would rather be riding on a knight, a horse. Yes.
that's well said because all of these things depend on the position. And these maneuvers that we're talking about, like bishops are better than knights, well, it depends. Sometimes the knights are better than the bishops, sometimes the bitters. And it turns out in open games, which
Yeah.
there are more open games than closed games, knights are certainly
Oh,
better.
and then
Oh,
bishop h4 is bishop
yeah,
a4 is
a lot of,
Christopher's response to the knight f8.
now the bishop has activated itself. It's no longer just binding on
Mm-hmm.
granite. It's now active.
So do you put the rook on e8? Obviously, is going to move. We think. If it
Yeah.
was your choice, Jim, would you put it on d8 in the same file as your opponent's queen, or would you put it on b8 in the semi-open file?
No, I would be worried about white's rook to D3, hitting that D
Mm-hmm.
pawn. I would play rook to
Okay.
D8 right now.
Yeah. I was curious. Because these are the little choices that come up in a chess game where both moves have their advantages.
So I see the most likely pawn ending, or the minor piece ending, being black's knight versus white's bishop, and I prefer black's knight.
Because there is
So
a
Chris,
forest of pawns in the center of the board. Yes.
yes. And so I would think that Christopher's got to have something that he wants to play now that is going to change that dynamic.
Well, he saw the knight f8 coming because he responded to it so rapidly,
Oh,
and his opponent goes with the rook b8. So perhaps a more aggressive move than the rook d8, because it's having the rook play an offensive role right away, putting indirect pressure on b2.
yeah, but why can't I ignore that and play rook d3?
I think you can. I think rook d3 is a likely candidate move right now. And in fact, yes, Christopher, you plays rook d3.
Because you don't want to play rook d8. You could have done that in
Uh
the
huh.
first move. So how do you defend that pawn? So you must be thinking, I'm not going to. So what's he thinking? I don't know.
Interesting. Interesting. I think Black had a little bit more control of the position if he played rook d8, with the idea of knight to e6 and knight d4. Uh,
Well, there's the thought here. If he plays knight e8, rook takes knight d4, is that rook trapped?
if he plays, go ahead and say that again, Jim, so I can draw the arrows.
Knight e6,
Okay.
rook, rook takes pawn, knight d4.
Ah,
What happens to that
yeah,
rook
it's
now? He can play
disconnected.
rook to
Yeah.
d7. Rook to d7. Is that going to save it? This
Which,
is
yeah, so it could be there's that redeployment of the bishop to a4 with tempo, with initiative against the rook could really come back to help Christopher, because then he could possibly play the rook d7 with initiative against
yes.
Black's queen.
This has to be quite accurately calculated,
Mm-hmm.
though. And it's interesting to me because there are many variations here that have to be calculated. This is why Christopher's probably taking some
Yeah, we're
time.
going to go to a quick break right now, Jim.
Okay.
We will be back in about 8.5 minutes. So,
All right.
great. Uh-huh.
See you then.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. So, greetings, chess player. We are back. Looks like I need to refresh my page real fast. It's interesting, but I think it's because I have a few windows open and stuff, and am not playing. So, chess.com wants to keep their traffic that's not active to a minimum on their site, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking at the wrong game. Well, I mean, it's a fine game, but we wanted to go back to Christopher's game
Yes,
first,
'cause
and then we'll go look at Eric Lee's game. But, okay, so we're...
Are
okay.
they both showing the same game now?
A moment ago they were
Refresh.
not. And now they are.
And then you refreshed, and now
Ah.
they are.
Yes, Megan's going to fix.
Well, hopefully.
That worked for me, just refreshing.
Mm-hmm. Well, what...
I see both of them now. But I'm not on OBS, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Nope. See, this is the problem I was having too.
Now I'm only seeing
Eric's game.
Only Eric's, okay.
So what we can do, Megan, is you could close chess.com.
Let me try one other thing
And
real
then,
quick.
okay, sure. So Jim, we just saw the wonderful advertisement for your foundation again. And yeah, I just can't say enough about the EAD Foundation. I want to remind everyone, a lot of people are hitting my website today, dailychessmusings.com, because they're going to the blog post about this particular event. And that's wonderful. But if you go a little bit, a couple posts back in the history of the blog, the Chess Musings blog on dailychessmusings.com, you will see Jim's latest project, which is the GoFundMe for the group he's helping, the Divine Chess Academy in Uganda. They have already gotten all the bricks and have laid the foundation for their new chess center, and they just need a little bit more financial support. It doesn't have to be a lot. Whatever you can give, comfortably, every little bit will help us reach our goal. Again, you can find the post on that. With the video, it also links to the YouTube video of Jim explaining why it's why it's such a worthy cause. And then, yeah, go ahead and click the donate button. Make a quick donation while we're taking care of this. We want to get back. We're trying to get back to Christopher Pan's game because things have changed a lot. But we also wanted to look at Eric Lee's game, because he is also for those of you who don't know, Eric Lee is a FIDE master. Started on the East Coast and has come to Northern California. Won state championship titles on both coasts, and is also a very talented player. But both these guys are in high school, by the way, Christopher Yu and Eric Lee. So you're seeing a FIDE master in high school and a grandmaster in high school. So it's
Unbelievable.
very exciting time to be to be this involved in scholastic chess in Northern California.
And thanks so much for promoting. And help us help them, because seeing them buy the land and grow food to feed themselves and to build, they've got the foundation laid, but they've still, somebody contributed the building design. So design work was done, just for free. And, so now it's just a matter of, we have to pay them. So we did a little bit more to get the, would be so amazing.
We'll only let you see one game now.
It's only letting me see the Eric Lee game right now, Jim. So we'll take a look at the Eric Lee game. In a little bit, I'm sure we'll get back to Christopher
I'll let
Pan's
you know
game,
about the
but
move.
first let me play
Yeah.
through all the moves. So let's start at move one, because um, that's a good place to start in a chess game. So go ahead and let us know what we're seeing. Call out the moves and tell me the move numbers, so I'm with you.
Okay, so he's playing a Slav. So it's D4, D5, C4,
Mm-hmm.
C6. Slav defense is very solid, and a lot of players have gravitated to it, as opposed to the Queen's Gambit decline, which is instead of C6,
Mm-hmm.
E6. So this is very interesting because now you really kind of have to think about, can Black capture that C4 pawn? D takes C4, and then followed by B5. Can you
Mm-hmm.
hold it? So this is right away. You're asking yourself some questions, and so White says, "Go ahead and take it." Knight F3. Black says, "Nah." Knight F6, E3, and then this now that you can't capture it because you just give the bishop the opportunity to capture on C4. So that tension is gone, but he takes it anyways. What?
Interesting.
Holy cow! C5, and then he plays B5. Wow. And bishop to E2 seems like a real solid move. And he plays bishop to B7. Well, having opened up that square for the bishop, he says, I don't like the C8 to H3 diagonal. I like the A8 to H1 diagonal. So he puts the
Mm-hmm.
bishop there. Okay. So I'm going to strike right at that pawn chain
Nice
there.
move.
And I'm going to play H4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's opening up the position in the queen side. A6 is, just gathering more support for that pawn on B5. And now NBD2, because, NC3 kind of provokes
Mm-hmm.
B4, taking it away again. So, NDB2 is probably the right move. E6, you got to get the bishop out somehow. It's E6 or G6, and E6 has been played. So castles is normal. NBD7 is normal. Now NB3 is interesting because it's rerouting the knight. Why? Why are you doing this? Let's see. Bishop to D6 is completely normal. Queen E1, what's he thinking? What's he doing? Is he going to play knight A5? Is that crazy, or is that what he's thinking? Rook B8. He says, I got to give my bishop another square. I'm going to give him A8 if he plays that crazy knight A5 move. And he plays bishop to D2, piling up on the A5. Maybe he might play the knight there. Maybe he might play the bishop there. Who knows? I'm not sure. So he castles. And he decides the knight belongs there. But Black had given him a retreat square for that bishop. He doesn't want to lose it. And so he moves it back to A8. All right, so rook C1, continuing to put pressure on the queen side. He says, go ahead, play B takes A4. I don't care. C5. Oh, action on the wing is met in the center. So now he says, okay, I'm just going to take your pawn on D4 with my wing pawn if you let me. And he says, well, I better not keep that A pawn hanging too long. I'll take that. You recapture. Then I'll take this pawn. No, I'll capture with a knight. That's where I am, Chris.
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
where I am
further?
as well. This is,
Okay.
Black's approach in this Slav was interesting, um, to say the least. I think, I'm actually inclined back on, instead of the 4 DXC4 um, idea. I think normally there, I actually play like Bishop F5 is. I,
Yeah.
now, some
Yeah.
people
It'd
say,
be normal.
bringing that bishop out and, early in the Slav is a mistake, blah, blah. It's what I feel comfortable doing. You almost get like a London with the black pieces.
Reverse
Yeah.
colors reversed. Yes.
But then, so that was really odd approach, I thought. And then, I like the A4 move early by Eric. But somehow things worked out. Maybe it was this idea of knight a5 wasn't the right idea. It was creative, but black gets their bishop on a8, and it's still just on that nice long diagonal.
Yes, Black anticipated White's maneuver, so he did seem to be able to comfortably answer it. But this is a very interesting position, and I can't pretend that I have any definitive answers for you. But I'm really fascinated by it because there's a couple of things going on here. One is a potential knight fork on c6. That has to be guarded against somehow. The bishop takes h2 lines check don't work in this position because you can't follow up with knight g4 check because the bishop on e2 guards that square. So there's no tactical combination that can be done on the king side, I don't think. So something has to be done about the threat of knight c6, because then the knight maneuver onto a5 would make all the difference in the world. But now let's look at this positionally. The pawn structure is even. There are no positional weaknesses except perhaps of the c6 square, because the b pawn for black has advanced, leaving no pawn able to defend that c6 square. So white is maneuvering towards it. Is he going to force a piece? And there's another thing to be thought of here. Now that b pawn that has advanced, is that a weakness? Because now I've got the knight on d4 attacking it and the bishop on e2 attacking it. But this is the question I have to ask myself. Can I play the knight takes b5? What if rook takes, bishop takes? Then the bishop takes h2 check might work, because my bishop is no longer covering g4. So there's a lot of tactical combinations that you have to play through in your mind. You can't play them through on the board. Can't touch the pieces. If you touch a piece, you have to move it. So you got to do this in your head, and you have to calculate all these variations. So black plays a sensible queen to d7, but that takes all the bishop takes on h2 lines out of play. You know, and play knight g4,
yeah,
queen
can't
into
get out to h4 anymore. Yeah,
that queen can't get anymore, right? So he protects the pawn on b5. That's sensible. Takes away the knight to c6. So very sensible play so far. So what is white? How does white continue? You know, one thing is you can even it up even more by playing b4. Is that crazy, or does that just make all the sense in the world? Because then the pawn structure is symmetrical. But the knight could go to e4. Isn't the knight on e4 very strong? Well, the knight's really not threatening to capture the bishop on d2, because the bishop on d2 is not doing much. It's not a very good piece right now. As a matter of fact, white's probably thinking, how do I get rid of it? We should play bishop to bishop 4. Bishop to b4, sorry. Bishop to b4, and take, if he plays the knight anywhere, I'll take the bishop on d6, because that's a much better bishop. I think that white might be thinking about, what about bishop to f3? Because, gosh, that bishop on a8 is really a powerful piece. It's cutting through the center.
Bishops are just really nicely placed.
They're really excellently placed. I agree.
For big, this is the kind of thing when you have these bishops, ladies and gentlemen, on adjacent diagonals, they are wonderful long-range attackers, and they are aimed at the target. They are aimed across the board. So this is the kind of position that could explode at any moment. It really could, with just some big tactics.
The bishops are doing they're double duty in that they're controlling the center. In the case of the bishop on a8, from a distance, a safe distance. So that's really important. The bishop on d6 is close to the center. It's attacking the e5 square. That's important. It's well positioned, well placed. But it's also, both of them are aiming at white's king. So this makes all the tactical maneuvers that Chris was talking about possible. So it makes white have to calculate, can I make the moves I want to make, or do I have to make a defensive move here? Is bishop to f3 necessary so that bishop takes and then knight takes and I'm safe? I'm not better, but I'm safe. These are the types of thoughts going through white's head right now. How do I make sure that my position is safe? You never want to be in that position where you're thinking, you want to be in a position, can I attack? What can I do that's going to be, allow me to attack?
The interesting thing, too, is, black has those wonderful bishops. But there are two open files, and black does not have a rook in either of them.
That's a good
And with
observation.
the bishop on a8, that's kind of interesting. Potentially, white could control two open files.
Yes, the queen is in the way of connecting the two white
Mm-hmm.
rooks. Otherwise, the rook really wants to be on D1. If it was on
And,
D1,
and
white
Tom
pretty
Langland
happy.
says, I
It's
don't
on
think the
F.
board is visible. Oh, he's right. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. I forgot to switch. Okay, there we go. Tom's checking in with useful stuff.
Good job, Tom. He's got to watch the tournament
Yeah,
and
yeah,
us.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, Tom. Th- Thank you much.
Interesting.
I forgot to switch the OBS window. So yeah, we were there. We thought we were off camera talking about the board. That was Coach Chris again. Um, yeah.
That's okay. But now we got everybody to see what we're saying about the two
And there's
well-placed
the bishop
bishops.
before you were predicting, because you
Yep.
said that
Well,
Eric wouldn't like his dark bishop anyways. It was in a bad spot, so he would be happy to trade it for that bishop on d6.
absolutely. So in a sense, it's pitting the knight. Not really, but in a
Mm-hmm.
sense, it is. Because and you also now have a possibility of playing the queen someplace to get out of the way and move that other rook on f1 to d1, and then white has to be happy, relatively happy with this development. There's one possibility now is the knight on a5 returns to the game by b3 via b3, and that would put pressure on the knight on c5 to move, allowing you to exchange the pieces, and this would make the game much more defensible and probably not so interesting,
Yeah,
more
which which
drawish.
uh, which knight were you saying to go to b3?
I would think the
Yeah,
knight on
the knight out
a5,
there on the rim.
because the knight
It
on
it did serve a
a4 is
purpose
pretty.
out there, because if that knight wasn't there, then black wouldn't have moved his queen to d7, and therefore that bishop sacrifice on h2 was still a possibility.
Yes, and it forced the bishop to retreat from b7 to a8 and the queen to move up to
Mm-hmm.
d7, which really not the diagonal it wanted to be on. It wanted to be on the d8 to
Yeah,
h4
yeah.
diagonal. It really would have wanted to be on e7, queen e7, I think, but it had to protect that pawn, and queens don't want to do defensive duty like protecting that pawn on b5. Queen doesn't want to do that; wants to be
Mm-hmm.
aggressive. So the maneuver to knight a5 was, you can criticize it or you could say it had some good points and some bad points, and that's the way I would look at it.
Well, that's
Some
that's the way a
point,
lot of things are in chess. Every move we make is
absolutely.
a balance of positive and negatives. So,
You absolutely have to do that. That's why they play the game. So now, what is Black's intent here? Black would like to keep the pieces on the board because the pieces that Black has are better positioned than pieces
and
that
he gets
White
a rook
has.
into the c file. Rook c8.
He could play rook f8 to rook
Did you
c8.
see that? He just did.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
you might
did.
need
Oh,
to
okay, and then
reload
I'm
your
behind
page.
some.
Yeah.
Right.
So he played rook f to c8. So now,
I
fighting
see
for
it.
the c file. Square c5s become very important.
And that's why I think knight a5 to b3 is probably
Mm-hmm.
indicated to just start swapping pieces. Every piece that comes off the board eases White's defense. And that might trade two pieces. Maybe not. Maybe that Black can try to hold on to material. But, I'm thinking out loud. I'm thinking probably.
Yeah, just looking at the potential of those two bishops on those long diagonals.
Yeah. You want to get rid
Yeah,
of one
yeah.
pair.
I'm in full agreement with you, because there's just too many tactical, like, one misstep and things could go very wrong for white.
Well, you can see that black's uh, pieces are placed better
Mm-hmm.
than white's. Look, rook on f1, it can't get in the game. And, both black rooks are activated. The bishops are better than white's bishops. The black bishops are better than the white's bishops. The knights, the knight on c5 and f6, they're really kind of a little bit better than the ones on d4 and a5. So white's task now is to swap material, trade as much as you can, and get a draw,
Yep.
you know. Now, what's the best way to do that? Uh, Good question.
Well, I think even the other knight to b3 works, but you might as well start with the knight that's out on the rim, not the centralized one.
That's what I think. And also, I want the one on d4 in case I want to play bishop to f3.
Ah, yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
so that was my first guess, was knight on a5 to b3. But I don't know. Tactically, does that work? I
Eric
think
Lee's
so.
taking a lot of time on this, um,
Well, he's got a problem to
as he
solve.
should,
Yeah,
as he should.
right.
He's got to, see, right now, White doesn't even have a check to worry black with. Every time it's, Eric's turn, he has to make sure this Greek gift or something else doesn't work.
Yeah, this is really a good point because really you're looking at the black king completely
Mm-hmm.
safe. The white king kind of maybe a little insecure. So this is a big deal because if you play the knight on a5 back to b3, it brings into play moves like queen to b7, threatening on
Oh, yeah,
g6.
yeah.
Not that
Uh
that's a
huh.
good move, but it brings it into play. You have to think
Yeah,
about it,
so the
calculate it.
knight on a5, Jim brings up a very good point here. The knight on a5 right now is guarding against a very dangerous battery of the bishop and queen, um, threatening an immediate checkmate threat. So if that knight goes back, it's definitely something you have to consider.
And it probably all works
Mm-hmm.
out, but you got to
Alternatively
worry.
to knight b3, do you see any other ideas that you might consider as white, other than moving a knight to b3
Well,
here?
this is the problem that black has because the queen on e1 really needs to be there to defend the bishop
Mm-hmm.
on b4. So any queen move is suspect. If you play queen d2, then it runs into
Yep.
knight e4. You know, any queen move is
So really
suspect.
not a lot of choices here.
And if the queen can't move, then the rook on f1
Mm-hmm.
can't move. You know, you don't have a lot of options here. And also notice if the bishop on e2 goes to f3, you have to think about knight to d3, forking the queen and rook. So that might tactically not be a threat, but you have to think about it. And it might be a threat. So the whole idea of bishop to f3 will solve my problems defensively. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's another problem. So that's why I'm thinking like knight a5 to b3 might be the easiest way to solve black's problems. It's very difficult for me to find like another move. Like maybe you can play something like queen d1 because queen d1, you know, the bishop on b4 is undefended, but where's the knight going to move that you can't play bishop to e6? So maybe it's fine.
Still,
But
it's really stretching.
what?
It gives the rook on f1 one extra square. Um,
Right, and it supports bishop to f3, so that you don't have the fork worrying about you to worry about. So it's a modest move at best, though. Change pieces, I'm not sure.
yeah, I'm fully expecting knight b3 from Eric.
I do too. Queen d1 is the only other thing that I think I would consider. Oh, there is another one that isn't something that I would want to do, so I hadn't thought about it much, but could play f3. And
f3.
now f3 doesn't look appetizing because it looks like it further weakens your king
Mm-hmm.
position. Really no way to take advantage of the pawn on e3. It opens the queen to go to h4, which would be a very nice square for it, and free the rook. Would take away the e4 square from all the knights that want to go there. Both of the knights
Mm-hmm.
want to go there. Um, so it's another possibility. So I see knight b3, queen d1, f3 is the only reasonable possibility.
Well, Eric's using a lot of time here,
Yes,
and I believe this. The clock is accurate. His opponent now has almost a 2-to-1 time advantage.
maybe I need to refresh though.
Uh
So
huh. Yeah, like I said, I think
oh, you're
yeah,
right. The position hasn't changed.
yeah. So he's using a lot of time, and there's a lot of piece. Oh, he plays Rook
Oh,
D1.
d1, something I didn't think of.
Yeah,
Yes, you're taking it off of the a file that it's on
yeah.
already to move. But maybe it's better placed on the D
Putting it in
file.
the same file as your opponent's queen. One of the things that I tell my students,
It's always
if
a
you
good idea.
don't know what to do, you should always know what to do. Hopefully, you always have a plan. But if you don't know what to do, put your rook in the same file as your opponent's queen, or your queen in the same file as your opponent's king.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
something
Yeah,
like that
try
is
something.
is useful.
Now there are issues like now is bishop takes c5 a threat? Probably not.
What about knight d5, scooting the knight on f6 closer while attacking the bishop on b4?
Good move.
Okay. Yeah, bishops are the long range attackers, and knights want to be moving closer to the opponent's king if you're attacking.
I think knight to d5 might force bishop takes knight, which is not bad because what is that bishop doing? It wants to be traded for
Uh-huh.
something.
That yeah. So if knight d5, bishop takes knight.
But then you can play knight a5 to um, b3 again
Back to that again. Mm-hmm.
and make the bishop move again. And then you could play maybe e4, and then you can maybe and take advantage of the rook on d1 and the queen on d7 somehow. I don't know, but these are the things you have to calculate. Can I put knight takes b5 in here at some point? You know, because then if rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, is the bishop on d6 hanging?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so these are all things you have to consider.
Well, the other thing. Oh, it was knight d5. Okay.
It was
I
a
was
good
just
move.
about to toss out the possibility of bishop d5 as well. Gets the bishop out of the corner, and then you can put a rook on a8 and have a rook in both open files. But the knight d5 was played.
Yeah, I think knight d5 is the better piece to go to that square right
Mm-hmm.
now because I'm still looking at a potential battery, and like you described
Mm.
earlier. and that wouldn't be possible if the bishop goes to d5.
Ah, yes, very good.
The bishop on a8 is magnificently placed, and moving it into the center is necessarily as good as controlling it from a
Mm-hmm.
distance,
Bishops are those long-range attackers.
right? So it doesn't control the center any better from d5 than it does from a8. It's amazing, but once you get that in your head, it's a key
Mm-hmm.
learning.
A lot of there's a lot to be learned when you just deeply analyze any master level game. There's just a lot to be a lot of educational value.
I agree.
So I think Jim and I are expecting Eric to play bishop takes c5 here, and then bishop takes in return, and then the knight from a5 goes to b3 is what we were speculating.
That's the first guess. I think you have to do something with that bishop, though, because knight takes bishop, queen takes is probably out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just too many open looks there for the bishop on d6 to hit the queen on b4.
I'm a little
And
concerned. I know Eric's a really sharp young mind, but I'm a little concerned about his time situation with so many pieces still on the board.
yes, and my advice to young players is that you think you can blitz off a bunch of moves in a row, and you may be able to do it a few times, but it will bite you at
Yeah,
some
I don't
point.
think there's no extra time control in this
Oh,
format, so it's G90 plus 30. So he gets a 30-second increment, but it's it's game in 90.
so he does have the increments though,
He
so
does,
that's
yeah, he does
that's
have the increments, but yeah, he no matter what he does, he has a lot of things to worry about as far as tactics. He needs to get
yes,
these pieces traded off.
and he must um, use his time wisely. And when the position is the most complicated and the position is the most critical, that's the time to use your time.
Mm-hmm.
And not when the moves are pretty much forced, pretty much obvious. You always want to do your due diligence, checking all the possibilities. But the more I look at it, the more I like the rook d1 move because it took away that fork, which was bugging me in certain
Mm-hmm.
variations. Also put, like you were saying, Chris, the rook on the same file as the queen. And that might play a part in this before all is said and
It
done.
certainly could. Things are very fluid. There's no pawns in that file. The pieces are engaging each other that are standing between the rook and queen.
Yeah, because it probably won't happen, but like in a thrust like e4, e5,
Yeah,
you know, the tables can be turned and it would be black trying to calculate how can I save this game. But there's also the danger of queen c7 now that the rook is off the c file. And then the bishop takes h2 check is again something
yeah.
that White has to think about. So you could break the pin and make a threat at the same time with a move like queen c7. So a lot to think about here.
Yeah.
And that's White is doing,
Bishop
thinking,
d2.
oh, gosh, golly, I did not expect that.
So Eric's choosing to hang on to his bishop pair um, over simplifying to limit black's threats. Because black has, again, with those two bishops aimed across the board, black has a lot of possible tactics. So right now, as I look at it, black's Both of black's bishops are better than white's bishops. Black's queen is better than white's queen. And maybe white's rook on d1 is good because it is in an open file in the same file as the opponent's queen. But the rook on f1 is pretty terrible. Black has a lot of pieces that are just superior to white's pieces here.
It's very, very true, very clear, and very important. Now,
I'm a little concerned about white's position, but then again, black's going to need to crack the nut somehow. They're going to have to.
I was going to say that if he played bishop d2 and he did it after a long think, so maybe there's a tactical problem with knight to b3 that I didn't see, and that Eric did. So I'm not going to try to calculate what that could be, but that might have been the reason for his retreat because he couldn't leave it there.
Well, you know, what I could do too, you know, this is our first broadcast of this kind of event. Something that might be fun to consider for the future, but also is interviewing the players a little bit, talking to them a little bit, because we are
always interesting to me. Okay, so let's go right ahead with knight e4. All right. Black is just increasing improving his pieces, and wow,
so
that's a safe move. But again, you just look at all of black's pieces; they're better positioned than white's.
Those knights are creeping closer.
And they're creeping closer, and the bishop battery behind them is like threats. Yep. If black's queen was on e7, I would say black would be winning, but you know, maybe that's not true, but I think so. I mean, I would like black's piece placement so much better than white's that I would say it's got to be at some point decisive. And
with so
wow,
I'm calculating a little bit in my head about pawn e5 right now. You know, getting the center pawn, hitting that knight on d4, but then again, you're blocking the bishop on d6.
Well, it's a good move to think about. It's certainly one to consider.
Your queen b7 idea is still you know, of great interest, because then you've got that ready-made dangerous battery, and you're moving your queen out of the file of white's rook.
And even a seemingly innocuous move like queen e7 might be really powerful.
Yeah, because it gives the queen access out there to h4 or g5. Yeah, I'd probably be leaning toward queen e7 or queen b7 if I was black.
Right.
Because when you look at all your other pieces, the bishops are beautifully, perfectly placed for this kind of attack. Your rooks are wonderfully placed.
You can't do a rook lift very easily, so they can't really be improved very much. The knights are very well placed.
The queen isn't doing the queen's still, you know, doing a defensive role on the b5, right?
It's doing guard duty on b5.
We don't like to use queens to defend pawns.
Absolutely do not. But white is clearly on the defense here, using his time to say, how do I get out of this mess that I made? And black is thinking his long look. He's saying, there's got to be something here. There's got to be something here. So now black's thinking. But black has plenty of time, so can afford to think it's a good time to do a deep think.
I'm going to see if I can't load up Christopher Yu's game again. I'll just give it a try.
Okay.
I mean, it may or may not.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
No,
reload it.
apparently it's for some reason I'm having a browser issue where it loads and it takes me back to Eric's game.
First,
It's very interesting.
I lost Christopher's game too now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just you. I was following Christopher's game, but then I spent so much time on this one. When I went back to it,
Yeah, I think
nope.
it's the method we're using is the workaround because the if you're joining us late, there was some problems on the Bulgarian site, and round one had to be restarted. So the regular tournament event on chess.com, the links that Jim and I were hoping to use for this broadcast, no longer worked. So the workaround that we're using is a direct link to the players' games. But then, and E5 was played.
Yeah, it was a good thought.
Well, I still wonder. After looking at all the options, I think I prefer one of the two queen moves there. But E5 certainly makes sense. And so now, if you're white, you probably move that. If you're Eric, you move the knight back to F3, where it can help defend.
That's certainly the first thing that comes into mind, and it may be the only move.
I mean, there's the weird thing of bishop D3. So instead of moving your knight, creating a threat of your own, but
I think that might fail to just knight takes
you're right.
D2.
Yep, yep. Oftentimes, being the second person to threaten something, you're just at a. Tom says need to click on the plus to remove game. The plus, he says.
I don't see a plus.
Ah, new game. Ah, the plus to remove. Ah, is he interesting? There is a plus sign. It looks like.
Where is it? I don't see it.
I see it in the game window, and then maybe yeah, I can have Megan text with Tom, and we can get the Christopher Hughes game back. Hey, we're learning. As I said, Tom is exceptionally knowledgeable. I had the when I was running the tournament for Susan Polgar um, in the Bay Area, the Susan Polgar National Open for girls and boys. Tom was the first tournament director I contacted.
Hmm. Oh, I see the plus
Yeah,
now.
it's not giving me the necessary option.
I'm not getting the game though.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem to solve our problem. Our problem is, I can put the link in, click on the direct link to, and knight f3 was played. So that seems to be the only possibility there. And then the very aggressive chess player in me, I know how to play positions like this. These are the positions that I would like as black. Not so subtle. Just I think I would play pawn f5 here. Start sending those guys down. The X next to the game is what he says.
The X.
So I can
Oh,
close the game. Yeah, X next to game. And if I hit that, I close the game. And there's Christopher Yu. He's right. Tom, you did something. So, and you did something good as usual. Jim, you see
Yeah,
the spot on chess.com on the game that you're looking at where there's a timer and it says game?
I see Christopher Yu's game.
Yeah. All we had to do was hit that X, and now we've switched to Christopher Yu's game.
Wow, this is
Thank
interesting.
you, Tom.
Okay.
Thank you. So now we're back. We'll go
Well,
back to Eric's game again too. It's nice to spend. I mean, they're both so talented. Like I said, these guys are both too young to drive. They're both too young to drive, and they are, yeah, amazing, amazing chess players. And let's you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and play through the moves. So for people that are just joining, um, this is how Christopher Yu has gotten to this point.
Okay, quick count of the pawns. They're even, but Christopher has a pawn on d6. It's a doubled isolated pawn. That could be a weakness, but it could be a strength because they're advanced. Pawn on d5 is well protected. The pawn on d6 is not. So what's going on in this position?
And it is white to move. Wow.
Black has played knight to f6 in order to prevent the pawn from moving to d7. So now my first thought is, why not attack the pawn on a6? Does that help me in any way? Is the pawn on e5 hanging? Because knight to f6, it did some good things, but it may have blocked the queen's defense of the e pawn. So can Christopher scarf up the e pawn? Rook takes e5. These are all my first thoughts.
Interesting.
Weak pawn on d6. If it advances, it can become strong. Weak pawn on d6 is if it can advance, it could become strong. Pawn on e5 hanging.
I'm liking what's happened with Christopher's position since we last checked in. I figured he would come up with something. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was making some decisions to get more play out of the positions. Sometimes maybe even intentionally choosing a second best move, but one that leaves more options available.
One of the things I think, if we go over and play this game over, what Christopher's advantage in the center allowed him to do was to play on both wings. He could play on the queen side and you could play on the king side. And you can shift your attack from one wing to the other. If you control the center, it's more difficult for the defender to do the same. So this is one of the reasons why we want you to control the center. Not necessarily occupy it, but control it, so that the enemy forces can't use the center to maneuver their pieces from one side of the board to another, while you can. This is a big advantage. And it may not surface right away, but if you make a little parry, a little feint here, and they parry that, and you feint back on the other side of the board, they may not be able to parry it. And so this is the kind of thing that good chess players exploit. The ability to attack on both wings while controlling the center, and the defender, whoever they are, if they're Bobby Fischer, whoever they are, they may not be able to shift their forces over as quickly as you can.
This is so beautiful. Jim, can we recap the game? Can you lead us through? Yeah,
Of
so
course.
we'll restart, and I'll play through as you're calling the moves, and you can pause at the points of interest, because it's really interesting how it looks like Christopher's definitely in charge, and I want to see, because the last time we checked in, it didn't seem that way.
Right. Okay, so I'm going d4, g6, e4. Now, g6 is one of those modern defenses that allows you to set up this pawn duel, d4, e4 in the center, which classically we would say now you're controlling the center. Modern thinking is that, well, control is not necessarily indicated by occupation. Control from a distance, like bishop g7, can be just as effective. Knight f3 is a classical response. d6 is a completely modern setup. h3 is a prophylactic move, preventing the bishop from coming to g4, which would pin the black bishop from going to g4, pinning the knight. And the knight would then not be able to recapture the pawn on d4 if bishop takes the pawn d4. So h3 is a prophylactic and a good move. c5 is striking at the d4 square anyways. And this is what was interesting to me from the opening, because I don't know the opening theory, but d takes c5. Not the first thing that would have occurred to me. Queen to a5, because you don't want to play pawn takes pawn. d6 takes c5, because queen takes queen would prevent you from castling it ever again. So this intermediate move, and he attacks with the bishop to d2, forcing queen takes c5, and then knight c3. So Christopher's saying, hey, I've got 3 pieces out, you've only got 2, one of them's your queen, which I'm able to attack. So Black says, I got to catch up in my development. And Chris says, you're attacking my e4 pawn. I'm going to defend it. Castles, get the king to safety. Always a good idea. a6. I don't want you playing knight to b5 when I can't defend the c7 square or something like that. But bishop e3, so put the question to the queen. What's the queen do? Queen to c7. It's still influencing the center through the d6 pawn to e5. So it's a good post for the queen. But knight a5, is that a little embarrassing? Am I going to sink my knight into b6? What are you going to do about that? Well, knight b d7 takes away that threat. Okay, but now I get c4 in, so you can't play b5. Ha ha ha. And you think, well, okay, but I can prepare. So with b6 and maybe get my bishop out to b7. And so knight comes back, but he got the knight, he got the c2 pawn from c2 to c4. So that knight was worth it. Because now you're controlling the white squares in the center. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The black squares are a little bit dicey, who knows? But the white squares, yeah, white's got those. So bishop to b7, I'm going to attack you on the white squares. So rook to e1, not so fast. Knight c5, oh, I'm really attacking the white squares now. That e4 pawn can be taken. So not so fast, I'll defend it again. And e5, what are you going to do about that? Where's the bishop going to go? If it goes back to e4, I'll take on e5, e4. And so, okay, I'll just take your bishop. And now normally you would want to play d takes c5 in this position. Then knight d5 comes in with real force, because if you capture, you give your opponent a protected passed pawn. All endings are lost. So take c5. Now you're stuck with a bad pawn, backwards pawn on d6. And it's on a half-open file, so it can be attacked. Uh-oh, I've got a long-term pawn problem, pawn weakness. Okay, so I'm going to maneuver my knight to d2, to f1, to e3, and pile up on d5. So okay, you do that. I'm going to do something else. And you go about your business, but if you go to e3, I'm just going to take it. And so knight to e3, and I just take it. And the rook takes. And now I'm going to play my rook over, so I can go knight f6, e6, d4, just like you did. And, okay, Christopher says I'm going to reposition my bishop, which was doing nothing on d3. So I'm going to put it over on e4. It's a little bit better there. So I'm going to say, okay, you do that. I'm going to do this. He says, hey, wait a minute. Are you going to give me the exchange? No, you're going to have to move it. So I thought rook d8 was the right move here, but he plays rook to b8. And so but after rook d3, he's got to return it. So that just gave Christopher a free move as far as I can tell. And so Christopher says, okay, now's the time. I don't want his knight to get to e6. So I'm going to make it a very, very uncomfortable for black unless he takes. And if he takes, then I recapture and I take away that e6 square. And so now he can't do his knight to e6 to d4 maneuver, which would turn the tables and put black in charge. So rook a b8, that's a weak pawn, isn't it? I'll defend it, no problem. And I'll still have, now I can triple on the d5 if I want to. And rook b4 says, well, you got a pawn under attack and a bishop under attack. What are you going to do about that? Christopher says nothing. I'm going to protect both. f5 is indicated. This gives black an opportunity to get a pawn roll going. And this is, now black's looking like, I'm pretty good here, huh? Well, Christopher says, yeah, but you know what? You got a little weakness on your king side now. And I'm set up to get to the king side. Look at that rook on b4. How's that rook on b4 going to get over to the king side? So that rook, you're down a rook on the king side. So he says, oh, okay, I better get one of my pieces over to the king side, queen g7. Says, okay, I'll move my rook over there and I'll just keep threatening you on the king side. Says, whoops, better get your rook back. Got to put back into the game. He says, okay, Christopher says, I'll go to E1 and maybe I'll do a double rook lift. And we'll see. But can you get your pieces over to the king side as fast as I can? And he says, probably not. So I better shore up my defense. My knight's protecting that backwards G6 pawn. So I'm not worried about that. Now you're not going to be able to play G4 and bust the position open. So I should be safe. He says, well, okay, I'll play bishop on the queen side now. I'll start some action there. What are you going to do? Ooh, take your rook out of the game. Okay, then I'm going to start some action on the queen side because I've been threatening on the king side. We responded pretty well to that, so I'm going to start action on the queen side. See if you can get all your pieces over there. He says, I can. He says, nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. He says, well, I'll just take it and take it, won't I? And you're thinking, doesn't that look like it? Says, I better play here first because I know what you're up to. You're going to play C5 and D6 and D7 and D8. Yeah, I'm not falling for that. So I'm going to play my knight over to F6 and stop you. Says, I'm playing C5 anyways. I'll take it. Okay, you forced me to take it. Well, I'll take this one. Okay, now I got the knight to F6. And I can prevent you from advancing that pawn to D7 and making it super dangerous. Okay, so that's where we are, as far as I have.
Queen A2 and then Queen A7. Move 37, right?
Okay, now I'm with you. I had to refresh.
So Queen, very nice recap, Jim. You told a story with all the moves. And again, you know, something I always tell my students is chess is a conversation. And right there, Jim was explaining the whole conversation these two players were having. Just amazing how fast and you were able to go through that. Zero preparation, you know, other than what we saw earlier when we were looking at the game. And it just makes sense.
Thank you, Chris. Now the thing is that rook to B2 is threatened by black. That queen A7 move did two things. Now rook B2 is not a threat because queen takes it.
I was just going to say, once there's a whole bunch of cool tactics that occur once your pawn is one step away. And so Christopher is defending against rook B2 by playing D7. Chess is a wonderful game that, you know, these two seemingly unrelated things can...
That's amazing. Okay, so now, what if knight takes D7? Well, there's a couple of things to think about. The first thing would be D6 check.
Oh, that's right. Queen A2 is on the same diagonal as the king.
And then can I come into E7? And is that a real threat? I mean, not to E7, to E6. Knight, pawn, the knight takes D7, pawn to D6 check, king whatever, I would move queen to E6, attacking the knight and attacking maybe the G6 pawn or maybe the E pawn with check. So this is getting dicey.
It really is. Jim, we need to take another break real fast. We will be back in 8 minutes to see the exciting conclusion of Christopher Yu versus his Bulgarian opponent, who we don't have the... but Tom's in here. Maybe Tom will tell us the name of the Bulgarian opponent, so we can call him by his proper name. All right. See you guys in a few minutes.
Okay.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you got to check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the E Foundation does. The E Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the E Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community. Rooks on the E-file.
And we are back. If you're just joining us, my name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. I'm joined by FIDE Master James Eade. We are watching a game from a match that is being played between top young players in the Bay Area against top players in Bulgaria. And so with that, let's get back to the game at hand, which is from Grandmaster Christopher Yu.
Okay, Christopher is on move. He doubled his rooks. His rook on e3 is blocking a potential double attack on f2 by black. So, and then black has responded by advancing the hanging pawn on e5 to. Now, this is an interesting position in many ways, because is black threatening f4 and starting a steamroll of pawns on the king side? But whose king is really loose here? Which one is the most vulnerable? And also notice that the white pawns on d5, d7, and black bishop on c6 are acting as a barrier to keep black's pieces, major pieces, from moving over to the king side. So Christopher does the move that I was going to suggest, queen a1, because look at how it can penetrate now to e5 and get into the king side and cause all sorts of problems. So doesn't black have to play queen d4 here? And if not, what else can black do to prevent queen to e5, which would be devastating?
Does queen c7 also prevent queen e5?
It has the same drawback of leaving the a pawn hanging.
Ah, yes.
That might be a small price to pay in this. That might be the only viable defense. But it's very interesting that I think that, if you think about look at the geometry of the chessboard, and instead of up to down, from right to left, and you see how those pawns could be on h2 and f2, and the bishop could be on g3, and just causing a real problem getting past them.
Mm-hmm.
They're a blockade from one side of the board to another. So just shifting your perspective and thinking about, I want to go up the board from the left side to the right side. I can't get around those.
So 40 Queen D4 was played. Uh,
Yeah.
uh,
That's got the drawback of letting the 8 pawn fall, but is black saying who cares? Because then I can get F4 in and I can get rolling on the king side.
this is a very, very interesting position, and we're about to see one of the players that everybody, if you're not familiar with Christopher Yu yet, you will be. He will be one of the players. He will be a household name very shortly. He already is where Jim and I live in the Bay Area.
Yes.
And
So do you want to even simpler play queen takes d4, rook takes d4, and then maybe rook a3?
thanks, Tom. So his opponent is Radislav Dimitrov, who is 2489 FIDE. So Christopher has a very very difficult opponent, which is why he's playing such good.
Yeah, this is a tough game.
This really is. We're seeing some top level chess, and Jim has been. Some people like to play guess the move. Jim is not only guessing the move; he's getting in the minds of these players, and predicting all the moves ahead of time.
Yeah, this is interesting because the rook that's on b8 right now can't leave the back rank because the pawn would queen.
Yep.
There's no real way, now that the queen has come away from a7, there's no real way to take that pawn on d7, at least not right now.
This is interesting. So in that I might just play queen takes d4.
Queen takes, rook a3. What's the answer? So do you play f4 then? But with the reduction of material, is that so threatening? I don't
Yeah, you
know.
get the queen off the board, so f4 is not as threatening. Plus, it seems that the pawn on a6 seems like it can be dealt with. The passed pawn on a6, whereas white's passed pawn on d7 is just going to be there.
Well, yeah, because that is an interesting question. What if you played queen a5 right now?
Queen a5.
To threaten pawn to d8.
Ah, yes, absolutely.
So then, does that force queen to b6? And is that better for white or worse for white to do that, to force the queen to b6?
And could
Or
that lead to if Christopher wanted at that point, he could even go back and forth, right? So queen a5, queen b6, queen a1, queen d4.
that's
So
true.
I think he's got at least a draw, which is a nice place to be. When what?
When Jim needs to go.
I don't know. Jim, are you able to make it through the rest of this game with us?
And that depends on how long it goes, but I'm going to hang in there for a little
Okay,
while.
excellent, excellent.
But, another thought is rook a3 right now. Queen takes queen, rook takes. No, that seems like that a2, that a6 pawn's just going to fall.
So you're suggesting rook a3 is a possible move right now?
As a possible move, queen a5, queen takes d4, and rook a3 are the candidate moves I'm looking at right now.
The queen a5 one's kind of nice because in my mind you can play queen a5, give black the opportunity to miss queen b6. I doubt he will, but you could still give him the opportunity to, and then return to a1, and then play the rook a3 idea if you want. So you can get two options, right, Jim? Although, if you play queen a5,
he could play rook b6.
Yeah, I was just going to say he could drop the rook back, so it's not a guarantee. that you would get
It's
both
not.
options. Okay.
Then you might be able to play Queen A1 again, but it's not as strong.
Yeah.
So taking on D4 would be stronger than that.
I'm still leaning
But
toward that move, personally. It seems like white can deal with the pawn on A6 and still have a threat, a big threat with their pass pawn on D7, protected pass pawn, and it takes away a lot of the sting out of F4.
well, that's another thought is queen takes D4, rook takes D4, rook B3.
Rook B. Oh, yeah, of course. Because, the black rook has to stay in the eighth rank.
And then if rook D8, which seems indicated, rook B7. It's another way to play it. I
It
don't
is.
know.
There's a lot of tactics available when your pawn is one square away.
Yeah. The other thing is that queen takes, rook takes, then the D5 pawn could be hanging. So you don't want to give that pawn up because it's supporting the bishop on C6.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to calculate. So Christopher's in a deep think right now, justifiably so. I'm kind of liking rook A3 now. But does that allow knight takes D5 anyways? I think it does. Okay, so maybe we go back to queen A5 because that threatens D8 and it also protects D5.
Yep, and then black has two options in response to that: queen b6 or rook 4 to b6 um, to prevent pawn to d8.
Yes, you can't ever take the rook on B8 off the back rank.
Now, if the queen goes to b6, do you think it would be worthwhile to trade queens there?
Well,
If queen a5, queen b6?
right. It's very interesting because then if you trade queens, can you play
The
F3?
chessboard on screen. Chessboard is on screen. Let me. I'm gonna fiddle real fast. Hi, Jim.
Quite interesting.
And back to the board. Okay, chessboard is on screen. Should be.
And this is top flight chess is so difficult. Oof.
Yeah, and I'm glad. Tom's checking in. What a great tournament director. Um,
Yeah.
have you met Tom Langland?
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
good, good.
Yeah, Tom is president of the Cal Chess, also appoints the delegates
Uh
to the
huh.
U.S. And he has appointed me as a delegate more than once. And we've met at various events over the time. Sometimes he's directing, and
He's a very busy guy because he has a full time job as a engineer over at Lawrence Livermore, and then works every weekend almost as a tournament director. Very busy guy. Um,
yeah,
I wanted to ask you while we're waiting for Christopher to make up his mind because I think we've come up with the options that are available to him. Um, we were talking about the Arthur Award earlier. And
yes.
when is the Arthur Award? When are you accepting submissions for this project?
Well, and anytime to the end of January. My dad was born in January. I was born in March. So the end of the submissions is January, the month of January. Anytime you want to submit an essay about how you're going to support, use the $1,000 to support the Ede Foundation's mission. And then in March, which is my birthday month, we'll award it.
Ah, so up until January, I'm sorry, what was the day?
The end of
End of
January coming.
January. So your dad was born on the 31st.
Well, he was born on the 29th, but I
Okay,
just think that the birthday
sure.
month. So yeah, so it's anytime in January, you can submit the essay. Anytime in March, I'm going to award it.
Awesome. So
And usually I
right now, if you guys want to write an essay to be in contention for the Arthur Award, to receive some funding from the Eid Foundation on, oh, and he plays Queen A5, to
yeah,
receive
we need five.
funding from the Eid Foundation to help build chess communities, and then there's Queen B6.
Yeah,
You have time to do it still. And the information on that process is at eidfoundation.org. Look up the Eid Foundation, go to their website, read up about the Arthur Award. Last year's winner, I'm very excited about her project. It was Alexi Root. She is a former um, U.S. women's champion, and she's also a PhD at the University of Texas, Dallas. And she is writing a book on the history of the U.S. Women's Championship.
she has written
She's
it.
finished.
That's gonna Yes, Batsford's publishing it. It's been announced the release date. I don't think it's been published yet, but it's pre-order. You can pre-order like
I am
usually on
so
Amazon.
excited about this project because I have
Me
so
too.
much, historical knowledge for chess. I
Yes,
love, trying to tell the story of the players when I'm presenting a game to my students. I think
yeah,
chess has so many wonderful
that's real.
characters, so many stories to tell. But you know what? I don't, and I have two daughters myself. I pay attention to women's chess. I'm a big proponent of women's chess. I ran the women and girls chess tournament, the Sojourner Truth in Menlo Park for a couple of years. Um, I brought Susan Polgar to California, all the stuff. But I don't
Wow,
know. I don't know very many U.S. women's chess champions.
it's so true. I agree with you on
So I
all
cannot wait.
accounts.
I cannot wait to get a copy of this book because then my next task will be adding a bunch of games from the champions that Dr. Alexi Root talks about in the book to my teaching repertoire.
Yeah, good for
So
you,
I
Chris.
am, this, and I only found out about this book because of the Arthur Award. That's the only
Right.
reason that I know. I mean, I'm sure I would have heard about it when it came out, but I wouldn't be excited about it right now if it wasn't for the Eid Foundation. All right, so
Well,
we see some of the things that we were expecting to see.
right.
And as I was suggesting, that pawn on a6, white can deal with. That's not a too big of a threat right now.
Whoa.
Now that's exciting.
And because the eventual rook to
Mm-hmm.
e8 is awfully hard to deal
Yeah,
with.
I bet you black's gonna take their time and think about this. I mean that's exciting. These values that we have are just kind of suggested values for the pieces, right? A rook being worth $5, a knight being worth $3. These kinds of things, bishop $3. These are relative values, relative to the position. And right now, um, and there's the exchange. So the threat is rook e8.
There was a lot going on in that position, and Christopher played a very forcing maneuver, a combination that required black to respond as black responded. Now, this position is difficult to evaluate because now the rook on b6 can drop back to b8 and support. So that d7 pawn's probably not going anywhere. So now, what's the situation? Four pawns versus three. Can white at its leisure pick off the a6 pawn. It's not clear to me that what you can do here as
It's
white.
starting to
If
look
black
like
tries
the result will likely result will be a draw. However, Christopher's choice of variation here gives black some chances to go wrong.
yes, absolutely.
Like for example,
And
if you're just if you've studied chess and memorized those 30 rules, pass pawns must be pushed. Well, you push the pass pawn right now, you lose as black. Pawn a5 is gonna lose, I think. Or is it?
it's not at all clear. See, what I think is going to happen is I think black is going to try to set up a fortress by playing rook on b6 to
Mm-hmm.
b8. And then, because it's not clear to me that you can pile up on that d7 pawn and take it, sacrifice the rook back for the exchange and pawn. Um, and if you do, that's probably a drawn ending, drawn rook and pawn ending. Um, so I think black can defend this position. And so I don't think that white is going to be able to win it. So does black have any winning chances? And of course, we're talking about Christopher Yu, so his opinion is going to trump
Mm-hmm.
mine. But
Uh,
can White get his king over to the queen side and pick up the pawn that way?
Well, one thing we know
Because
is the black pawn will have problems crossing a4, right? Because the bishop and the rook are both guarding that square, so it can only go so far. And so what you're saying is you think a possible strategy for white would be taking their king to f2 to e3 to d4
all
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 the
the
way over.
way all the way over, and once you get to the c file, then you're threatening rook b4.
Yep. The, the
And
the neat formation there, the pawn bishop pawn, is self-sustaining, and we saw that self-sustaining, this exact same pawn formation, in Game 6 of the last World Championship.
the other thing that I'm thinking now is you could try to get your king to d6. And does that help? Is that a winning chance? That's winning chances if you can. Because, like you say, you can't get past a4 without a pawn. So, but can you like give it up, make the rook move so that d6 instead of the white king to
Mm-hmm.
d6? Very interesting. It's much
Well,
more
black
complicated
black
than
is
I knew.
starting to move in that direction. Played king f7 instead of rook b8.
Right. Either move, but the
So
king's not going
I'm
to get.
expecting maybe Christopher's going to play king f2, and then king
Yeah, me too.
e3, and then so on and so forth. Um,
Right.
the only tricky part might come if, but black would need two moves in a row, as I see it. If they could get their pawn to a5 and rook behind it, like on okay, so pawn a5, yeah. Um, then if the rook gets behind it to a6, when Christopher crosses in front to d4, he doesn't have two pieces guarding a4 for a moment in time. Um, but I'm expecting king e3 here, Jim. Okay.
Me too.
I mean, if white's king could get to c5, that's kind of cool because it could move over toward the a5 pawn, or it could get to d6. I love endgames, Jim. I just absolutely love
I,
endgames.
I,
Some people really learn a lot about openings through playing correspondence chess. I My obsessive nature and playing through, just on two, three chessboards at the same time, possibilities of endgames, it correspondence chess really improved my endgame play.
I had the same experience. I was an ICCF master, and I was able to play a lot of chess at a high level, correspondence chess. But it had this way of really concentrating myself not only on the openings, because you couldn't make a mistake in the
Mm-hmm.
openings. You didn't get behind in correspondence chess, and you had to be sound tactically, of course. But so many games were decided in the ending,
Yep.
and sometimes people did not have the same level of end game expertise that they did at the opening and
Well,
tactical
some
levels.
people, it's like Derek Jeter said, um, you can't control talent, but what you can control is making it so that nobody works harder than you. And when it came to end
Yes.
games, if it meant, playing, over position on three boards for 3 hours and then doing the same thing the next night and taking notes on it and writing out so many different variations, that's what I would do. And I learned an awful lot. I learned an awful lot.
There's no substitute for learning. And we should point out that rook b2, king c3, rook takes g2 pawn would be a mistake because there's no defense then to rook e8.
Ah, yeah, good point.
And I don't know if Black was thinking that he could get away with that, but he can't.
He
So
can't. Well, it's going to be interesting to find out. Again, let me go ahead and say it's a Radislav Dimitrov, and he is a Bulgarian player with a 2489 rating. And right now he is black. Christopher Yu, our very own 15-year-old Grand Master elect, is white.
who I'm shamelessly rooting
Yeah.
for.
Well, I mean, it's okay. We're it's like when you watch a baseball game. If you're watching Kruk and Kuip, they're rooting for the Giants. Yeah.
Of course.
Christopher Yu hails from Dublin, California, a place I have done a lot of. In fact, I talked earlier about teaching with Emery Tate. Oftentimes, Emery Tate and I would go teach in Menlo Park, and then do a class or two. Go do a private lesson in Fremont. I would drop him off at a place. I'd be at a place. Then we'd move east and go to Dublin and do the same thing there. Yeah,
Wow. I did not know that about you
it
guys.
it was a
That's
lot of fun.
interesting. I bet. He was a character in
He
that
really
house.
was. He really was. Fascinating.
And a great player, too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He actually, I helped him get to Bulgaria. Um, Gave him some advance on classes and stuff, and he got very sick. I forget if he was playing in Bulgaria or Romania, but because a lot of the countries are a little close over there, right? He was traveling around, and I had
Yeah.
paid him for the summer camp. He got very very sick, and
That's too
he got on a plane, and the people at the airport thought he looked like he was having a heart attack or needed medical attention. He gets on the plane. He transfers planes. Goes to LA. He gets on a bus from LA to like Oakland. Then he gets on a bus from Oakland. He shows up 10 minutes before the camp, and he looks like hell. Um, you know, During the day we sent him to the hospital. Um, but I said, I didn't expect to see you, and he said, Chris, I'm a professional. That was his attitude. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta respect that. Oh, see, this seems lost to me.
Now there's the rookie eight you were talking about, right?
Well, that could be met by
Oh, the
rook
rook could go back to
on
b8 now. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. But just it seems like it lost. Uh, well, maybe not. Maybe there's drawing chances because the a pawn is going to fall if white chooses to take
Do you
it.
think the king f7 move was just a little out of turn? Is that where?
Well, it wasn't going to help or hinder the position too much, but it wasn't a
Mhm.
wasted move. It's just like saying, okay, I got to cover um, e8 just in case the bishop gets deflected, and I don't know. It wasn't a terribly useful move, but it wasn't a bad move either. Um, but this is the action that you had to calculate. Like now, rook takes pawn, pawn takes. King
Yep.
d3. Say you're going to scarf up the a pawn, and you can't sacrifice the rook.
Up.
Oh, he
So
does
rook
play that.
e8 right away, and then rook b8 as predicted. Oh, and things are getting exciting too. Look at the clocks. We're gonna see this play out. I'm pretty sure both at this level both players have done a lot of calculation on this position. They saw this coming.
I'm trying to figure out what Christopher is up to here. Because it seems to me just taking the variation I'm looking at now, we've been stronger just to play rook takes on b4. But now this is what he's up to. Okay, he's up to something
Let me go
else.
back for a second. Let's see here. Okay, so it changes a little bit. Now the rook's on. So he got his opponent's rook off the fourth rank by doing this,
Yes,
and then he gets his
and
rook back to the third rank.
right. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that an advantage, and why would it
Exactly.
be
This
an
this is
advantage?
what because Christopher Yu is such a talented player that yeah.
It's good to have the rook back on a8 because they cannot go to b8 because they cannot go to a8.
Yes.
Um, so he has made black's position less aggressive, more passive.
Rooks belong behind passed pawns, and now back on the eighth rank. A8's taken by the bishop. So
So now you might want to be thinking about what I was considering is he's going to play king c2 and then rook b3 because then where does the rook go? Except to take it, and then you come up and take that a pawn, and then can you maneuver? Because black can never take that pawn on d7 without entering a lost king and pawn ending. So black's pretty helpless in that situation, I think. So is there a move that you can make?
so we're expecting possibly king c2. But it's black.
And
It's black to play right now. So we're.
yeah, yeah, white's plan is king
Mhm.
c2, rook b3, forcing the exchange of pawns, rooks, and then scarf up the a pawn, and then maneuver the king.
Does bringing the rook back to b4 was the black?
It doesn't fit with that plan much, but this is what I was thinking because once you get to rook to b3, he can always play rook b4 and transpose to that. Why didn't Christopher just play rook takes b4 right away? I don't see how this is improving on that because
Mhm.
he can play rook b4 right now, but I'll play king c3 or king c2 rather.
Maybe he wanted to
So
give
what?
his opponent one more opportunity at making a mistake, and then return to the.
Yes, that's also a valid point. That you can always do that, which is sometimes that works.
I enjoy doing that at my level of chess quite often in some online speed chess.
Because there's another thing that's in the air. I'm not saying it's ever
Mm-hmm.
going to work. D6 followed by bishop D5 check and rook to E7
Wow.
could set up a position that's hard for black to respond
Wow.
to.
White's getting rid of that self-sustaining bishop and pawn relationship in exchange for some exciting endgame tactics.
Yeah, there's one I just saw that ended up in a funny mate that black could walk into, but he would have to walk into it right in the center of the board. And it's like, oh yeah, that would be interesting, but that's not going to happen.
Oftentimes, the most interesting things don't actually happen in chess games.
They're
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
variation. Yes.
Yeah, Tartakower's 500 master games of chess is a treasury of
Yeah.
interesting things in the variations. If you
Yes.
if you like find the collection that he used, the 500 master games, yeah, you could play through those online. But if you get the book, you can see some of those variations, and wow, there's some.
Yes. Some of what they calculated, doesn't show up in the games. The variations are just sometimes amazing than the
Mm-hmm.
games, and and they both of them saw it, so they didn't play it. You know, it's just astounding sometimes to think of the level of play that they had.
And I think if I remember correctly, um, Tartakower, I think, was in some debt to some serious people, and they actually he was kind of their prisoner or something, and needed to write the book to pay off the debt, and so he wrote 500 master games of chess under that kind of duress, if I remember correctly.
Well, great chess players owing money is not
Yeah,
unusual because it was never that financially rewarding until
until
recently.
recently, yeah. Which is interesting because even before this recent time when players could make this kind of money, um, in Soviet Russia, the doctors and lawyers are obviously very respected, and chess masters were too, which was
Yes,
slightly different than over here.
but what did that actually mean? It meant you could afford a car when no one else could. Um, maybe an apartment that wasn't quite as bad as others. But it didn't really make you like wealthy in the sense that the United States thinks of
Yeah,
wealthy. And so this kind of thing where now in the capitalist model, they're really wealthy. That's reason.
yeah. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but every time Magnus Carlsen, I've noticed a pattern. Every time he has a setback in his chess career, he takes the sting out of it by buying another major chess entity. He bought the new in chess. He bought Chess 24. He, yeah.
Well, that's the other side of it. Some of these games, like like they're like even Tiger Woods, guys like that. They've invested. They're really got their money well
Mm-hmm.
invested. Yeah, classically, athletes in particular would waste their money and end up poor. And like Joe Louis was a champion
Yeah.
of boxing, and he ended up very destitute. And even and there's a lot of basketball players that made a lot of money that didn't
Yep.
spend it wisely. But guys like Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, these guys, invested well,
I think
and
I think
they're
Muhammad Ali was really in financial trouble, and they he wasn't allowed to box because he was having like slurred speech and some other issues.
right.
And so he got together with Don King and they set up the Joe Frazier fight outside of the United States for that purpose, so he could get a big paycheck. But yeah, he
Yes.
was kind of a.
That's,
It might not have been the Joe Frazier fight. It might have been the one after that.
well, the Larry Holmes fight, he really got a beating, and I don't
I
think he
think
was
it
ever
might
the
have been the Larry
same.
Holmes fight. Yeah, and
Because that third Frazier Ali fight took it out of both of them. They were never the
yeah,
same. They were neither
but
one
yeah,
of
he
them.
he did it
And
for the. He was not in good shape for the fight. You know, he wasn't he was not healthy for the fight. But if I remember correctly, he did
but
it.
the tragedy of it, they needed to
Yep.
keep fighting, you know. And a lot of the agents and those people, they got their share, they got their money, and they didn't look after the people that made the money for them.
Yep.
You know, that changed too. Some of the sports agents now are really reputable.
They're getting incredible deals for their clients. Some of the top ones. I think Nolan Ryan was the first $1 million pitcher, and that I think, or first $1 million player in MLB, and that was like 1981 or something. And now I was just reading about this Kyle Hendricks who got drafted out of high school in 2019, 2018, 2019. Got a $6 million deal with the Cincinnati Reds out of high school, and he's not even in the bigs yet. Yeah,
Yeah.
things are changing.
Well, and a lot of the guys that I grew up with, because of the Fisher boom in '72, you know, they didn't go to work. They kept trying to become grandmasters and the best players they could be, and they were never really financially stable. So that's kind of a tragedy. Is that they're following their
Hmm.
passion. That's great, you know. But you know, like Robert Hubner, we were talking about him earlier. A fantastic player, a great player. But he was telling me when he was out, and this is back 20 years ago, 20, plus years ago. Um, he was at the stage where he couldn't make his money playing chess anymore, and you know, so he doesn't have a retirement fund. He doesn't have a 401k. He doesn't have these things. So, and he can't make money playing chess anymore. So what are you going to
Yeah,
do?
ouch.
Yeah.
Especially as you get older, sometimes unfortunately earlier than that, but medical expenses, right?
Yes. Yes.
Eric
That's always
Eric
an
Schiller,
unknown.
a good friend of mine, he got a lot of money from publishing for a while and was riding high for a while, but uh, yeah, he passed away. Not a very wealthy individual.
No, chronically short
Yeah,
of
Emery
cash.
Tate also.
Yeah. Another remarkable talent that it's
He was
just a
just
shame.
Emery Tate was just bouncing around from, at one point I asked him, if you don't want to go to the hospital, you want me to drive you home. He said, "Home, Chris? What's that?" Because he would just rent different rooms and things. Yeah, I miss both of those guys. Used to have them. In fact, we were talking about Kevin Pan, one of the guys who helps organize these things. He's doing the Mission 360 and the big Norm tournament that's going to be in person in March. And yeah, I used to run these camps at Mission San Jose Elementary School in Fremont, California. These summer camps, and one year in particular, I think I had Emery Tate, Eric Schiller, I had Francisco Anchondo, and Susan Polgar as uh, as teachers for this camp. It was really cool. Yeah,
Wow.
I even
Yeah.
got as special treats for the kids. I arranged for certain things. I got a person to come with big cats. We're not talking like big house cats, but big cats. Yeah.
Now I'm just thinking that Christopher played King C3, and I thought King C2 was the
Oh, I need
move.
to refresh. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Black has surprised play rook e8, I'm just going to drop my rook back. And what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Now, there seems to me a way that Christopher has a winning chances here.
You're
I was thinking that black is just hold down, set up a fortress and hold down, prevent the pawn from advancing to d8. So how does white win? My thinking was to play the king c2, rook b3, and he could never take on d7 because he ends up in a losing king and pawn position. I'm wondering now, in this current situation, what is Christopher thinking? What's he got up his sleeve?
I think earlier you had mentioned a possibility of d6 and then bishop d5.
Right.
And with rook e7 as well. So Radoslav was born in 1993, got the Grandmaster title in 2018. So we're watching Grandmaster-elect versus Grandmaster here. And Grandmaster-elect is keeping the pressure on. Yeah, your d6 idea, Jim, with the rook e7 and up, he plays g3.
Yeah, g3 is a better move. Yeah, I don't want to play rook d6 now. But I was thinking, how is he going to make progress? This is like he's putting the question to black, so black just tries to repeat moves.
Wow. So Tom's telling me that the guy we're watching with black here is the current number 10 in Bulgaria. And we know that Kirill Georgiev, like I said, he was Bulgarian champion many years running until Topalov. And Topalov's, I think Topalov's mostly retired, and Georgiev's still going.
Well, Topalov was one of my favorite players. His games are fantastic too.
I love the Kramnik Topalov matches.
Yeah, those were great matches and very instructive matches. Kramnik was a very exact player, I thought, and Topalov was a good challenger. Yusupov was another one. He would play these matches against Karpov, and they were so instructive to me. But so there's so many great players. It's hard. You want to say somebody's name and then you overlook somebody else and then you feel bad. But a lot of these players that were never world champion were so talented, so great.
One thing I like to do, I have my personal database that I like to go through where I've just made sure to erase duplicates and keep adding and keep erasing and keep adding. And one thing I like to do is just find a player I've never heard of, maybe not even a titled player, and I stumble across a brilliant short game, and then I go and I look for other games by that player, and one thing leads to another, and yeah.
Okay, so Christopher's idea now, playing rook e1, I wonder if he's thinking, next I'm going to play rook a1. That would let the black king get into a better position. So that's what black is saying is, okay, fine. Play rook a1, see if I care. Because that would let me get to king e7, and if I get king e7 in,
and once again, if he was to try rook e8, then the black rook would just go back to b8. Yeah.
Exactly. So it'd just be a repetition of moves. That's the fortress that I saw black set up, that I didn't see a way that white could make progress. Now I'm thinking the only way is rook a1.
We're so close. Christopher is so close. His pawn is one step away from glory.
Yeah, and also, like black can't afford to play like rook g5 or g4 or something like that. Go after.
Then the rook can't go
white's
back. Yep.
Because then rook can't make it back.
There it is, d6.
So, d6.
So now the self-sustaining nature of the pawn and the bishops, or the bishop and the pawns, has been broken, and now rook e7 and bishop d5 are on the table. Tom threw in back with move 51. He was thinking rook e3, rook b4, king c3, rook h8, g3, rook d8, rook e1, rook h. Yeah. Our board is caught up, right, Tom? Yep, we're good. Okay, so he wasn't giving us a prediction. I think he was telling us the moves. We have some friends at the site. I'm getting photographs that I'll be able to share in the first round game tomorrow of all the players, fresh photographs of our U.S. players playing from this tournament. And as I said, Jim, I will go ahead and talk with some players and parents and such, and we're going to get a whole bunch of this super talented generation of players to help promote the EAD Foundation as well.
I'm really appreciative. I really can't hang in too much longer, so I hope this game is going to wrap up soon. Now, the main threat, well, there's multiple threats now that the d5, d6 is brought into play, like rook e7 check. You can't play back. You can't play like king f8, for example, because then bishop d5 threatens rook f7 check, and then
yeah.
So you just, it's very, very difficult for black. Probably rook b8 is probably, I'm thinking, maybe the best. But then
if you move forward, right?
And king can make advances, right? So this is really tough. So what if you play just the rook on h8 back to d8, say pass?
Interesting.
And then rook e7 check. The king has to go to f6.
Because he can't go back, as you said, because of the bishop and rook threatening f7.
And so then if you play bishop to d7, bishop to d5, does that change the picture at all? I'm not sure it does.
It's, the pawns have come so far. They're so close.
I know.
But it's those final steps. Oftentimes those last few steps, we were talking about sports earlier, the red zone in football, right? the field is shorter.
I still think black is going to end up drawing, but Christopher's trying to just get the last inch of pressure out, and he's doing a really remarkable job of doing that.
Absolutely. Very educational.
And I'm wondering now, I just, like, what is black's best chances for a draw?
Well, your rook d8 idea, I like, because it's leaving the other rook on b4, so the king can't move forward. Christopher's king can't move forward, and that rook can go back and forth. Rook d8, rook h8.
Yeah, so right? He's saying I can just toggle between h8 and d8, and you can't make any progress. And Christopher's saying I'm going to try to make some progress. Well, what does that entail? Because what would be ideal for Christopher is to get that bishop from c6 to either c8 or e8, but I don't see how he gets that in. That's what I was thinking. Like, you play rook e7, bishop d5, bishop f7, bishop to d8, then you're sitting pretty because you cut off the rooks. But I don't know.
His opponent is being very careful here. Once again, he's playing
As he
Radislav Dimitrov, who is a grandmaster, number 10 player in Bulgaria. Not a big country in terms of space, but a very strong country in terms of chess. A lot of great Bulgarian chess players. We were talking about
yes.
Georgiev and Topalov, and then Shritha's coach Dion Bajkov, and
Jovchev has been around for a long time and been a top
yeah,
player.
it's really neat. He's playing in this event. It's really
I know.
tomorrow I'll have to key in on
That's
one of his games. It's really neat when you get to see players connecting history like that. Different eras of players. Of course, in our neck of the woods, Koltnowski.
Yes.
Koltnowski actually played with Capablanca and Lasker and Alyakin, of course, and he, I got to meet the guy. Did you ever play a game with Koltnowski?
Yes, but nothing
Okay.
serious. And yeah, but I did hang around at his house quite a bit. Tom Dorsch was major caretaker of Koltanowski in his last years. Tom and I, lived really close together in Menlo Park. And I did, when I was living up in San Francisco, I had an opportunity to spend a lot of time with him. And he was a real, he always had another idea, promoting chess. Let's do this. Let's do that. It was very, very interesting that way. And so now I'm thinking, like, if Rook D8, now there's a new move in here for White to consider, which is Rook E5.
That is another possibility. There's so much less on the board, but there's still some, yeah.
Because Rook E5, because now the Rook has to give up its position on the B file or the F rank, the fourth rank, because otherwise, like, Rook takes pawn and you're threatening to take the Rook, and so where does the Rook go? Does it go back, and can you just take the pawn?
So
then?
we've got probably another half hour before, and then they'll take a little break. So you can tell Josiah that is uncertain. Did you want to message the parents?
I did message the parents. They said it was supposed to start at 4:30.
Yeah.
That's all they would tell me.
Yeah. They aren't going to have Christopher finish one game and start round 2 right away.
Well, there's 2 games going for round 2 already.
Oh, there's 2 games going for round 2 already? Okay. Yeah. Well, Jim's going to hang out with me as much as this game's going to conclude very shortly, and then I'll take a break too, and then I'll get Josiah on with me for a little bit. So if you're joining us, this is the tail end of round 1 from the Bay Area versus Bulgaria match. It is FIDE rated. Jim Eade is my co-host, a very capable co-host, I might add, for round 1. He has really just explained complicated ideas in a way that is completely understandable in real time, and I'm just in awe of your ability as a teacher, Jim. Thank you so much. Round 2, my co-host will be international master Josiah Stearman, who grew up in the Bay Area. I've known Josiah since he was about 8 years old, and now he's third year at Cal, I think. Cal Berkeley, and that should be a lot of fun too. But I'll probably take a little break in between. We'll see.
This has really radically changed the position, because now Black is threatening to take the D6 pawn, but White doesn't have to allow that. Um, so it looks
Rook
like,
e6.
yeah, rook b6 is threatening rook takes
Yeah,
bishop
yeah.
check. So now the position is radically
I like it
changed.
better for white now, though. I think I like one of your defenses better, Jim. you know, your rook b8 or your rook d8 thing. This is interesting.
Yeah. Well, I think he was Christopher is really showing me something here because this position I thought Black could defend easily, and he's showing that there is still danger in this position. With this d6 move in particular, there's ways for Black to go wrong, and maybe Black has found the answer. But like, what now do you play with rook
Or rook
e8?
e6 check, right?
You could play rook e6 check, and I'm trying to
But
analyze that, and that's what you play.
and then what, black can either do what, king f5 or king g7. Oh, and now the king's way down there on f5, so rook e8 becomes more threatening. Wow.
Because now bishop f7 is a possibility.
Is he going to play bishop f7?
Because he can then threaten rook takes h8, rook takes h8, and bishop to
Jim,
e8,
I think
and that's
he may have found a winning opportunity. That bishop f7 is just beautiful.
yeah. I think that might do the trick. Because if king f6 now, rook takes h8, rook takes a8, h8, king bishop to e8, how is he stopped the pawn from? So that's king f6 loses. So what's he going to do? What's he going to do against the threat of bishop takes h8? Holy smokes, Christopher.
This is we are witnessing something just absolutely wonderful, just fantastic.
Really, this is I'm super impressed. I was scratching my head trying to figure out a way for white to make progress, and this is the only way. I missed bishop
You know,
f7
I'm
until
rooting. I'm a huge
right.
fan of Christopher. I was rooting for him, but it was certainly, you know, I was thinking this was going to be a draw. So are you thinking black's going to play rook d8 now, Jim?
If he does, you play rook takes h8, and it doesn't matter. It's over. Rook d8, rook
So
takes h8.
yeah,
Rook,
he might be pondering even resigning now.
I don't see a way to defend because like say he plays rook f8, rook takes, bishop to
Yeah.
e8 again. Is
What about
defense.
rook d8, rook takes h8, and then rook takes d7?
Oh, okay. Well, something like that.
It gets rid of the
That's
first. Yeah, gets rid of the first of the two. I don't think it's
yeah,
good enough though.
you're right. It's
I think he's
it's
probably pondering
it's
resignation here.
well, and it's rook d8, rook takes h h8, rook d7 would be the way to play on. Everything else is resignable. So if he wants to play on, that's the variation to do it, and
Well,
he did
we'll
it.
see if he
Yeah.
gets the next one. Yeah, he might well, I think he probably will though.
No, no, this is not as easy because he does take both pawns.
But you know,
So,
Christopher doesn't have to take h8 right away, right? So he could start bringing his king up.
but then rook takes
Yeah.
pawn. It's still a hard
It's so,
position. Oh my
it's,
goodness.
I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're admitting that this is because I would be feeling bad if you weren't here with me, Jim. I'd be thinking I need to go back and study my end games more.
He does move the king up. So now you play.
Rook takes d7.
I don't. Oh! Rook takes d7 is answered by rook e6 check. Ah! Oh my goodness
Yeah.
gracious!
So rook takes d7, bishop e6 check, forking the two.
And so yeah, and then that's a one game again. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, so king d4 box and double exclam.
Wow.
Man.
Just very impressive. It's like I said. I'm not exaggerating when Christopher Yu is going to be a household name if he's not already in your chess fan. I know he is in the Bay Area, but you're going to know who this young man is.
And that whole sequence was started by when remember he played rook takes pawn, knight takes, rook takes. So
Yep.
he sacrificed the exchange for a knight and a pawn. He sacrificed the rook for a knight and a pawn to produce this, which looks to be ultimately winning position, which is almost problem-like in its difficulty to solve. So he's got to go back all those moves to see that he had all the winning chances. He was never in danger of losing. He had a draw in hand, but he continued to press for a win. And this is what separates the guys like me from the guys
And
like him.
especially with the round
Oh,
restart, right? So he had that unfortunate round restart where he had a very good position in the opening, the big space control, and then the round restart, and his opponent makes an adjustment. He does not want to go back down the same path that got him in. Yeah,
holy cow.
and Christopher, yeah, such a professional too at a young age.
Wow.
It's just neat to be alive. We are in a golden age of chess right now. We are in a golden age of chess.
You should read my article in the California Chess Journal.
That's funny. Jim says this because I'm working on editing the Cal Chess Journal. It should be out soon. In fact, Kevin Pan is my assistant editor, and he's writing.
Uh-huh.
Kevin Pan went to. Oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind. Where was the last? Dubai. Yeah, he went to Dubai because his team won the best high school team in the United States. So he played in Dubai against a whole bunch of grandmasters and such. And he was in
Uh-huh.
Dubai at the same time Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi was. So he got to bump shoulders with those guys as well. Yep. So he's
Wow.
going to be writing about that as well, Jim, in the next issue of the Cal Chess Journal. And Tom gives us a thumbs up because we were talking about the Cal Chess Journal.
Yeah.
But what an exciting time to be alive. I mean, you know um, it truly is a golden age of chess brought on by the information age. Information now is freely available all over the place. You can practice and play and train all times of the day.
Okay, plays on.
A4. And what do you see here, Jim?
Well, there's a couple of different ways to go about this. He could try to just go take that pawn with his king, for example, um, and he could also play rook takes h8, rook takes, and well, maybe we get into the same trouble there. Okay, so he could play king c5, king
Yep.
c6,
King c5, king c6.
but it still has to be calculated because what black is trying to do is distract the bishop from
Mm-hmm.
f7, playing a4, a3, a2, forcing him to
He
capture
goes
it.
king d5,
So
which blocks off the
yeah,
bishop's
this
diagonal, but maintains
bishop,
opposition with black's king.
yeah, Christopher is saying I don't care.
Well,
This is
black's got to make a
real.
move here, Jim. I guess he could play a3. Would be
If he plays a3, this is really, really beautiful. Then he plays. Uh, he can play bishop e6 check, and then rook takes h8, and then king
yes.
c6, and then the pawn can't go anywhere. The bishop will take it, and he'll go king c7 and queen.
Yep.
So this is tough still. I mean, there's still ways to go wrong here. But and the other thing is king c7. I mean, okay, if he plays a3 here, there's bishop e6 check, king f6. What about rook e7, which threatens mate?
Say that one again, Jim.
Okay,
Uh huh.
a3, bishop to e6 check, king f6 is forced, rook
Ah,
e7
yeah.
threatens
F7
rook
checkmate.
f7
Yeah.
checkmate. And if you have to do something to get out of that, say type rook f8, then you can play king c8,
Wow.
king c6, and the pawn can't advance because the bishop would take it, and king c7 is unstoppable. So I think that would eventually win too.
This is just such a fantastic endgame. Such a fantastic endgame.
And this king d4 d5, man,
Yep.
wow.
And he's
And
15,
back,
right? I think I have his age right. He's 15 years old. He has such a bright future. Like I said,
yeah,
we're in a golden age of chess. I am very lucky to be the editor of the Cal Chess Journal during such an age with so many exciting players. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm also serving as the scholastic coordinator, so I get to be right in the thick of it.
Wow, you got a lot of
Watch
hats.
the future of our game unfold.
Wow.
It's like having two seats, one in the end zone, one on the 50-yard line, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost a mating net in the center of the board too. King on f5 is not
It is
safe.
not. It looks like it has a lot of squares, but when you do like I tell my students, when you put the box around the king, you really see that he doesn't have as many squares as you think. He's got king f6, which Jim has already shown us, this bishop e6, rook e7, rook f7 idea. And then he has king goes to g4 is the only other move. It wouldn't get checkmated there, but it would be out of the picture. 3 minutes left on Radislav's clock. I mean, at this point, he might as well, play a couple more moves.
Oh yeah, and it's still not over.
There's a3.
Okay, now I think it's
And
over.
now you were saying rook takes h8 here? Yep. Or you said king c6 worked as well, right? Yeah.
I thought bishop
Oh,
e6
yeah,
there was the
you found I think you mentioned like 3 different winning ideas.
yes, but this should win because of rook takes. If he plays rook takes d7, we have bishop e6 check, and if he plays rook takes ah, we should have king c6, and the a pawn can't advance without being taken, and
what
there's no
about
stopping.
a2?
Well, right now,
Yeah, if black plays a2.
black plays a2. I would play bishop e6 check. Yeah, this bishop e6, king f6, rook takes rook, pawn queens, rook f8 check, and then I queen.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Then there's a lot of spy checks, but there's no,
Yep.
draw.
Wanted to make sure we crossed our T's and dotted our I's. Yeah.
Yeah. Always a good, because as we've seen, every move has to be checked and rechecked because there's always these resources that I don't see them until it's right in front of my face. And Christopher Yu has found them again and again, and has probably seen them much
over. The bishop.
Oh, this way.
Shields the pawn to turn into a queen.
But this is interesting that, I would have thought I would have played king c6 in that position.
And we have a resignation. Okay. Bravo, Christopher. Wow. Bravo.
I'm so glad I was able to hang in there to the very bitter end. Chris, you've done a great job broadcasting this.
And it's an honor, and it was an honor to have you co-host as well, Jim. Let me switch you back onto the camera, and I just want to say thank you for. I know you were here originally scheduled to do one round, and then the round had to be restarted, and you were a real sport to hang in there to watch the end. But at least you got to see that beautiful end game play out.
My wife has been texting me, Chris, so I'm in trouble now.
Yeah, please apologize to your wife on my behalf, and because I want to be on her good side too. That's important. And you have a great. I'll let you go. Hey, guys, everybody who's watching, go to the eidfoundation.org, read all the stuff. If you have a project in mind that needs some funding to enhance chess community, submit an essay for the Arthur Foundation Award, or the Arthur Award of the Eid Foundation. And you can also go to my blog, find Jim's GoFundMe, and support. It was Uganda that we're building a chess. He's building a chess center with a guy in Uganda. The bricks in the foundation have already been made. Go make a donation. Make a difference. Jim, thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to get in contact with International Master Josiah Stearman for today's second round. Bye, Jim. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the E Foundation does. The E Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the E Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions.
Well, I find the where's the YouTube? Is the YouTube just the Daily Chess Museum?
Yeah. Greetings, chess players. I am back, and we are going to be looking at round two games, and I am round one. Of course, I was joined by. Let me adjust some windows here. I was joined by. Why is that not resizing? I'll get Megan in here to do that. I was joined by FIDE Master James Eade, and wow, was that an exciting round? In round two, I am joined by International Master Josiah Stearman, and I'm very excited to be working with Josiah, and he's going to be giving us a very valuable insight because number one, he's played a lot of these players. Number two, he's a very strong chess player, and he has a lot of experience. And you're a chess teacher as well, right, Josiah?
Yeah, I've been for the past couple of years, actually mainly through the pandemic, actually been doing a lot of online classes of that sort.
And if people want to, if prospective students wanted to get in touch with you, what's the best way for them to do that?
Through email. I guess probably shouldn't give my email through all the way out, but maybe they can find on your website if you
Okay.
want or something
Yeah,
like that.
if what I can do is if you want Josiah as a teacher, go ahead and send an email to dailychessmusings@gmail.com, and I can forward those to straight to Josiah. Having said that, I'm going to switch to the board view. And let's see, Josiah, are you on the chess.com? Are you looking at the chess games?
Yeah, I can see all the
All right,
games now.
which one would you like to look at?
Let's see. I mean, immediately, these are round two games,
Yes.
right? Okay, so some of them have probably progressed a bit farther than some of the other games, right?
Because Christopher's game just finished.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, the one that really immediately sticks out to me is the game between Shaswath Sivakumar with black against Stefan Simonov.
Perfect.
I don't know. I just saw a hanging queen and I was like, okay, that looks pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
let's take a look at that. Why is that little now? It's fine though. We'll fix it. I'll get Megan in here to make it bigger. Go ahead and tell me what your thoughts on this are.
I mean, yeah. So let's see. I mean, we can go through the opening a little bit. Um, but we're already on move 16, and I mean, we see that the last move from White was just Queen F6, which gets the queen out of the threat of the bishop on B7,
Mm-hmm.
as well as defends the bishop on E7 and puts the queen hanging. And if we look quickly, that the queen cannot be taken because of rook G4 check, the king moves to H8, and then bishop takes F6 is
Hang
checkmate.
on one second,
So,
Josiah.
uh-huh.
I need to get the board sized properly. So, because some
Okay,
people are
cool.
looking at it on different size screens, right? I have a ginormous
Right.
screen in front of me, but not everybody does. And so I want to get that fixed. And in order to do that, I need
Cool.
my expert, Megan, because for some reason OBS decided to resize things. Um, So, what else is going on with you these days? So you're doing some chess teaching.
Yeah, doing chess teaching. I mean, I'm
Uh-huh.
finishing up my last semester at Berkeley now.
Can you come down, please? The window sizes are all messed up. So you're finishing your last semester at Berkeley? That's
Right. Yeah, I'm finishing my
amazing.
last semester
That's
at
amazing.
Berkeley.
How old are you?
I'm
You're
18.
18 and you're finishing your last semester at Berkeley? How did you
Yes.
manage that? Can you tell us about
Yeah, so I mean, I graduated high school early, and I took a lot of community college classes when I was in middle school and high school. So when I came to Berkeley, at 16, I came in with like 2 years of college credit, so I was able to get out of there real quick.
Whoa, so you started taking college classes when you're in middle school? That's
Yes, I
amazing.
did.
You're
Yeah.
earning credit. So Megan, I got Megan here. So the problem is twofold.
Okay.
First, when I'm chatting with Josiah,
Mm-hmm.
things are a little weirdo.
What, you don't want to have your face cut off?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's better half mine than half Josiah's, but I, preferably would have both our heads completely there
Okay, well,
when
now
we're
you're going to
talking.
have to sit
All right.
like centered,
So
actually.
yeah, that's fine. And then now the other one. Now when I go to click on this game, watch what happens. So I go to click. Where do I click? Anywhere here? Go ahead. Because you did it magically and it fixed the other time. See, it's little. It's not becoming big. And we want it big so our viewers at home
Um, big.
uh is it really? That looks no, that's
Oh,
different though. That's
that's
reviewing. Yeah,
in
yeah.
reviewing,
That doesn't
okay.
work. Yeah.
Um,
And so what is your major and minor at Cal?
I'm a applied math
An
major.
applied math major. So what sort of job
Yes.
outside of chess? Because I know you're doing stuff. You're very active in the chess community. But if you
Right. Yeah. I'm actually.
go ahead.
I was gonna say I probably will end up doing something chess related, but let's say I wasn't, then math can either go into
huh.
teaching, of course,
This
or
is
research related stuff. Also, a lot of jobs just
this is the same
require
size
math
but
to
big.
keep them going. So anything finance or
And
accounting related as
try
well
this.
could suit
Oh,
me.
and how if you were to connect applied mathematics with chess, what would
Right.
what might you do then?
A lot of it can be like critical thinking oriented. I mean, I can't exactly think of anything that immediately connects math to chess, but more so it's kind of the same mind that requires you to be good at chess for you to be good at math. A lot of critical thinking, a lot of like spatial
Sure.
understanding, working through problems, being tenacious, being resilient. A lot of those a lot of that skill set kind of goes hand in hand with chess.
And what was your minor?
I don't have a minor, but there's in a concentration in
Ah,
statistics.
so applied mathematics and statistics. A lot of
Right.
that's great. I mean, hey, that's something to fall back on, right? It's funny that we're talking about falling back
Definitely,
on
definitely.
some heavy degrees from one of the top universities in the country, if not if not the world. Um, but yeah, you've got a bright future in chess as well. So you were going to tell us about this game we're looking at. Um,
Yeah, so how do you want to do this? Because I know I can't really make moves on your screen
you
unless we
just
share
talk, and I'll
analysis
draw
board, which is, I
arrows and
guess, a
highlight things that
possibility.
you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so when before we were trying to fix things, we had seen this position after Queen F6,
Uh
Rook to
huh.
E8, and I had pointed out that Black cannot take the Queen on F6 because of Rook G4 check. The King is forced to move to the side, and after Bishop takes F6, the King is trapped, and
Yeah.
that's checkmate. So what Shuswap did was Rook E8, which now actually does not threaten to take the queen because of the same
Uh huh.
continuation, but we now threaten to take the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of things hanging in this position: the queen, the bishop on E7, the bishop on A2, the knight on C3. A lot of moving pieces. And then White made it even more complicated with the move Rook takes E6. So we mentioned that the move Rook F E8, what it had done was it had attacked the bishop on E7 with both the queen and the rook. And so what White did is say like, okay, I'm gonna now bring my rook in, sack it, and at the same time defend the bishop
Yeah.
on
Very
E7.
nice. And that's what he did, and that's where
So
we are. Um,
yeah, so the idea now is that after F takes E6, he wants to play bishop takes e6. The king moves away to h8. And actually, the only thing that white can do there to not lose is to once again sack the queen again on g7. And after king takes g7, I'm not sure, are you following this?
Okay, so we're at rook takes e6 and
Right. Rook
uh-huh.
takes e6,
Yep.
f takes e6, bishop takes e6, king h8 is forced. And the only thing that white can do there is queen takes g7, sacking even more material. And after king takes g7, rook g4 is, believe it or not, perpetual.
Wow.
Yeah.
No wonder you wanted to go to this one first. Um, Now,
Yeah,
have
this
you
a
played
lot of
chess with Siva
fireworks.
Kumar before?
I no, I don't know exactly if I have. I think I might have played against his brother or something like that. Because I know I played against someone with
Yes.
Siva Kumar, but I'm not 100% sure if it was Shishwaf. But nevertheless, this position definitely caught my
Absolutely.
eye. However, we did mention that black could take on e6, but of course, black does not have to take on e6 because believe it or not, here there's not in particular a huge threat here. Well, I'm actually no. I think about it. White is starting to play queen takes g7 check, which actually would be checkmate. Um, because queen takes g7. Let's say
Uh-huh.
white had another move. Queen takes g7 check. King takes g7. Rook g4 check. And now there's no longer escape square on h6. So the king would be forced to once again move back to h8, and bishop
Yep.
f6 would be
Yep.
checkmate. So the only thing that black can do now in response to this is will either take the rook on e6, which leads to a draw as
Mm-hmm.
we demonstrated, or defend against this threat of queen takes g7. And now if Shishwath is able to see this, that if he simply defends against the threat of queen takes g7, as I pointed out, there's tons of pieces that are just hanging in this position. And actually, black should be winning this game. So this is a very hard move to find, but the best move in this position is the move h5.
Yeah, that would
It looks
be
very
like
like
almost impossible to find, right?
it looks yeah, it looks very stupid because you're not like taking anything. There's like a million pieces
But it
that are
stops
hanging
rook
right
g4.
now.
Yeah.
But matter of fact is it stops rook g4, which once again, believe it or not, is the only thing that white has that kind of holds the things together. If you notice in a lot of the lines that we were calculating, rook g4 check ended up being the disastrous
Yep.
move for black. So when you take that move away, as well as give your king an escape square on h7, another thing about the positions that we were calculating was that the king could not go to h7, it had to
Yep.
go back to h8. So this move h5, while it seems unintuitive, if you account for white's threats, if you account for the things that white can do in all these lines that we're calculating, then h5 sort of becomes a bit more intuitive because it stops a lot of white's ideas. And like as I mentioned, I think white is actually completely
This
lost
is
in this
such a
position.
chaotic position.
Because
Do
yeah,
you mind
very,
walking
very
us
chaotic.
through from the start to see how we got here? Just you can call out moves and
Yeah, let's
explain.
go
You
through
can
the
tell me to
start
pause
because
whenever.
yeah, okay. Sounds good, sounds good. All right, so we'll go to the start.
Mm-hmm.
E4, C5, knight f3, D6, D4 takes. I'll kind of
Sure.
go through the first few moves a bit quicker. Very thematic. It seems like a knight of structure slash shenanigan. I myself not too familiar with this opening as black. I know the other Sicilian structures a bit better. So we'll kind of fast forward all the way to move 10, where white plays bishop g5, black plays bishop b7, queen f3, knight c6, and this is all pretty normal
Mm-hmm.
stuff, right? White brings their pieces out, black gets castled. Black's plays typical, developing moves. He played a6 b5 with bishop b7. Both sides more or less just, simply developing their pieces. On move 12, black played queen c7, getting the queen off of the d line for any potential like moves like e5 and stuff like that. Black played rook to e1. White played rook to e1. Black took on d4. White took on d4, and things started to really go haywire on this next move for black. All right. So far everything's been
Mm-hmm.
pretty much normal. Both sides were doing opening principles, getting castled, controlling the center, got all the pieces developed, rooks connected, our typical, beginner stuff. But now on this next move, move 14, this is where Black decided to spice things up a bit. This is what you needed to do in Sicilian structures. If you think that you see an opportunity, you pretty much need to take it, right? And I'm not sure if this is prep because given how chaotic this position is, I would be inclined to believe that some of this was prep because you don't make a move like 16 Queen F6 without some sort of like prior knowledge of the
Yeah.
position before, right? I mean, like that move is very hard to see. Um, so when Black played knight takes e4, they were basically saying that like I'm not going to get an opportunity like this again. So the tactics behind this is that after knight takes e4, if White were to capture back with let's say the knight, Black would capture the bishop on g5, and since the knight is pinned by our bishop on b7, we would be a winning
Uh-huh.
pawn. And so the only thing that you need to then calculate is what happens on bishop takes e7, right? Because that would be like an intermezzo move. After bishop takes e7, if Black were to simply take queen takes e7, then after knight takes e4, we would be down a
Uh-huh.
piece in material. And so then after bishop takes e7, Black did his own intermezzo move of knight takes c3, which attacks the queen on f3 with a discovery and attacks the bishop on e7 at the same time. So if White were to move the queen out of the way and take on c3, the knight on c3, then Black would take on e7, and after all of that chaos, Black would come out on top of pawn. And so White was having none of that. And basically how White decided to respond to this threat is, when we are encountered with a threat from our opponent, we try to find something that can not
Up.
only respond to the threat, but defend some of
Yep.
our pieces, right? And so Black was threatening the queen and the bishop. So White was like, okay, is there any move on the board that I can defend both my queen and bishop at the same time? And maybe he then checked this crazy, crazy move queen f6 and was like, okay, I can actually defend my bishop on e7 and queen at the same time by stacking my queen. And as I pointed out, when we first encountered this position, it is, as a matter of fact, not a sacrifice of the queen because Black
Yep.
would get checkmated. So a lot of craziness in the first, first 16 or so moves.
Yeah. I mean, this is and now we've got a very linear position, right? Black has, as you were defining it, Black pretty much has to play h5, right?
Yes, I think that is the only move that, well, for one, there's not many moves that don't get mated here for Black because, White has pretty much every single piece of theirs attacking the Black king. And so, if Black doesn't do anything immediate, I already pointed out, queen takes g7 is
Yeah.
checkmate on the spot. So Black needs to do something right now. And, if Shishwaf can find the move h5 here, White is completely lost. If he doesn't, then he
Well,
might
we'll
actually
we'll
lose.
keep it right here on this game then and see what happens because time's
Yeah,
ticking down. Time's ticking down.
right. So they started this game a lot sooner than the other
Uh-huh,
ones then,
because
right?
again, round one, there was a major glitch. The players had to restart. So they had played so many moves and then had to restart. Must have been frustrating for some of the players for sure. And then some of the games finished sooner, so those players started their second round game sooner. Um, and so we had a staggered second
Hmm.
round. Josiah, while we're waiting for
Mhm.
the next move in this game, let's see. We talked about your major at Cal. You're finishing in the semester. Are you gonna what are you gonna do to celebrate when you finish college in another semester? What are your plans?
Um, I mean, my plans are chess. Usually in the summers, I try to stack as much chess as I can, either teaching camps or playing
Yeah.
tournaments myself. Um, So definitely that, and then along with that, preparing for grad school. So I will be going to grad school uh, next school year. Most likely to these scholarship chess schools. So for the people who don't know, there's a few colleges in the U.S. that offer
Mm-hmm.
chess scholarships, similarly to chess or similarly to sports scholarships. So I'll be going on a full ride to either University of Texas Dallas or University of Missouri. I'm
Nice.
not
And
100% sure
let's
yet.
see. I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember. What are their mascots at those two? Do you remember the University of Texas?
Missouri is a bit more well-known school. They're in the SEC. They're the
That's
Missouri
right.
Tigers.
Yep.
And I have no idea what
Yeah.
UTD is. They don't really have a huge
Yeah.
sports presence. So
So fantastic. You're going to get a full ride. And are you going to be pursuing a master's or a PhD?
yeah, I'm pursuing a master's in education actually,
Wow.
mathematics
So,
education.
yeah. So are possibly you might end up teaching mathematics at the college level?
Potentially, I don't know about the college level because for that you do need a PhD. So we'll see how much
Mm-hmm.
schooling I want to pursue in the near future. If I do want to pursue a PhD, then potentially, teaching at the college level. But if not, then I'd either teach at the high school level or, as I mentioned earlier, pursue
Yeah.
chess a bit more.
Well, you certainly have. Yeah.
I did want
Go
to
ahead.
point one thing about
Uh-huh.
this game actually before we continue because I was just still thinking about this game because it's very dynamic. So you may ask then what White's only move was instead of rook takes
Uh-huh.
e6. And if you pull that up, instead of 17 rook takes e6, White should have played queen takes g7 check.
Queen takes g7 check right there.
Yes, and this leads to a forced draw. So after king
Let
takes
me erase
g7, which
some
is
of my
forced,
arrows real
White plays
fast
rook g.
before we start that. Okay, here we go.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah,
Queen
yeah.
takes g7 leads to a forced draw.
Right. So queen takes g7, king takes g7,
Mm-hmm.
all forced. And now from this point on, White needs to play all checks, or else they're just
Yes.
down a queen. So the king forced to go to h6, and now White goes rook h4 check. King moves anywhere, king to g6, anywhere along the g file, g6 or g7. Rook goes back to g4 check, and we just keep checking along the g and h files. Now, if White goes to f5 instead of going back to the h file, Black will actually get checkmated by a rook g5 check, king f4, g3 check, king f3, rook e3 check, mate.
Wow.
Rook e3 checkmate. So looking like a miniature here if this would have happened
Yeah.
on the board. Now I have no doubt that if this were to have happened, Shishwaf would have taken the perpetual. But yeah, this definitely would have been something that that very well could have happened on the board.
This is definitely the most chaotic game we've seen, most exciting tactical game we've seen today, and
Yeah.
maybe that I've seen in. Yeah, this is. I was looking at all the games at the Tata Steel, and I don't think I saw something as sharp as this. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Well, you won't really get too much sacrificial chess at the higher
yeah.
level, unfortunately.
So you think you ever might make it over to Vacon Z to play in the Tata Steel Challengers?
Hey, maybe in the near future. I don't know.
That
We'll
should
see.
be on your bucket
Yeah. So
list.
getting back
Yeah,
to
that should be
my
on
my
your bucket list.
yeah, getting back to my
Yeah.
future plans. I do hope to make GM soon. And depending on how much momentum I gather, make a push for 2600, and maybe even further. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
You want to look at another game while we're waiting for yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
you tell me
let's.
which game. This
I
is
think
game
Shishwaf
12.
will.
I can go to any game
Right.
number. So you just tell me the number and
Yeah, I suspect that Shishwaf will take pretty much all of his time
mhm.
on this, um, and yeah, expend pretty much all of his time figuring out what the best best direction is. All right, so I'm trying to see if there's any interesting games. Not immediately too interesting. Wait, so are there going to be 11 games
Should
just
be,
like the
yeah.
first round, or because I only see like 6 right now? So does it mean that the other ones were delayed a lot?
Yeah, that's exactly what it means because the what ended up happening was the camera, one of the room cameras in Bulgaria went offline, and Chris Bird stepped in and said, "Okay,
Ah,
we can't rate it if we don't have visual on all the players, a second visual." Um, so I'm looking. In fact, when I'm scrolling through the games, it seems to be showing me a lot of those silly quick ones from round one. Let's. Okay. There's. All right. So I need to go the other way. I need to go up in number. Um, looks like we've got. You want to take a look at Plamen Vasilev versus Ashley Pang?
yeah, sure. I think that looks like the most
Mm-hmm.
progressed game so far. Yeah, so this is actually all theory. This up to this point is still all the King's Indian
Okay.
theory. So black will typically move the rook back to like a8, and then white will continue their queenside play with something along the lines of like a4 or like knight, I think like knight b5 or something
Okay.
like that.
Yep.
I
There's the
think like
rook
yeah,
at
something
rook
along those
eight.
lines. Like here, white should right. Yeah. This is very well known theory. Um, Funnily enough, I was actually preparing this exact line for one of my opponents in a recent tournament. Didn't
Mm-hmm.
happen on the board, but I was preparing this line.
So well,
Yeah, so we should see for the next 5 or so moves some
yeah.
well-known theory.
So the idea of knight b5 is uh, just that it's on an outpost on the opponent's side of the board and can't be kicked right
I'm
away.
not too sure about knight b5. Yeah, not too sure about knight b5. But like the whole idea is that white is just gonna concentrate their pieces on the
Mm-hmm.
queen side, play towards a c5 push, and put a lot of pressure on the queen side pawns. Because right now, white maintains a space advantage over here towards this left
Sure.
side of the center and queen side. So what you'll try to do with that is, increase that space advantage and cause some sort of advantageous pawn break that will create some weaknesses along the
So what
queen
of the
side. And then
what
yeah.
do you see for the rook on f1? Does it need to stay put because of the potential f file opening, or should it slide over to the queen side
Yeah,
to get
so
in?
there
And white played a4, by the way.
right, a4 is as I was mentioning, probably the typical move. So the rook on f1 can serve a purpose on, let's say, c1 to protect a
Mm-hmm.
c5 push, but you do have to respond to black's ideas, and black's ideas will be to potentially play towards an f4 or an opening of the f file. So I think at this point, play a little bit flexible. Right now, white's not really in any position to be playing c5 in the near future. So I think the rook just stays on f1 for the time being. And if the play on the king side comes to an impasse, then we can slide the rook over and help
Yeah,
on the
I was
queen side.
curious whether I'm not familiar with this kind of setup. I was curious what your thoughts were. If you preferred the C file for that rook on f1 or the B file, or just leave it there to be a little bit more flexible.
I think for now, definitely leave it there because what Black's going to end up doing in the pretty near future is either play f takes e4, open up the f file completely, or play
Mm-hmm.
f4. And then you might regret moving the rook away
If
from
I was
f1.
white, I think I would be a little bit more concerned about f4, because because
Yes,
it's
definitely.
disrupting the king's safety more. If black does play f4, what would you play as white in response to that?
Um, if Black played f4 right now, one idea you could play towards is, well, for one, you can also leave it there because the move itself, f4, doesn't really do anything immediately. Like it's not really threatening f3 because we have
Uh
two
huh.
defenders there. And if Black were to play f takes g3, then white could respond with either HG or FG. But FG is also okay because we have the rook on the
Sure.
FIL contesting it. So if black did play F4, I would immediately say like just don't react yet. I would probably only start to react if like black then starts playing like G5,
Oh,
G4,
yeah.
something like that. Yeah, then you definitely need to react with a move like
Yeah,
F3 or something.
I think
But definitely, don't
yeah.
overreact.
That's
Yeah.
very good
When
advice.
your opponent starts pushing pawns towards the king side and like starts, making what seems to be some big maneuvers or big pawn breaks or stuff like that, you just at first decide if you actually need to do something to respond to it. Because otherwise you might, be overreact. For example, white might be inclined to play g takes f4, and that would be a really bad move because then after black plays e takes f4, not only is the diagonal opened up for the bishop, but the knight could hop into e5 and then
Yeah,
cause some very big problems for white.
that would be bad. Have you ever played chess with Ashley Pang?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I mean, a lot of these players in this tournament, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
are on the younger end of the Bay Area players. So I don't think I've played a lot of these
Yeah,
players yet. They haven't
they came in that
um,
next group
reached the
um, of strong talent after you guys.
yes,
What about Ashritha? Have you?
yep, yep. They're around 3 to 4
What
years
about
younger than me, I
Ashritha?
think.
She's your age, right?
Yeah, she goes to
Nice.
Cal with me, and I'm in one of the same classes because we have the same major.
That it's
So she's also applied math major, and she's also graduating this
wow.
semester. Yeah, so her alongside me are two of the big like chess kind of and not enthusiasts, but like uh, kind of lead the chess
Uh huh.
club there at Berkeley. We kind of organize a lot of the Berkeley chess teams and stuff like that for tournaments. And so yeah, this is kind of our last semester, last hurrah
Well,
for
you
Berkeley
guys got a strong
before
program
we.
considering Cal's not one of those that gives the scholarship for chess yet.
Yeah, it's not. And actually, last year
Hmm.
during COVID, we had a team of like four IMs sent to Pan Am's. Pan Am's is the yearly
Sure.
collegiate championship. And we almost like made it to the final four.
Wow.
The final four is kind of like
Yeah.
prestigious like top four colleges, and we needed to draw the last round against Webster. Webster is a team of all 27,
Sure.
26, 2700 GMs, and so you know the fact that we lost was not too
But you were close. You were
was not
close to
too.
disrupting. Yeah.
Yeah, we were very close. We were
This
very close
Final Fours
to
of
disrupting the
all
balance and
scholarship chess players, right? You guys
right,
almost did
yeah,
it. Yeah, it's almost like they need to have
yeah.
maybe different divisions. Like Division One, Division Two.
They
Oh,
they
they
do
do.
have that, but like the lower divisions, they don't like offer huge,
Uh huh.
prizes or
So
prestige.
you guys probably
Yeah.
could have played in the lower
So,
one, but played up and almost made it.
they all
Yeah.
play. You all play together. Like all the different divisions play in
Ah.
the same tournament, and then they just divvy up the prizes based on
And
how
are
you
the
perform.
divisions based on ratings or
Um,
based on university
the divisions
scholarships?
are based on the
Oh,
average
okay.
rating of your team.
See, what I'm thinking is like,
Yeah. Yeah.
universities that offer, full ride scholarships have, a slightly, maybe unfair recruiting advantage, right? Whereas, but,
Definitely. Yeah.
universities like University of California, Berkeley, being an elite learning institution is going to get a certain amount of talent. Um, I guess they would have an unfair advantage, right, if there wasn't the full scholarships from some of the smaller ones. So it's a hard thing to address. But certainly, it's a lot different these
Yeah.
days. I remember back before a lot of universities had the big scholarships. Cal and Stanford were two of the big the big gunners in these tournaments. Cal had Dmitry Zilberstein back in the day, um, and Michael
Hmm.
Eigner was the president of the Stanford one, and there was a lot of talent at Stanford, of course. Let's go back a couple boards and see if anything's happened in. And something did happen. Queen takes c2 was played in Siva Kumar. Yeah,
Oh
and you
wow.
were saying that h5 was necessary.
Right. So actually, h5 was the necessary move to be completely winning. Knight d5
Mm-hmm.
was the other move. That keeps it alive and still gives
Ah,
black a
and yeah,
slight
he played
advantage.
knight d5, and then bishop takes, and then queen takes.
Right. So the whole point of knight to
Mm-hmm.
d5 was that on these moves of like queen takes g7,
Mm-hmm.
for example, after king takes g7, rook g4 check, king to h8, the knight on d5 defends the bishop from coming to f6 and
Ah,
delivering check.
very good. Yeah,
Yeah,
very good.
yeah. So now what he's done, and it's actually a very nice calculation. So admittedly, the move h5 is egregiously
Yes.
hard to find. Um, yeah, it's it's definitely not in the nature of the position. And so after bishop d5, queen x d2, Siva Kumar's idea is that not only is he threatening checkmate here
Uh-huh.
on the back rank with queen c1, queen b1, both threaten checkmate, but he's also threatening to take the queen now. Because after he takes the queen, rook g4 check, the queen slides back to g6 and
Ah,
um, disrupts these checkmating patterns.
so that is a very
Yeah.
yeah.
So very
Wow.
creative, yeah,
I
very
like
creative
this.
idea.
You know, the queen has the dual threat of the checkmate plus coming back to interpose, stop the checkmate.
Yeah, so this is definitely enough. I think Sila Kumar has actually won this
Yeah. Well, I mean,
game.
it's still very
Very,
chaotic.
yeah, very chaotic still, but I mean, this is it's already winning for Black objectively.
Awesome. Well,
So
I'm glad. I'm
this is
glad
good.
we got you on
This is
right in
good.
time to look at this. I'm gonna play through the
Yeah.
moves real fast again for viewers just joining us. So e4, c5, knight of 3, d6, and then just some Sicilian stuff. And then the real excitement started happening when black played knight takes e4 right there. Wow. 14 knight takes e4. Siva Kumar, that was some risky business. And just exciting stuff. And we got Josiah on right in time to, because otherwise we might have been looking at a wrong game. We might have missed this stuff. So thanks for joining us. And yeah, wow, this is crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, definitely in the running for, one of the games of the tournament, if that is something that
Well,
they were to do.
I'm working on the Cal Chess Journal, so I can include it in the magazine.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, this is a
Yeah,
crazy,
yeah.
crazy game. We're already at only the first month of January, but definitely our first month of the year, and this is already one of the most
Yeah,
exciting games I've
I
seen.
was telling Jimmy
So
that it's like we're right now is a golden age for chess, and it's just so
mm,
fortunate. It's a golden age for a lot of reasons. The information age and chess knowledge being freely available and chess training being open and accessible. But we're just very fortunate to be living in Northern California to watch it play out, and yeah, I get to. I'm just so thrilled to you know pick and choose some things for the Cal Chess Journal to kind of document this. And anytime, by the way, Josiah, anytime you want to submit an article or anything, just go ahead and send one. Um, always welcome.
for sure. I didn't even realize that Calchess was still doing
Yeah, a
their
friend of mine
journals.
started it. Hans Poschman started it back in the day, and Hans was a huge influence on me. He was running the Fremont Chess Club. I was a young guy about your age, and I learned a lot from Hans. I learned about he got me into chess coaching, chess tournament directing. He got me into correspondence chess, this, that, and the other. And the Cal Chess Journal was something that he started that really really became one of the a very acclaimed documentation of. There have been a lot of different kind of newsletters and things, but the Cal Chess Journal was very highly acclaimed, won a lot of awards, documented a lot of important history, and so it's just an honor to get that going again. We did our first issue in the fall, and we should have a winter issue coming up soon. Yep.
Nice. Okay, so some other games have now started.
What do you want to look at?
So we can probably take a look at let's take a look at our friend Christopher Yu, top player of the Bay Area team.
Had to grind one out. Let's see what's happening to start this one.
So I didn't see the first game. So what happened? He wound up winning the first game.
He had a good position against his opponent, who's also a grandmaster, and then the whole thing had to be restarted, and he had a very difficult position, not difficult in the sense he was losing, but it's just hard to find a winning path. And he ended up trading a rook for a bishop, and so he had a pawn, bishop, pawn, self-supporting kind of pawn thing in the center of the board. And then I don't know, 25 moves later, he was able to turn that into a win. So it was very, very exciting. You'll definitely want to check that game out. Let's go ahead and take us through from the start to where we're at in this game.
Okay, so Christopher is black in this one.
Yes.
Yeah. Looks like in Evans Gambit. So definitely not as fashionable these days. But I actually do know that Christopher himself plays the Evans Gambit. I think this was brought to popularity by Fisher, I believe, who played this quite a bit in his heyday. And objectively, black should be fine.
If they know their stuff, and they should.
And even sometimes, right, if they know their stuff, objectively, black should be fine, as with all games.
Oh, he's playing the same guy. He's playing the same player again. So I guess.
Right. They play 2 times.
Okay.
Right. They play 2 times against the same guy on Saturday, and then 2 times against a different player.
I know his name is like Rado 2022, but it's let's.
Yeah, he's Kirill Gorgiev.
No, it's not Kirill Gorgiev. It's he's playing Radislav Dimitrov, who is Grandmaster.
Oh, maybe the
Kirill Gorgiev is
okay.
playing.
Maybe the pairings were changed.
Kirill Gorgiev is playing. Yeah.
Oh, he is.
That's
Who's he playing
question.
against right
now? I don't know. Kirill Gorgiev.
Oh, he must be playing against Eric Lee.
Oh, okay. And Eric had a very difficult time with him in round 1. I didn't see how it finished. So getting back,
actually, I don't see Kirill actually on the.
Maybe
the list
maybe he dropped
so
out
maybe
when the restart needed to happen or something.
Yeah.
So Evans Gambit, C3.
Right. So Evans Gambit, C3, Bishop E7. There's many ways to respond to the Evans Gambit. I myself has not really studied it too much, just because it's kind of one of those very niche openings. I'm also myself more of a C5 player, so never really been a chance or a need to study these openings. But I do know there's a lot of different ways to equalize for black, and if they know it, then it's just a matter of taste, of which one they want to choose. And since I did mention Christopher plays this himself with white pieces, I'm sure he knows the ins and outs of every single way for black to equalize. So he chose Bishop E7, bring the bishop as far back as possible, D5 or D4. And the importance about a lot of gambits is that you can play very materialistic and hold on to your pawn. But that's often not the way that you're supposed to play, because the whole point of gambits is that you're giving up a pawn in the opening for a lot of activity and usually some sort of center play. As we see here on move 6 already, white's achieved pawns on E4 and D4, which generally can lead to very nice positions and a very significant advantage. So what Christopher does instead of playing materialistically and holding on to this pawn on E5 by, let's say, playing E takes D4, he plays the move Knight A5, which removes the bishop from C4. This bishop on c4 is very important because it attacks what we like to call the square of
Yeah.
doom on f7. I'm not sure if you tell your students
The
that,
belly
do you?
button is
Do you call the
the
f7
belly
square?
button. Yeah.
The belly button? Oh,
Square
okay.
of doom.
I
Yeah.
guess we all have different ways of calling it. That's what I always learned growing up in. I think it was like actually not Sam who told me, but in Berkeley Chess School, is kind of where I grew up taking
Yeah.
a lot of my classes, and they Stephen
Oh
Shaughnessy,
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure if you're familiar, he would call the f7
He's a
square the
great
square
teacher
of
too.
doom. So
And you
very
mentioned
great
that.
teacher, yeah.
Yeah.
So the bishop on c
You
go
mentioned
go no
your
go ahead.
well. Okay, we'll get back to the. I wanted to talk about your relationship with Sam Shankland. But yeah, let's get through the moves and then we'll.
Okay, let's get through moves
Yeah.
because we're almost finished. But so the knight on a5 kicks the bishop away from the attack of f7. The bishop goes back to d3. Pawn moves up to d6 to defend e5. Basically, what black is saying is that, okay, I'll give you your pawn back. I just don't want you to have complete center control and basically to
Mm-hmm.
seize the initiative. So white's like, all right, fine. I pretty much have to at this point capture back on e5. Black takes e5. White takes e5. Black goes knight f6. White castles. Black castles. So Christopher decides to go for this position. He does have a knight on a5, which is a bit off-centered, but he's gotten out of the opening unscathed,
Mm-hmm.
gave the pawn back, which makes it so that white does not have complete center control. White does not have a certain initiative on the weak king. As we can see, black's already gotten castled and already has a very clear path to safe and
And
easy
then white
development of their pieces.
chooses Queen C2 as their 11th move.
Right. White chooses Queen C2, potentially to
Mm-hmm.
bring the rook to D1, as well as maybe if the knight comes off of E5 to play a
Yeah.
move like E5 and create threats on the H7 pawn. So what I suspect that black will probably do is they need to finish development. So not entirely sure how that will look like, but maybe black will go something like bishop to E6. I think definitely the knight can stay on A5 for the time being, but eventually it will need to come back to the game, either via C4 or C6.
Okay.
So it's a process. Black, I think black's already equalized, but still has a little bit work cut out for them in terms of how they'll reorganize their pieces and play towards the middle game. Because if black is able to get the pieces back into their best positions, get the knight off of the a5, get the bishop on
Mm-hmm.
c8 into the game, white's pawn structure is
Yep.
pretty mangled, right? We noticed that the pawn on c3 and the pawn on a2 are isolated, and white has 3 pawn islands compared to black's 2. So if Christopher is able to get out of this middle game into an end game, he will probably have a significant advantage. So it's just a matter of getting the pieces developed and Christopher finding the best way to get
And
those
like
pieces
you said,
out.
he's comfortable with these positions because he plays it from the white side. So
Yeah, so he should have a very good idea of how
So
to get these
you
pieces out.
mentioned going through the Berkeley Chess School and getting instruction from Stephen Shaughnessy, and then now you get some coaching from Sam Shankland.
Not right now, but when I was growing up, I did because as you may know, Sam Shanklin also grew up in the
Mm-hmm.
Berkeley Chess School and is a famed alumni of them. And so he would come and do a lot of guest lectures. I also took a lot of private lessons from him when this was back when I was like 7 is when I was taking lessons from him. So right now I don't take private lessons from him, but from time to time he comes back to the Bay Area, or he lives in the Bay Area, but he comes back to Berkeley Chess School and gives some
And
guest lectures. So over the years I've received many
He
lectures and many
certainly
lessons.
has taken a different approach than a lot of other top players of his class as of late with the pandemic. He kind of disappeared and did serious training, right? Instead of going online and making a quick buck doing streaming,
Definitely.
right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Instead of streaming or playing a lot of these online tournaments, Sam definitely went the more direct approach. He's always been a very hardworking guy. He always he always kind of his claim to fame has been his hard work and his preparation. So definitely I think he's been working on his chess to the fullest so that when things do return in person, he can really make a big surge. He's also been releasing a lot of teaching material. I'm not sure if you knew, but he created like this academy with his trainer Jacob Agard, as well as I think one other GM. And so they release a lot of great techniques for improvement. And so I do know he's also been working
Awesome.
on that for a big part of the pandemic, and
Yeah.
he's been writing books. So he has, I think, released two or
Yeah,
three
I
books
liked his I liked his
as
book
of
that came out. Uh, what was it? One Small Step for Sam or something? What was the?
I think it was Small
Yeah,
Steps to
yeah, yeah,
Improvement or something
yeah.
something along
It
those
was right
lines.
after he won
That
the
was the series
national
name.
championship, right? He was. That was a big surprise
Yes,
to
yes, it
a
was. It
lot
was.
of people. Um,
Oh yeah, it was a big surprise to me, even me. I mean, even I know his full potential, and I know that he's very very talented and hardworking guy. But I was not expecting him to win such a stacked U.S.
yeah. What
championship
do you think
field.
about the way things are playing out now, with a lot of talent either coming back to the United States or people, like Aronian, yeah, and
Right.
yeah,
I mean, I think it's great for US chess, to have such amazing talent, have such amazing players
hmm
represent the US. But then again, I mean, I think we do know that it's a big influence of like Rex Sinquefield, and so I won't say too much about that, but it is good
oh,
to have such great chess
absolutely, yeah,
players representing the US. But it is a bit unfortunate for like the actual purebred
like
US
you,
players, such as
right?
Sam
Yeah.
himself, or like uh, sure.
It bumps
I
everybody
won't
down the
ever reach a
ladder a
level
little
where
bit,
I'll
right?
be.
Yeah.
It does bump everyone down the ladder. For me, it doesn't really matter, but for maybe like Sam Shanklin, Jeffrey Zhang, Nakamura,
hmm
the players who are I'll say like actually U.S.
Yep.
Federation, right? Because Aronian, So, Caruana, they all were previously on
Yeah.
different federations.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely great. I love seeing the U.S. Perform well at the Olympiad. I love seeing the U.S. thrive, but
Well,
it
I mean,
does, as you said,
this
bump
is
people down the
part.
ladder a little bit.
I like it in the fact that it is what we are in the United States, which we have. It doesn't matter if you're looking at applied mathematics. I'm sure you're seeing a lot of maybe foreign students at UC Berkeley in your major, right? The United States,
Right,
Silicon Valley, we attract a lot of talent from around the world. That's what we do in the United States, and that's wonderful. The
for
only
sure.
downside I see is like less opportunity. Maybe some people were waiting for their moment, and they knew in another year or two they were going to be playing at the U.S. Championship, and then all of a sudden, not so much because some other guys came in. You know,
Yeah,
but yeah,
definitely. And I kind of see that. Yeah, but it's great though. We do attract a
what do
lot
you
of
think
talent
about
from
Hans
all
Niemann
over the world.
and his progress lately? Have you been following that?
Oh yeah, it's been great. I mean, I've always been kind of tracking Hans's success over the years.
Yeah.
I'm good friends with him, so it's great to see him doing well. I think he surprised everyone with just how
These
astronomically
last
he kind of
12 months,
improved.
yeah, yeah.
Really just oh yeah, these last 12 months he went up like
You
200
don't
points,
generally see
which
that.
is almost
Yeah.
unheard of at his yeah, definitely
Sometimes
unheard
I
of.
get people stuck in a mode though. I remember the last time I had you on the show, I was like thinking of Josiah maybe when you were 10, and then boom, there you are. You're at Cal Berkeley, and Hans Niemann, I think of as this kind of um, dare I say obnoxious little little guy, and just kind of terrorizing the Skittles rooms in the tournaments. Um, but yeah, he's certainly made quite a leap in the last 12 months. And yeah,
Yeah.
so he's another one.
And it's players like
Yeah,
him though,
he's
like
another one that maybe is going to miss out on a spot, right, at the U.S. Championship.
right.
Yeah.
I was actually about to say that. It was like, he will be at the U.S. Championship because he won the
hmm
U.S. Juniors. But for example, if he had not won the U.S. Juniors, maybe he would miss out a spot because he gets bumped down by players like
Yep.
Aronian and stuff like that. But fortunately for him, he will have a spot. So It won't immediately affect him yet, but maybe he'll feel it a bit farther down the road when he does have to compete with players such as Aronian. Although Aronian and those, by the time Hans is 2,700 level and competing at the elite tournaments for years to come,
They're going to be,
they
we'll
will
politely
be
say it, that,
more or
yeah,
less out of the
they're
picture.
going to be a little bit older, right? They're past the peak.
Yes, a little
Yeah.
bit older.
So we in
Yes, for
this
sure.
game we saw Christopher play c5. What do you think?
Yeah, this is actually
Uh-huh.
what I was expecting. Basically he's just finding a plan to get his pieces out. I believe his plan will be to play c5, then potentially b6 and put the
Oh,
bishop on
okay.
b7. That way the knight can comfortably come back to c6, and he can also target
Yep.
e4. It could be potentially his plan. Another thing that it was attempting to do is I mentioned one of the ideas for white was to play knight f3
Uh
followed
huh.
by e5, which disrupts a lot of black's coordination as well as gears up for maybe even an attack on the king side. But if white were to play knight f3 here, black could respond with c4, which would be very
Nice.
annoying, as the bishop would
Yeah.
be forced to move
Nice.
away. Yeah, and so that's actually maybe why we see white go knight to d2 to defend the c4 square and reinforce that
Yeah,
a bit
that I
more.
mean, knight d2 looks like a nice developing move, but it's got more to it than that with the threat of c4. Yeah, very
Yes.
nice. Did you want to
Yes.
look at another game?
Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah. Let's go ahead and look at some other games. Let's kind of go down. Let's go to
Okay.
Ashrita's game against
Do you know which
Petar
number
Drenchev.
that is?
That is number. Let me
16.
16.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So, did you want to start from the start or move one in this game as well and lead us? Okay.
Yes, let's go
Okay.
ahead and start it from the beginning. Okay. So I saw that she lost the first game,
I'm
correct?
not sure if that result is accurate because there was the camera
Oh,
disconnect.
yeah.
So I'm gonna try and get the accurate results.
I do see, right. I do see a lot of these results posted as 1001, but all these games do
Yeah,
not look
yeah.
finished.
All of a sudden, things just all the United States players were forfeited, even though Bulgaria was the one with the problem. Um, it was a
Okay.
little nerve wracking for a moment or two. I thought I thought maybe we had a problem with our internet, but it was on their end. But like I said, the players had to restart.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So let's right, right. Let's walk through this game. All right, so a relatively tame opening. You'll kind of see that from a lot of these older GMs, especially European ones. They'll play some of these more solid structures with knight f3, c4, g3, stuff like that. And so Ashrita chose to play the sort of
Hmm.
Slav structure, semi-Slav, with c6
Sure.
and e6, and we transpose by move 5 to a lot more common positions. This is the Cambridge Springs after move 7 or move 6. Black plays Queen a5. The ideas are the bishop comes to b4 as well as knight coming to e4, and also potentially d takes c4 if the knight were to vacate from f3 and the bishop being
Hmm.
guarded on g5. This line has become a lot more trendy as of late, and I've actually played against this recently um, against Abhimanyu
Ah.
Mishra actually. If
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure you know who that is, youngest
Yep.
GM in
And
history. And we
nice.
made
I'm
a
gonna
draw
have to
here.
look that game up. I'll have to.
Yeah, it
When
was
did you
quite
play that
quite a
game?
crazy game as well. All right, so this was a couple
Oh,
like 1 month
so
ago actually at a
yeah,
GM Norm
it
tournament
might
in
be hard
Charlotte.
for me to find that game. In fact, so shoot me an email when you get a chance with the game.
Yeah, for sure, we'll do. So white vacates the knight, as I mentioned, from f3,
Uh huh.
guarding g5. But if black were to play d takes c4, which attacks the bishop on g5, white can respond in various ways, but one of them even just being taking on f6 and then taking on c4, because what black has done, even though they won the bishop pair, is they've released pressure on the
Mm-hmm.
e4 square, and so white would simply just take on c4 with a knight and play a move like e4, and that would capture the center for them. So black plays bishop to b4, which applies pressure along this diagonal, attacking c3. White went queen c2, defending the knight on c3. Black played h6, asking what white will do with the bishop on g5. White very thematically brings it back to h4, and black played c5. So I briefly saw this position as we were looking through the games, and I wasn't really too sure what was going on. This is probably a lot of theory, actually, with c5, because oftentimes you'll see black play moves like this, which will really ask white what they're going to do in the center. Because there's a lot of different captures that can be made in the center, right? White can play c takes d5, white can play d takes c5. And each one of those captures will drastically change the nature of the pawn structure. So white opted to play d takes c5. And instead of taking back on c5, black played the move bishop takes c3, which really kind of disrupts white's pawn structure down here. White opted to take, black took, white took, and we reach an endgame where, for the moment, black is down 1 pawn, but we'll soon recapture that, and actually on the next move, play knight takes c5.
Yep.
And so what we see now is an endgame with very, very interesting pawn structure. So we reach move 14 after c takes d5, e takes d5. And if we just take a moment to kind of observe the pawn structure, both sides have some seriously mangled pawns. Black over here on the king side has 3 pawns, all of which are kind of isolated, as well as the pawn on d5, which is isolated. And white perhaps has a bit safer pawn structure, with a whole pawn island on the king side and simply just pawns on c3 and a2, which perhaps you could say are the weak pawns. So you might just say that black is completely worse because of the weak pawns and the weak pawn structure. However, in return for that, black has some activity. And so as we'll see in the next few moves, black is able to use the lead in development and this strong knight on c5 compared to the a bit weaker knight on d2 as sort of the initiative to make up for these weak pawns. Because the fact about weak pawn structure and weak pawns is that if your opponent does not have the pieces to attack them, or rather we're not really in an endgame yet where that becomes a huge factor, if black is able to use their initiative in the middle game to either win pawns or create some sort of uncomfortable position for white, white will not be able to have the time to capitalize on black's weak pawns and weak pawn structure. So black really needs to play very aggressively. Black needs to play very actively in these next few moves. Otherwise, we will start to reach towards an endgame where black's pawn structure will really matter. So on the next move, move 15, white immediately plays knight b3, offering black a knight trade.
Which would take care of their pawn island.
And of course, which would completely take care of their pawn island. And of course, black responded with the move b6, which basically says, like, okay, if you want to exchange my good knight for your not so great knight, then it's going to cost you fixing my pawns a little bit. And the whole idea here is that if knight takes c5, b takes c5, black would sort of fix their pawns and also have a bit more pawns in the center. I actually think that in this position, if I were white, I would have played knight takes c5. I think it's actually the best move to play knight takes c5. Because I was mentioning earlier that the thing that black has in compensation for the weak pawns is better pieces and the initiative. But the fewer pieces that you have, especially the fewer stronger and more active pieces that black has, for example, after knight takes c5, b takes c5, maybe white plays a move like rook to b1, and actually white is the one with even better pieces, and black still has the mangled kingside pawn structure. Even though black has mended these center pawns by having a pawn c5 and d5, I really think that white would have had a much more comfortable position there, because of this exchange of the knight on b3 and the knight on c5. And I'll point out in a couple moves why this is the case and why kind of white lost their opportunity to do so. So after bishop to e2, which is what white played on move 16, black played bishop to e6. Once again, giving white the opportunity to take on c5. I think this is the last chance that white would have had to securely take on c5 and have that advantage. Because after bishop to f3, rook to c8, what white might not have realized is that now, if white were to take on c5, rook takes c5, the pawn on c3 becomes a huge weakness. I pointed out earlier the weaknesses in both sides of the pawn structures, and believe it or not, white's one pawn on c3 is going to be causing them all the issues here. And so white's next move, king d2, was basically forced to, in a way, weaken their king a bit more in order to add more support to c3. So if we compare this to what before I was saying, this knight takes c5, b takes c5, the pawn on c3 is a lot weaker than it was before, because before we saw a black pawn on c5 plugging up the c file so that this pawn on c3 was not so weak. And so the next few moves, black plays king e7, knight to d4. What black played knight a4, applying more pressure to this weak pawn on c3. White played rook hc1. White played knight b2 to reroute the knight from b2 to c4, which is a very, very strong position for that knight. White played bishop to e2. Black went back to a4, kind of some shuffling around. The thing about endgames like this is that when you do make moves like that seem to lose time, sometimes they don't get punished because there's not really too much dynamics to the position. So what looks like wasting time sometimes is okay. Generally, you don't want to do that. Maybe Ashrita didn't realize that her putting knight on b2 could easily be met by bishop to e2. So a slight mistake there from black. I probably, in this position, instead of playing knight to b2, would have played something along the lines of like rook c7 maybe, rook c5 maybe, to double up the rooks on the c file.
What move are you looking at? What move are you looking at right now, Josiah?
Oh, move 20. Instead of knight to b2, which wasted a bit of time because it was easily met with bishop to e2, maybe black here could instead play like rook c7 or something to double up on the c file. Yeah. So instead, knight b2, bishop to e2, knight went back to a4, white played rook to b1, the knight moved back to c5. So as we see, black kind of wasted a little bit of time here. They went knight a4, then knight b2, then knight back to a4, then knight back to where it originally was on c5. So you really have to be sure of what ideas you're trying to achieve in positions like this. Otherwise, you're going to be wasting time and allowing your opponent to make improving moves. So white instead played f3. So now instead of having the bishop on f3, white puts a pawn on f3 to really secure the square on e4. And maybe the bishop now on e2 can move to bishop b5 or move to a6. So I don't really like how the last few moves have transpired for black. Objectively, still fine for black. Objectively, black still has sort of an initiative along the c file, and black's weak pawns will not be a factor yet. But the more black kind of lollygags, the more black kind of wastes time, white will soon start to fix their position and reach more towards an endgame where those weak pawns on the king side will matter a lot. So let's see how the game proceeded. Rook hd8, a4. This pawn cannot be taken on a4 because if black were to play knight takes a4, white would play rook a1 and recapture the pawn on a7. Oh, well, black ended up taking on a4. I don't like this move. I don't like this decision at all. I think that black probably did not want to allow a5 themselves, but after the move knight takes a4, rook a1, bishop d7, bishop d1, we kind of fast forward all the way to move 28, which was all pretty much forced. All these moves that we had just seen were more or less forced. Either black had to give up the pawn on b5 through this tactic of knight takes b5, or give up the pawn on a7. But when we took that moment at the very start of the middle game to identify what the weaknesses in the pawn structure for both sides were, we thought that the queenside pawns were where black had its redeeming factors. But what white has now done is exchange one of their weak queenside pawns for one of black's not so weak queenside pawns. So what we're left in now the final position, we reach the position that we're in right now on move 29. Yes, white still has the weak pawn on c3, but now that there's less pieces on the board, all black really now has in return for it is a passed pawn on a7, which I don't think is going anywhere anytime soon. And so we also is isolated pawn, and the rook on a1 is already threatening it. So I think we've gotten closer and closer to an end game where white is the only one with chances. I really liked how Ashrita played that early middle game with applying pressure on the C pawn, but she made a few moves that kind of more or less wasted time. And we've reached now a position where I think it's a true result game. And anytime you have a true result game not in your favor, it can become pretty miserable to play because black is basically just playing defense for the rest of this game. And yeah. So how I would have played this differently in the middle game if I were black is I would have played slightly more actively, maybe even go for my idea that I mentioned before of doubling on the C file, and just apply more pressure to white's position. Make it so that white couldn't easily liquidate the queenside pawns like what ended up happening. And I think black maybe even could have held on to an edge, if I'm being very honest, because I really liked the initiative that black was maintaining in the middle game. And once black started to make those moves like knight a4, knight b2, which started to waste some time, white was able to fix their position, and we've now reached an end game where black is the only one with
knight b2
weaknesses.
she was kind of suggesting maybe her knight's going to go to c4, and then her opponent played bishop e2.
Right, she was suggesting. And yes, I really am puzzled by the move knight b2, because when you make a knight b2 move like knight b2, there's literally only one idea. It's to bring the knight to c4, and you have to ask yourself, how can my opponent react to that and respond to that? And it's pretty obvious bishop e2 is the only move that can
for sure
basically stop it. So maybe what was happening is Ashrita either totally forgot about bishop e2, or she misevaluated the position after knight c4 and soon realized that she didn't really want to make that trade for the black knight
and then
and the white bishop.
The other point that you talked about was instead of knight takes a4 on move 24,
to just leave the pawn. Yeah. I think the position is still worse. Like this move a4 is a very strong move. Eventually, white will be able to play something like a5 and liquidate the pawns. But make white figure that out. You don't need to kind of give that to white yet, because by playing knight takes a4, you basically by force go into the position that we reached towards the end, which maybe you have some good chances to draw. I think if I were to give it percentage, I would say that 60% draw, 40% win for white, around there. Maybe 70% draw, 30% win for white, depending on, I don't know, somewhere around there in terms of like the win percentages. But if you force white to calculate and play some sort of a5, then you give white more opportunity to mess up, and you give white more opportunity to have to spend time to calculate how they're going to liquidate the queenside pawns. But when you make a move like knight 64, it's almost like admitting defeat. I know that black's not completely losing in the position that we have right now, but as I said, it's a two-result game. And
so many weak pawns. But
a lot of targets.
Ashrita's a very stubborn defender. I give her very good chances at holding on to a draw here. Hey, Josiah, we're going to take a quick break.
All right, I was actually going to ask you if we could, because I want to get some water.
Ashrita just played h5. Let's go ahead and take a break. I'm going to go ahead and play some commercials, and I'll see you in about 8.5 minutes. Sound good? I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAD Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAD Foundation does. The EAD Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAD Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players, and welcome back to the PNWCC versus Bulgaria chess match featuring top young stars from the Bay Area versus some quite famous players from Bulgaria. In fact, very, very exciting chess has been on display today. After a rocky start with a camera disruption on the Bulgarian site, round one completed successfully. We saw some wonderful chess, and round two is midway through. If you missed the beginning of the broadcast, you should go back watch. I had FIDE Master James Eade as my co-host, and we saw just a stellar endgame from Christopher Yu. And now I'm joined again by International Master Josiah Stearman, who has been just very insightful with some round two excitement and just elaborating on some very complicated positions and making it all very understandable. If you are impressed, as I am, with Josiah's understanding and his ability to elucidate, chess knowledge, then maybe you want him as a chess coach. He has some slots available, I understand. Go ahead, send me an email, dailychessmusings@gmail.com, dailychessmusings@gmail.com, and I will go ahead and forward that his way. Welcome back, Josiah. Are you having fun?
Yeah, good to be back. I'm having quite some fun looking at
Awesome.
these games. Yeah, always a pleasure to be looking at some interesting games and divulging some information about them.
I really like the the concept. A lot of us are afraid to create a lot of pawn weaknesses, and in this game that we're looking at, and I'm going to switch back to the board right now. Um, Black created some serious pawn weaknesses, and early on you said it wasn't such a big trouble because White wasn't in a place to start attacking them yet, but that Black needed to develop with threats very rapidly to take advantage of some of those extra open lines. And then we saw maybe some slower play through a section of moves. And now White is threatening some of these weak pawns, right, Josiah?
Yeah, for sure. And I think over these last few moves, Black's done a relatively good job of setting up a defense. And also had pushed this H pawn to H4 to more or less get that pawn out of the way of any threats, and also push a pawn onto G4. The thing about these like same color bishop endings is that you sort of want your pawns on opposite color squares of your bishop, so that they don't impede your own bishop. And then also, if the pawns are on the same color of your bishop, that means the same color of their bishop, and their bishop can sort of attack your pawns. So we kind of saw.
This is really interesting that you talk about this H4 pawn move. Getting, because it seems like that pawn's all by itself, right? It's an isolated pawn. It's on White's side of the board. But White really can't get at it, can they?
Right, they can. I mean, most of the action is going to be on the queen side anyways, at least for the time being. White's rooks are going to have to babysit this A pawn until further notice. Because if at any point White brings the rooks over to the king side, then Black will have the opportunity to start pushing the A pawn down the board. And at the moment, right, this A pawn is going to provide Black the counterplay it really needs to stay alive in this game.
And so, what can you break down Ashritha's kind of defensive setup here? What does she have?
Right. So basically, what Black is gonna do is just sit tight and hope for the best, and hope that that White does not have some sort of way to break through. So I really like what she's done so far. The rook on c7 does a good job of maintaining second rank defense. No checks along the second rank. The king is going to be nice and safe on e7. I like the bishop on c4. The bishop on c4 is going to control a lot of these light squares, such as squares like a2, a6, this diagonal f1 to a6. And what I don't like is Ashritha's last move. I don't like Ashritha's last move, rook a8, because I feel that the move a6 would have been a lot more safe in terms of guarding this pawn. And the rook on a8, at least for the moment, is very passive. And so what we see on this last move is that after rook to a8, bishop to d3, basically if White is able to trade these bishops off, this rook on a8 is going to be stuck on a8 defending this a pawn. So the reason why I wanted to play a6 is that after a6, bishop to d3, black could capture the b file by playing a move like to b8, and white is not in time to take on c4 and take on a6 because the black rook would
Yep.
infiltrate into b2. So that's probably what's going to happen right now. After rook to a8, bishop to d3, I think the best move for black is rook to b7, to capture the b file. However, with that rook on a8, it is very passive. So even after the move rook to b7, bishop d3, rook to b7, white could still take on c4, and after d takes c4, play a move like king c2, and unfortunately, black is not in time to play a move like rook a b8 to infiltrate
Mm-hmm.
along the b file because of rook takes a7. So black's pieces are a bit uncoordinated, I would say, right now because of this move rook a8. And so for the moment, Ashrita is taking more of a passive defense. Me myself, as a more aggressive player, I like being a bit more active, and so that's why I like the move a6 a little bit better than rook a8. But at least right now, there's no immediate way for white to improve and capitalize on these weak pawns that we mentioned earlier. So for right now, I think Ashrita is in the safe zone. She needs to continue to play solid defense and be ready
Mm-hmm.
to play active. I think at some point she will have to sacrifice one of these weak pawns in order to get activity. And if she isn't able to realize that, then she might be too passive for too long, and it might be too little too late. So I think at some point she needs to turn on a different switch and be able to play actively. And that's going to be kind of her saving grace in some of these positions.
Interesting stuff. You want to jump to another game? Which game you want to look at, Josiah?
Yeah, let's quickly actually take a look at the game that we started with, and it looks like it's over.
Let's
So
see, which
let's
number
kind of
was
see
that?
how
Getting back there. Thank you.
this was number 12.
Number 12, and it is over now. And what move did we leave off on? Uh,
So we left off on Queen XC2, and I had pointed out that the game was more or less close to being over because of how many pieces White had hanging and because of this back rank threat. So after 18, Queen
mhm.
XC2, White chose to play Queen F3, which saves the queen from its doom on F6, and also defends against back rank checkmate by preparing a rook
Yep.
to D1. And so now what black played was bishop takes d5, which not only attacks the queen on f3, takes a piece, and after white played queen takes d5, the rook on e6 was lost. So earlier on move, I think it was move 17, we had seen white sacrifice on e6 with their rook, and unfortunately it was there too long, and due to some really good moves from Siva Kumar, he was able to win the rook on e6 safely.
Incredibly good
But
chess. Wow.
after, after queen takes e6, king h8 was played, g3. Game's not over yet, but I think Siva Kumar did a very good job of handling this and converting this. He went a bit greedy with queen x b2, but definitely rightfully to do so. His king is nice and tucked away on h8. White tried to play rook h4 to attack h7, hope for some sort of attack or perpetual. But how Siva Kumar executed this was very nice. Queen c1 check, king is forced to g2, queen to c6 check, which forces the king to make a decision. If it goes to h3, black would simply play queen c8 and trade the queens off. If white plays f3, then this would weaken the king way too much. So white played the king back to g1 where it originally was. And Siva Kumar once again showed some very nice tactics here with rook takes e7, queen takes e7, rook e8,
Wow.
and the queen cannot move
Yeah.
away simply because of rook
Beautiful.
e1 checkmate. So a very nice finish to what was a very complicated game. We saw earlier on white should have taken the perpetual when
Mm-hmm.
they had the chance. Played a bit too ambitious, and overall, I think a very
And
strong showing
how
from Siva
old is
Kumar.
Siva Kumar? He's still in high school. Yeah, he's
I'm
still
not
in high
sure.
school though.
Probably,
Yeah.
I think still
I
high
mean,
school,
it's
yes.
just that was a it's one thing when you're seeing very strategic chess at a high level, but this was um, you had to calculate so precisely, and he did. Just
Very,
very
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 much,
nice
yeah.
stuff. What else you want to look at?
Definitely white could have played a bit tactically better here, but white threw the kitchen sink, and black, I want to say, responded
Yep,
nearly perfectly.
just a classic game. Probably, definitely in the short list for a brilliant game of this event. Uh,
All right, so I want to take a quick look at oh, by the way, I think I'll probably have to go
Okay.
around 7:30. Yeah, because I have something at
No
8.
problem.
So unfortunately, I can't stay the whole time because we started a bit after schedule. But I'll stick around and give the rundown on some of these interesting games before I go. So let's look at some. I did want to look back at Christopher and Ashley's game, but I did see a game that stuck out to me as quite interesting. So this is game number 15 between Nathaniel Zhang as black versus Kirill Badev. So I don't think we really have too much time to go through the whole entire game, but things definitely spiced up in the last few moves. And on the last move, a lot of tension in the center, as we can see. Black has 2 knights in the center and 2 bishops supporting those 2 knights. And white tried to get a bit frisky with his move, knight takes b5. However, I don't think it works. I don't think it works. The whole idea is that if bishop takes b5, the knight hangs on d5. But I think that black now has to utilize the intermezzo here. Move this knight from d5 away, take on f4.
Yep.
I think that white's idea then was to play knight takes d6, but after knight takes d6, black can play the simple knight takes g2, and in the end, black won the pawn back, and also is threatening the f3 pawn, and a lot of things are still hanging here, and I think black will maintain an edge in that position.
Interesting stuff.
So I think this is the way that black needs to play. Otherwise, white would escape with a pawn. So we can't have that happen. So I think knight takes f4 is the move to be considered.
Nathan spots that. I think it's there to be.
So some interesting tactics there. And this really demonstrates the importance of calculation and really working through these kind of intermezzo moves, intermediate moves, and really making sure your calculation works. To be fair, white needed to play this. If white didn't play this, black's strong centralized pieces would eventually just kind of run over white's position. So definitely when you see a chance, an opportunity to play like this, white needs to seize it. So it's not that knight takes b5 is a bad move. It's just that because of the nature of black's position and how centralized and good their pieces were, it forced white to kind of make an unfavorable continuation. And that's kind of what happens when you put your pieces on strong squares and you put the question to your opponent. It forces them to make maybe choices they really didn't want to make, but were more or less forced to. Yeah. All right. So we could take a look now at let's see. Interesting game. Let's go to Christopher.
And that was which number?
I know I wanted to take some look.
17.
Which was a 17. Right? I think he's proceeded to. Are you sure he's playing at the GM? Because I feel like Christopher is making easy work of his opponent.
I double checked with Tom at the tournament site because I wanted to know what was going on, and he told me the name of the guy, and it's the number 10 guy in Bulgaria. So a serious opponent. Yeah, a serious opponent.
Serious opponent, but I mean Christopher is playing this position very well. So we picked this up last after c5, and I had mentioned that after the move knight d2, that black, if they were to get their pieces out in a timely manner and in an effective manner, they would be better. But I didn't really expect white to more or less just let black kind of do that and not really have things to show for it. And I'll prove to show that in the position we have right now, Christopher has done just that and is very close to just having a winning advantage. So we'll go to move 12. Black played queen c7, which I more or less expected. Get the queen off of the open d file. Put the question to white's knight. And I think already here, okay, f4. Sorry, I thought that white did not play f4, but white did play f4, which is the best move. Defends it out on e5 and tries to prepare some sort of e5 push or f5 push. B6 was played, c4, bishop b7, knight ef3.
Mm-hmm.
This move really confuses me because I did mention that this move should be
Sure.
played eventually to bring the knight back and then to play for some sort of e5, some sort of f5. The knight is immediately in the way, but I don't think white is ready to do this yet. I think white needs to play a move like knight to
Mm-hmm.
b3 to defend the pawn on f4. Because what ended up happening is white ended up losing the pawn on f4. After knight f3, black played the very strong move knight c6, and white is just not in time to be playing
Yep.
e5 or f5. I think what black or sorry what I see saying white or black, but what white had probably calculated is after knight f3, queen takes f4, there is a move like e5. I think e5 is very strong. But by playing this intermezzo move knight c6 and threatening knight b4, white was forced to deal with that with the
Mm-hmm.
move a3, and black's in time to play queen takes f4.
Yep.
So a very poorly calculated from white, and I think white's just down a pawn now. White played e5, but black's in time to play this move knight d4, and after queen d1, knight g4, and not only is white down a pawn, it almost looks like white's up a pawn based on kind of how the pieces are positioned and who has the initiative and
Yep.
who's on the attack. It almost looks like white is the one who is down who is up the pawn because you would expect someone with such play to
Yep.
be down the pawn. So white played the move king h1, which is the only move that didn't lose on the spot. Black played knight e3, and white played knight e4. I don't like knight e3. I think knight e3 is maybe slightly inaccuracy. I think knight e3 and after knight e4, black's pieces are slightly kind of uncoordinated
What do you?
suddenly because
Yeah.
of this
What are
pin
you thinking? Maybe
on the
Queen
knight.
H6.
So yeah, I was thinking queen h6 was the move to play. Kind of
Mm-hmm.
get the queen out of there and just say, I'm up a pawn, I'm gonna skedaddle and
Yep.
call it a day. So queen h6, and then after knight e4, we can securely put the queen on. Um, Actually, maybe we could go g5 there. Very interesting enough. I think it looks very very sketchy, but g5
Yeah.
looks very interesting.
Very interesting. Um. But Christopher played.
So
Yeah.
it's not so easy. It's
Yeah.
not so easy. Even though what black is up a pawn, it's still not so easy. So knight e4, and then he played knight df5. So what probably Christopher is trying to say is that, all right, I'm up a pawn. I'm gonna force kind of white to play the most accurately and play
Mm-hmm.
along the initiative. And I think Christopher is a very accurate player who will navigate these difficulties very well and in the end
Yep.
just emerge up a pawn. It's kind of how I suspect this game to proceed.
Nice. Well, it's certainly a treat to see, Christopher, a top talent for the United States, following in the paths of maybe some other top talents, Paul Morphy and Bobby Fischer, and showing us something about Evan's Gambit, teaching us a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from the black side. Yeah,
Um.
really showing how to kind of give the
Yep.
pawn back, play towards more or less an equal game, and then position the pieces well. I said earlier that he would play towards a b6
Mm-hmm.
bishop b7. He did exactly that, and his pieces look very active, and he's up a pawn. So I think this game is starting to look pretty good for black.
Awesome. Where do you want to check in now? We can touch a few more boards before you have to go.
All right, let's go to yeah, let's go to a game that we have not looked at yet. All right, so let's look at Mike Zelazny's game,
Okay.
game 20. So something about Mike, he's definitely he's all over the place. He tries to play as many tournaments as he can. He's definitely a chess enthusiast, trying to increase his game. He plays pretty much all these
Mm-hmm.
tournaments he can. And I know he also teaches a lot. So I believe he's from
He's
either
in
Reno or
yeah,
Vegas,
uh-huh.
one of those two big Nevada cities. And I know he teaches a lot of students, so he's very involved in chess, but he also maintains a full-time job. So, he's really all over the place, and puts a lot of hours into chess, I know, and is really trying to prove that even later on after your prime, you can hit those
Sure.
higher levels, and
Well,
he's
more
pushing FIDE
more more
master.
power
He
to him.
wants that's kind of
With
goal he
him
wants
playing
to.
so much, you
Yeah,
guys have
definitely.
probably bumped heads, right?
Yes, definitely. I've shared a few meals with him, and I've seen him at tournaments dating
Yep.
back
Yep.
many years from now. So I don't think I've actually ever played
Interesting.
him, believe it or not, because he does play a lot of the tournaments that I've played. But
Yep.
I played him online. We had some interesting games in the States Chess Cup, which was it's basically we represent kind of top players from your state
Uh-huh.
play against each other. This was
Yep.
during the pandemic, so I played him a couple times in that. But in actually over the board tournaments, I believe it or not, never played
That's
against
kind
him.
of surprising given how active you
But
two are, and yeah.
from what I know, yeah, very active, and he plays very
Yep.
unorthodox openings. So we saw that if we kind of look at
Oh,
this
Philidor's defense. Yep.
beginning of the game,
Yep.
he played Philidors, which is not too common, um, not necessarily looked down upon, but it's probably one of the less played E5 E4
Uh-huh.
E5 structures. But the thing about Mike is he tries to get positions that he's familiar with and
Yep.
plays chess from there. He doesn't really try to go into main theory and duke it out with the best of them in those. He tries to get into his own positions
Mm-hmm.
and play chess, which I respect about that. He wants to keep the integrity of the game and not make it all about preparation. So,
So we've got
he's a very
our
tactical player, and
can you tell us a little bit about the opening as we go through? Why don't you go ahead and call out some moves? Tell us when to pause.
yeah. So basically, what Black does in the Philidor is concedes a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of the center and a little bit of space advantage, and then eventually pushes through by either making breaks in the center or counting on
Mm-hmm.
White's over pushing. So Bishop E7, castles, C6, A4 castles, Rook E1. So we go to move 9. And we already see that White has more pieces in the center, has space advantage in the center, and so you may think that White is just rolling in this game. But I've actually played the black side of the Philidor before against a lower rated some time ago, and you kind of just slowly unravel your pieces, slowly play towards the center, and eventually you can push through. So 95, the bishop went back to f1, rook e8, h3, bishop f8. So slowly, you can kind of see black is trying to reorganize their pieces with the
Mm-hmm.
limited space they have and play towards the center eventually. White played a5 and black played d5. I actually think this is a mistake, funnily enough, but we kind of see though that black eventually can
Mm-hmm.
play towards the center. I say this is a mistake because I think simply after e takes z5, knight takes z5, knight takes z5, black cannot take on d5 safely because of
Ah.
f4. Um, so I think that was a bit of an oversight from both players. Um, and this could have been a big opportunity for White to. There could have been a big opportunity for White to have
Uh-huh.
capitalized there. Instead, White played f4, knight g6 in e5, and even though this looks really good for White because of like the pawn mass in the center and the more space, if White is not able to get moves like f5 in and or maybe e6 in, Black will eventually play around these dark squares and also light squares, for example, f5 and c5. And even though these pawns on f4 and e5 look good, it's without any pawn breaks, it will at the end just kind of amount to a simple space advantage that
Yep.
can be played around. So I think we see that in the next few moves: King h1, Bishop b4, Knight b3, Knight c5, and the exchange happened on c5. And believe it or not, I think Black is actually better because of the fact that I don't see a move like f5 or of that sort in the near
Mm-hmm.
future at all. because the e5 pawn is sufficiently guarded against, and we already see a new move, rook a4, and already I think black can play the move bishop f2 and start to cause some problems
Yep.
for white.
And
actually, I think black can win
it's
material here.
yeah.
A very nice
Bishop
tactic
F2,
here.
and then what do you see? Rook E2 maybe.
So bishop f2, the rook's
Uh huh.
forced to go to rook e2, and then bishop g4 is a very nice tactic.
Bishop G4, and then
Well,
white wouldn't take with the pawn because the queen would jump
right.
right out to H4 check. Yep.
Yeah.
Checkmate, in
So
fact.
if Mike sees
Checkmate,
this,
in fact, right?
checkmate, in fact, yeah. If Mike sees this, maybe he can pull out a nice upset here with black in the Fodor.
Yeah, he's given it some thought. Let's see how much time he's taken on this move.
Yeah.
Uh,
Rook a4
okay,
was
yeah,
just
rook
played,
A4
so
was just
hasn't been too
played.
much time.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
but nevertheless, even if you don't play this move and play this idea, a move even like f6, fighting for the center, already black's equalized. So we saw earlier that white had a huge, or not a huge edge, but an edge for sure, because of the space advantage and because of the center control. But just a few exchanges, just a few moves that have transpired, and white has kind of started to lose control of the center, and that's kind of what you play for. In positions like the Philidor, like the King's Indian, like the Ready, right? You sort of concede the center a little bit, but you put your pieces kind of either on the edges or maneuver them around and make some exchanges in the center. And as we see, Mike's kind of gained back the center and has the opportunity to
win material. Yeah, win
find a really
material
nice
by
tactic here.
force.
Yeah, to win material here.
Yeah. It's kind of exciting. We're wondering if he's going to spot this. I think we'll keep it right here. So, what are your plans going forward for the next several months as far as chess? Do you have tournaments scheduled? Oh, he did. It was played bishop f2 and rook e2, by the way.
He played it nice, and I think he'll probably play bishop g4 here.
He
I
did.
mean, the move
Yep.
bishop g3
Yep.
also he did. There we go. There we go. So actually, there's a very interesting move here. That's only one that can save white is f5.
Ooh.
I don't think Mike probably had calculated this because he played this rather quickly. But after f5, bishop takes e2, queen takes e2. White is now threatening the knight on g6 and the bishop on f2. And so what black will probably have to play is bishop g3, takes g6, takes g6, and black's better. Even though white has the two pieces for the rook, which generally is good for white, the e5 pawn will now be lost. And since white's pieces are not coordinated well enough, black will
So
have a pretty
even
nice
with
edge.
best play for white right here, they're in some trouble.
Even with best play for white, they're in some trouble. So I hope to see Mike pull this one out. The one thing about Mike that I would have to say is that he oftentimes gets swindled. Sometimes he either loses focus, misses a tactic. He like I said, he's not really in his prime, so sometimes he kind of can lose the
Sure.
control of the position later on into the winning hours of the position. As you get older, you start to lose kind of that fire sometimes in these positions. So I hope that's not the case. I really am always rooting for Mike, so I think he can very well pull off a nice
Awesome.
win here.
That was a neat tactic you spotted, and Mike spotted it as well. So that's super. You want to look at another game?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a quick look at Ashley Peng's game. I believe she unfortunately is lost here.
Let me let's see. That was which number?
Oh, this is number.
Thank you.
14.
Yeah, when I resize the board, I lose all the yeah. Okay, so
good.
Ashley Peng, and where did we leave off on this one again? Do you remember?
We left off on the move a4, which I had mentioned was all theory.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, long time ago. All right, so 15 A4.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
So
then black played b6.
go ahead.
Yeah, and then a5. This is very typical. We even saw after bishop a6, knight b5, the two ideas I had mentioned for white to kind of crash through over here on the queen side. So after move 19 or cb5, bishop b takes a5, bishop takes a5, knight c5, queen c4, queen d7. White has creative weaknesses on the queen side. This kind of what I mentioned sort of happens in these King's Indian structures is that in return for some play on the king side, white will gain queen side play because of the
Mhm.
pawn structure, right? Whenever you have pawn chains, usually your attack directs towards that side of the board. And because of the nature of white's pawn chain with e4, d5, usually the attacks happen on the queen side. So white played the move bishop b4, knight takes e4, move 22, bishop takes e4, f e4, takes a8, takes a8, and then queen
Mhm.
c6. So after the queens had traded off, black in the end is up a pawn, but these two pawns can sort of become
Mhm.
very menacing. And actually, some very nasty tactics can happen here after, like, let's say a move like rook to b8, which is very enticing because it looks like we're just immediately winning the pawn on b5. But after the move bishop takes d6, black cannot take it because
Yep.
of c7
Wow.
and these pawns
Good
roll.
tactic.
So black played the move bishop to f8
Mhm.
to defend it. White played rook to d1, which is basically saying, I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to play bishop takes d6, and after bishop takes d6, rook takes d6. So after rook to b8, white did just that. And I think Ashley made a very unfortunate blunder here, which was she thought after bishop takes d6, she had rook d8, which
Uh-huh.
would win the bishop. But her oversight was b6, which is unfortunately a very nice tactic.
Very instructive.
The idea is after bishop takes d6,
Mhm.
b7, and there is absolutely nothing stopping white from taking on d6 in the next move.
Yep. Yep.
Very, very unfortunate.
Wow.
So instead, what should have been played was rook takes b5. Or no, sorry, bishop takes d6, rook takes d6. This is move 27. After bishop takes d6, black should have played takes d6. Allow white to play rook takes d6, and then instead of taking the rook, take the pawn on b5.
Very good.
And this is a draw because after rook to d7, even though white will capture the pawn
Mhm.
on c7, this is a pretty thematic draw. Black will put the rook behind the c pawn, and since black has equal material like the extra e pawn, black will be able to draw this. White's king will not have a clear path of entrance into the game, and it's not an easy draw, but this is how black should have proceeded.
Excellent analysis. Too bad for Ashley. There was
So very unfortunate. Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things, a
yeah.
simple oversight, and this is the brutality of
Yeah, she
chess,
thought she had a
honestly.
winning tactic,
You
and
you
yeah,
play a solid game.
it's extra
Exactly.
painful. Yeah, it's
Things can
extra
change.
painful when you think you're gonna win.
And I pointed this out earlier. Right, it's extra painful because she thought that she had a winning tactic. It
Yep.
turned out to be losing. But this is why I pointed out earlier. Calculation is very key. Finding the niches and the resources in the position is kind of what separates
Yep.
you from the next level, right? I very much think that Ashley will learn from this and make sure to double check and triple check her
Mhm.
calculations. So, even though she loses this game and loses some rating, and I hope that she can learn and continue to work on those tactics, continue to work on um, finding resources like this. And the next time she's approached with a position like this, she'll think twice before maybe playing this kind of
Yep.
thing. I don't know. I think you kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to
Absolutely.
say here.
Absolutely. So Josiah, you're gonna have
Yeah,
to
I
leave
mean
us
that's kind of
soon. Before, so I wanted
yes.
to know where are you going to be playing? In you're a very active chess player. What is your tournament schedule?
Yeah. So during my school year, I tend to try not to play
Mm-hmm.
it too much. I want to focus a bit more on my studies. But I will be playing hopefully President's Day. I'm not entirely sure which tournament, but there's a lot of tournaments that happen on those long weekends, and so I think probably I will end up playing one of those. And then there's also a Bay Area norm tournament. I
Yeah.
think my mom had let you know about this, but we are organizing through Bay Area Chess, who's also helping organize this hybrid, organizing a GM round robin. Basically, we've invited 10 people, all strong, three GMs and seven people who are seeking a GM norm, and I'll
Awesome.
be playing in that. This will be March 25th to 29th. So I'm really
I
looking forward to
yeah.
that one. It's not too often we get very strong events here in like that strong events in the Bay Area. We definitely have a lot of tournaments that find a lot of rising stars, but not so much. Once you reach that next level, you then usually have to kind of leave the Bay
Yeah.
Area and travel. It's been quite some time since we've had high level events here in the Bay Area, so
Well, they're
I'm really
they're
looking
hard to
forward to
pull
that.
off. There's a lot of considerations. It's
Yeah,
and
very hard to pull
again,
off.
in order to have the norms available, you have to have a certain, obviously the rating, but average rating, but you have to have a certain percentage of foreign players as well. And it's
Yes, exactly. That's
yeah,
honestly the hardest thing because obviously most of the local players are not
uh-huh,
going to be foreign players. And so we kind of have to find players
yeah,
usually out of state um, to come and play. And so that requires offering them incentives to come and it's logistically very hard to
absolutely.
do.
So that's really exciting news. And now, do you already have a Grandmaster norm? You don't.
I
So,
don't. So I made International Master
uh-huh.
during the pandemic. And then since then, I've played a few Grandmaster norms. I've come relatively close, actually, even though I'm kind of a baby I am. But yeah, I don't have any GM norms yet. I'm working hard and trying to take my chess to that next level and hopefully be on my
Well, we
way to
wish you
GM.
the best of luck in that. I'm sure I will be following those games closely. On this YouTube channel, we can be rooting on Josiah to get that first GM norm. And additionally, I want to remind everybody watching that you can get, maybe some private instruction from Josiah. So just send an email to dailychessmusings@gmail.com if you're interested, and I can forward those straight to Josiah. And is there anything you would like to promote or talk about before you head off?
No, not particularly. Yeah, just I'm open to coaching. Go ahead and send Chris that email if that is something that interests you. And yeah, I hope to continue to be very active in the Barrier chess community and keep up playing, keep up coaching, and organizing these
Awesome.
tournaments. Very excited for what's to come in
Thank you
the
so
next few
much for
years.
joining us tonight, Josiah. Your insight brought a ton to the show, and you have a way of
Thank you.
you're just a natural teacher. So I'm really kind of glad you're going into education for your master's degree. That's absolutely wonderful. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to play some ads. I will be back to catch the end of these, and see you then. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players. I am back, although you can only see part of me. Hi. I am back and bringing you the finale of our broadcast today of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria Bay Area chess team versus the Bulgarians. Let's jump back to the board since I got my window messed up rather than adjusting that. Let me just get right back to the boards and see. Let's see what's going on. All right. What a day today has been. Okay, so things are looking tough for Ashley right now. It is white to move. Probably, two options. I would probably go for the bishop h6 move because it keeps the crisscross in front of the king. But I mean, you could also come back out this way. But you're going to be bringing the bishop back out one of the two ways. If bishop h6, then maybe rook can go behind the pass pawn. But then white can start working on these weak pawns here. So just a piece down endgame, and also a lot of time trouble for Ashley. And we just see that bishop d6 was played. That's interesting. She could try the rook d7 and then rook d2. Why rook d2? Because now the bishop can back out and defend the rook, right? So it's not a real pin anymore. Uh, just a tough position. Let's go to let's look at some other games. Let's see. This Dixit Arun was agreed to a draw. Am I going the wrong way again? Yeah, I am. All right. Let me go the other way. We've got. Let's check in on Nathaniel Zhang and Kirill's game. And let's see. Let's see what's happening here. Let me back up just a couple moves. I always like to play into a position because it gives me insight of what's going on. Obviously, White's king is moving over here because this pawn is very, very dangerous. You got to be happy if you're black right now. You got to be really happy. You could simply start advancing your other passed pawns so you have two pawns moving down the board. Or alternatively, I suppose you could play this f5 move. Then if pawn takes, king takes, and your king even has opposition. Although that I guess that could get a little more complicated with the knight check, but I just don't. Oh, nope, there is no knight check because the bishop. Yep. So that's fine. So we'll probably see either f5 or g5. That's my prediction. Do you guys have a different prediction? Go ahead and share it in the YouTube chat if you like. Let me go ahead and check. I want to just check on my blog real fast without upsetting the screen. And let's see. Go into my blog real fast, dailychessmusings.com. Go into the blog, clicking on the blog post titled January 29th to the 30th FIDE Hybrid Tournament Live Broadcast. And I just wanted to look at the players' names real fast. Yeah, it was Nathaniel Zinks, because his name is cut off a little bit, but I thought it was Nathaniel. And I said right. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't Nathan, that it was Nathaniel. He does play the f5 move. Very nice, Nathaniel. Very nice indeed. It might. Okay, so pawn takes, king takes. These two pawns should be enough to win. They really should be enough to win. White could throw in a knight e3. And then what do you do with the king after the annoying knight check? That's a question. Do you keep it centralized or do you move more to support your pawns? Interesting. b4 is played. Let's see what Nathaniel decides to do here. I think cx b4 is fine. I think it's fine because your bishop has a lot of scope. It can get back and help defend if need be in the 2-on-1. But you've got two passed pawns on 0, so you should be fine. The bishop is much better than the knight in these kind of endgames. Two passed pawns on top of that. Nathaniel is in good shape. Let's scoot to another game. We might come back to that one in a little bit. Oh, back with Ashritha and Jovchev did agree to a draw. Fantastic. Excellent job defending Ashritha. When we last looked at this game, the bishops were on the board. And we saw the bishop d3 and then the take. And kind kind of surprised that white agreed to the draw here, but it makes sense. You know, Shritha, as we said, she's got a defendable position, but she's still the one with like a ton of potential targets. So I guess maybe white was a little tired and just satisfied with the draw at this point. So congratulations, Shritha, getting a draw against a grandmaster. Improving your rating a little bit. Excellent job. Let's go to Christopher Yu's position. Whoa. And what an explosive finish. Let's see what happened here. So we had left off and we were... Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Queen takes f3. Some powerful. All right, let's see. Where did we leave off? We were looking at this with Josiah. And I think we were right about queen takes d3. And then, and I'm hoping, is my volume on? Yeah, my volume is on. Good, excellent. Queen takes e3. And then bishop takes e4. Christopher, as Josiah pointed out, it's like you would expect a position like Christopher's to arise from the side that is down upon to gain the initiative, but Christopher got this kind of attack and is up the material. Very, very dangerous. The king is stuck in the corner here, menacing knights right next door, and a queen and a bishop to boot. So bishop takes, queen takes f3. Now there is a fantastic move. What's going on with queen takes f3? Well, what happens if g takes f3? Then bishop takes d3. And then, I don't know, maybe white could play rook g2, but, you know, black's still much better. And grabbing a piece with the queen will be material up. Let's see, gx f3, and then was played, and then bishop takes d3 as expected. Rook d2 though, threatening the bishop, and then boom. Christopher is up a full piece in material now. What? Three points, right? Or more? Wait. Yeah, 3 points total material because there's 2 rooks offset by 2 bishops and a rook, and then the extra pawns. So 3 full points of material. Dominant. But the more important thing right now is the and you know what? And that's where his opponent, who we found out is like the number 10, only the number 10 player in Bulgaria, called it quits for the day. Excellent job. As I pointed out earlier in the broadcast, some very talented, if not iconic, players from America have known the ins and outs of the Evans Gambit, one of those being Paul Morphy, one of those being Bobby Fischer, and one of those being Christopher Yu. Big things in this young man's future. Let's see. This one ended up as a draw. Let's see. I think we touched on this? Let's see. So the pawn moved up. I guess, play could have continued. I don't know. I mean, you could take knight takes g5, right? And then try and slide your queen over and create a threat there. But if knight does take g5, then black's going to play f6. You got to get rid of that knight right away before the queen could go to h3. So yeah, they agree to a draw. Certainly, there was more chess that could have been played here. Again, I'm kind of speculating that knight takes with the threat of moving the queen over, going for a checkmate, but then black plays f6, kicking the knight away. and things are just fine. I suppose you also could have taken first with the queen if you really wanted to. Um, uh, yeah, that would have been fine too. But I think the more natural looking move is knight takes. But with these 2-on-1 pawns over here, certainly, maybe a little bit more chess could have been played. There's a lot of pieces left on the board. But, players agree to draws. It's part of the game. And that's fine. It was entertaining while it lasted. Let's see what we got going here. This game is still going. Krishna Kumar versus Zahariev. Zari. So we've got an international master, Zari Zahariev, versus candidate master, Krishna Kumar. And let me go back just a few moves. Let's go back just a few moves, see what's going on here. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go back all the way and just try and see how we got here in the first place. So we have an Italian structure, but no Evans Gambit in this game. Instead, pawn to d3, which is the modern choice. Used to be, you'd see pawn c3 a lot more, but pawn d3. Blacks explored a lot of, figured out all their resources against the c3 d4's ideas. So now people are playing the d3, knight f6. Black has 3 pieces developed. White's castled. There's the c3. This is a theory, and in fact, if you're interested in the Italian, then Wesley So has a great course out on the Italian where he covers a lot of this. I highly recommend it. h6. And then, in the Italian game, White's light bishop is something that you want to get rid of if you can as black. So he's offering the trade. Black declines, which is why he played c3. Queen b8. Getting ready to, play b5 perhaps. Let's see. Queen goes to e2. No, queen a7 actually. See, not b5. Yep. So the queen goes to a7. You got a battery on the same diagonal as the king. Knight b3, threatening the bishop on c5. Bishop moves back. h3. Good preventative move. Stops any sort of nonsense from happening on g4 and creates a nice little escape square for the king. Rook a e8, improving there. Actions moving to the king side. Knight h4 was an interesting move. Given time, we might have seen more from that, but black sends it. No, does it? Interesting. So queen f3. What would I play here? This is interesting. Taking, I think, could lead to a disaster. Taking could lead to a disaster. The king would be extremely exposed. So instead, let's see. Black. Well, let's see what happens in the game. Black plays king g7, so agrees with me. Does not take. But then there's this check. Are they gonna take the knight? Yep. Nice. So now, look at this bishop arrangement. These long range attackers are on adjacent diagonals, just streaming across. This is an exciting game. This is my kind of chess right here. There's so much exciting chess. We saw in the last World Championship that maybe Nepa Nishi was not able to make much happen with the Rui Lopez against Magnus, and I was kind of hoping to see some exciting play like this. The Italian is an option. It's a good option. Queen e2, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook e to g8. So black is kind of signaling their intentions to scoot these pawns down, especially with this like this and these rooks lined up. There's a lot of action potential here. I'm starting to really like black's position. White has to be very careful. Interesting. This is a getting the king out. I mean, their intention is to open things up in the G&H file, but this little king excursion that takes time and is potentially not the most accurate plan. Bishop to b3. I don't know. Maybe rook h1. Starting to, you know what I'd really like to do at some point is, let me scoot forward one move. I'd really like to try and get bishop e3 in, just to cut off this kind of power from the queen and bishop. Let's go ahead and see what we got going though. What comes next? Let me erase some of my arrows. Bishop b3 was played, bishop c5, bishop a2, f3. So we aren't going to be seeing the lot of notifications coming in for some apparent reason on my phone if you hear a vibration. Very, very interesting structure by Zari Zahariev. Just allowing black these dark squares around the king, not scooting this pawn forward, not going to confront them. Just knowing that they have it defended enough that there's no mate threat. H5 as expected. Black is gonna, as we talked about, their intention of moving these rooks over, having the knight here. So all systems go for this pawn storm. Pawn storming on the side of the board that your king was castled on. Always a very dangerous plan, but fortune favors the brave. So let's see what happens here. What is going to happen with the rooks? The rooks are not connected, especially the rook on a1 is not doing anything. The bishop, the dark bishop, should get involved. So but if you play bishop d2, then b2 becomes a risk. Nothing's defending b2 because right now b2 has two defenders. It's not a critical square to defend. I mean, the action's over on the king side, but still it has two defenders. And if you go to unify your rooks right now, you lose both of them. Both defenders with the same move because bishop e3 is not playable. So what other options? This is tricky. Well, I said earlier in the program, if you don't know what to do, put your rook in the same file as your opponent's queen. Let's check it out. Rook b1. And then I guess you're threatening b4 if you play rook b1. So that puts some indirect pressure, opens things up, gives maybe that'll give your bishop the way to get in the game, connecting your rooks, and importantly, breaking up the coordination of the queen and bishop. So maybe, I think I'm leaning toward pawn b4. I think that's what I'm leaning toward. I expect we should see a move from Zahariev any moment, so maybe I won't switch boards. Maybe we'll just keep it right here. By the way, my name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings, we are looking at the chess match PNWCC. It stands for Pacific Northwest Chess Club versus Bulgaria. This is, I think, their third match, and it's, this is happening live. It's very exciting. It is FIDE rated. The way it works is FIDE has this hybrid opportunity set up where every player has a Zoom link. All games are online, and there must be a room camera on every player visible on the room camera as well. And you must have a FIDE arbiter on hand. Very, very strict rules. In fact, we saw round one get canceled out because the room camera from Bulgaria had a disconnection, and so it had to be reconnected properly before the games could be rated. So that was a little unfortunate this morning, but occasionally with tournaments, you have to expect the unexpected. I've done a lot of tournament organization over the years, and expect the unexpected. You have to roll with the punches. You gotta make sure in the end that events happen, they don't get canceled, and that is exactly what's happening. Tom Langland is the tournament director on site. He is also the Cal Chess president, and he is a top tournament director, highest ranking tournament director you can get from the United States. He's also a FIDE arbiter, so he is the perfect guy to be on hand. Very, very knowledgeable. I've used him many times for tournaments in the past, and I just want to give a shout out to a few people, who made this possible. Definitely, Salman Azar. This may have been canceled due to lack of a venue after another group agreed and then disagreed to host it, and so I sent out some messages, and Salman said sure and provided a venue. So wonderful job, Bay Area Chess. Of course, the Pacific Northwest Chess Club for figuring out how to do this, how to play within the rules of FIDE and make these things happen. Additionally, I should give a shout out to Mission 360, which is a nonprofit run by Eric Lee and Kevin Pan. And we're going to have Kevin Pan for round 4 tomorrow. I'm really super looking forward to that. So yeah, Mission 360 in collaboration with Bay Area Chess and the Pacific Northwest Chess Club. My name is Chris Torres, and I am just a friendly guy and try and help facilitate when I can. And the parents asked me to do a live broadcast of today's event, so I said sure. And so that's why you're seeing it on Daily Chess Musings YouTube channel. Obviously, I want to give a shout out to James Eade and the Eade Foundation. He did such a wonderful job explaining the ideas behind all the moves early on in this tournament. He hung with us for many hours past when he was planning on it. And then for Josiah coming on to give us some insight in round 2. Just thank you so much, International Master Josiah Stearman. Remember, if you want to help support these guys, go check out the Eade Foundation. It's eadefoundation.org, EADE foundation.org. You can just Google the Eade Foundation, or you can go to dailychessmusings.com. Go to the menu, click on Chess Musings blog. You'll see this event. Below this event, you will see another couple posts, and then you'll see a post about a GoFundMe where James Eade is donating money. He's organized a GoFundMe for a chess club in Uganda to be built, a chess center to be built. The foundation's laid, the bricks are made. It's a very exciting time to be involved in that. You can too by supporting that. If you want private lessons with Josiah, just send me an email, dailychessmusings@gmail.com. Again, if you want private lessons with International Master Josiah Stearman, send an email to dailychessmusings@gmail.com and let me know, and I'll forward your email straight to Josiah. Also, the Daily Chess Musings is more than just a YouTube channel. It is a online community. It's an online community I started after getting very, very sick in 2020, being hospitalized. The world was a very dark place in lockdown mode. I came out of the hospital and I tried to do something good. So first thing I did was put up a whole bunch of quality lesson materials on, I connected my blog. I upgraded my blog from chessmusings.wordpress.com to dailychessmusings.com. I created the Daily Chess Musings YouTube channel and the Daily Chess Musings Club on chess.com. All of this is free. We do offer just, a few paid and rated events, but we offer a ton of free classes, free training, free tournaments. We offer a bunch of different things. You want to be involved, join the Daily Chess Musings community. Do that by going to chess.com, and you can just Google Daily Chess Musings. You can go to our website, dailychessmusings.com, subscribe to our blog, bookmark our blog, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and join our chess club, which our chess club has over, well over 2,000 members. It's a very active chess club on chess.com. It's really awesome. We're all supporting each other, getting better at chess. So I really hope to see anybody who's checking this out for the first time to follow those steps. Go check out the Eade Foundation. Go join the community at dailychessmusings.com. Show us you like this by doing that, and I'll do my best to keep doing some more of these live events. It's a lot of work, as you might guess, but I think it's well worth our time. All right, so we saw Queen b5 was kind of a surprise. I had been thinking about Rook b1, but I guess another way to disrupt this Queen-Bishop arrangement and Black's attacking potential is to just decide to trade queens, right? So White's offering Black a trade of queens. What would you do here? If you want, you can let me know in the YouTube chat. Hang on one second as I ask for a refill in my coffee. I've been going for, 9 hours straight, pretty much. So yeah, I could use some coffee. While we watch. Oh wait, the finish. I have good energy for chess though. I've spent years and years and years building and perfecting my chess energy. Well, perfecting, he says. More coffee, I text to some of my wonderful family. All right, so let's see. Okay, so there was a trade of queens, and now all this invested time in the attack here isn't as good as it was, because the queens are off the board. It's less likely to lead to a mating kind of attack. So right here, I think you go FX G4 because number one, that's your backward pawn anyways, backward doubled pawn FX G4, HX G4, and then just pawn H4, and you've locked it up. And these rooks are sitting in the wrong area of the board, right? They're in just, there's going to be no more breakthroughs. So I think Zahariev has played this quite well. I really liked Krishna Kumar's attack, though. I must say, I really liked how he organized all the pieces to get involved. Let's see if there's any more games going on. And, Mike Zelazny's game is still ongoing. And it's very, very close affair. Let's see where we were. Last we saw, hang on. We were involved in all, oh yeah. The bishop F2 move. Josiah was wondering if Mike would spot the tactic, and he did. And then this is beautiful. This is beautiful because you can't take because of queen H4, right? So white played F5, which is an appropriate and good response. And then knight takes, rook takes, knight takes, rook takes, queen takes. And I still feel like Mike's come out of this good. HX G4, of course. And then queen, gaining, maybe you're going to stack, and you'll have a lot of pressure. Down low, you'll have your pieces coordinated nicely. Let's see what white plays, though. G5. Interesting. I see what's going. Oh, come on, Chris. I know you asked for coffee a while ago, but come on, man. All right. So Mike is trying again for this checkmate. And his opponent, Victor Boev, sees that coming and blocks off the diagonal. And now Mike stacks, as we were talking about. So Mike's pieces are really, really coming in and nicely coordinated in the open file here. And so white decides, hey, that's a lot of power. Let's go ahead and trade. And Mike says, no, thank you, man. I want to keep control of things. So he's still got his rook in the open file. Let's see. I mean, if queen takes rook, it's quite similar. Then he could have played queen takes e2, then knight takes e2, right? And that would have also been fine. This bishop e8 move, interesting. So what is he doing? He is threatening. He's playing a little tactical ploy here. He's threatening the knight because the knight is one of two defenders on the queen, right? So if he gets rid of one of those two defenders, then he's potentially winning the queen. So he's trying a little motif, a little fun stuff there. Didn't work, but certainly worthy of a try. Bishop takes c3 is going to really royally mess up these pawns, right? Bada bing, bada bing, bada boom. But the problem is Mike only has a rook left to attack him with. And the bishops right now are controlling the two squares that the rook could be attacking those pawns with. So we've got ourselves a bishop versus two rook endgame. I would say roughly even, but not likely to end in a draw. I don't think this one's going to be ending in a draw. Well, I was wrong on the Christopher Yu. I wanted Christopher Yu to win that beautiful endgame from round one, but I thought that looked a little drawish, and it was not. I'm going to take a quick break real fast. I'm going to play some ads. I will be right back. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, All those who want to learn chess are welcome here. Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters, and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the EAD Foundation? What's the EAD Foundation? The EAD Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAD Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAD Foundation does. The EAD Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAD Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in. Greetings, chess players, and welcome back to our live coverage of some of the top players in Northern California, going against some absolutely fantastic competition from Bulgaria. It's been a very exciting day, full of wonderful, wonderful chess. And right now, my windows are being adjusted just a little bit, and even my chair gets adjusted. Wonderful. If you missed it in the beginning of the broadcast, we had James Eade, FIDE master, top-selling, fantastic chess author, wonderful teacher, James Eade. Later in the broadcast, we had Josiah Stearman, and now it's the nightcap. I'm just finishing out a few things, watching the last few moves get played, and thank you if you're joining, or if you've been here. Don't forget to give this a like and subscribe. Every like, every subscription matters. It's voting for this kind of content. All right. Having said all of that, let's get back to the action. And here we are. We've got this wonderful endgame between Mike Zelazny and Victor Boev. And right now, Victor is to move. What would you do here? I might just, this pawn's trouble, right? So it might be a good idea to play bishop c7. guard the weak pawn. And yeah, that seems solid. And then, but see, the problem is then Mike can go like rook c1, right? And then what are you going to do? You can't play bishop d3 because this bishop is pinned. So it seems like Mike's rook being down here is quite advantageous. Being in the first rank right here, it can attack all the pawns from the backside, and it's pinning the bishop. So Victor is taking his time here. Because it seems like black, you know, I would rather be black here. I would rather be black. Sometimes, you know, you'd rather be the side with two bishops. Sometimes you'd rather be the side with the rook right here. I think it's safe to say I'd rather have the rook. All right, let me jump around, see what other games are just finishing up. So Yi-Sun Lee and Stoyanov agreed to a draw. Let's see. Eric Lee. Looks like their second game just never materialized. Then we've got on board 23, an interesting position. Let me get the full players' names because these are abbreviated. Let me go back to, by the way, you can get players' names and such on dailychessmuseums.com. Just go to the Chess Museums blog area and you will see links, player informations, profiles, scores, links to the game, all that good stuff. Let's see. And we are looking for, let's see who these players are. Abhinav, of course. Abhinav Pina Galapati versus Beiser Georgiev. And right now, let's see what we got going on. Let's go back a few moves and really let's see what we got going on. We like I like White's position here. We'll go ahead and start. White has two pawns in the center. Their pieces, you know, the bishop. Even though the bishop on c7, c1 never hasn't developed yet, it is very much capable of creating some trouble. It's aimed in the right direction. The knight can has a lot of paths. The knight on d2 has a lot of paths to help out with this as well. But you know, White's controlling and occupying the center, and you gotta like that. All right, so queen d3. Oh man. All right, so the threat is kind of this e5 thing. If you can get that guard to move, then boom, you get like checkmate with that battery, right? Pawn takes, not giving him time to do that. But this black has a passed pawn, a passed a pawn. This may come into play. This you know, White has control of the center and very nice piece placement, but on the other side of the coin, this passed pawn is an investment for the future. It's an outside pass pawn. If pieces get traded off, it's very hard for the king to get over there in time to do something. All right, and now that's an interesting move. Moving the knight back there. You know, pass pawn could already start being pushed here. Could already start being pushed, or potentially, you know, strike back at the center. So the knight's going back, and what is the plan for this knight here? What is the plan? I'm curious. Is it planning on going to b6? No, I don't think so. Interesting. Maybe it's just getting out of the way of the f pawn. Maybe they're planning f5. Or maybe he thought he needed more support for e5. That's true too, huh? Yep. So the knight would be helping e5. You would have two knights and a queen and a pawn helping support e5. So that's probably it. Bishop d2, unifying the rooks. I really like white's position here, except for this dangerous outside pass pawn. My personal preference would be for white because two center pawns, connected rooks, unified rooks, bishops in nice place, knights in a nice place. Um, Looks good. Knight a5, knight on the rim. But is it grim? Let's find out. It could be grim. It could be if white plays queen a6, because then it's threatening this twice, and if that moves, it's threatening this twice, right? It could be grim indeed. But white plays e5. Interesting. And then g6. Okay, you got to respond, right? e5, threatening the big checkmate. So okay, when I started on this game, I said, oh, the threat is kind of e5, forcing the knight away. So uh, it was Abhinav. There we go. It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. Abhinav preemptively moved his knight out of that kind of threat, so now he can just block off the threat with g6. So there's no checkmate on h7. And ex d6, bishop takes d6. Unfortunately for Abhinav, the battery here is in the wrong order. It'd be so much better if the bishop was there and the queen was up front, because then all you gotta do is make this knight move somehow, and boom, you might be in business with something. But yeah, it's the other war. Queen a6. There's that queen a6 I was guessing was going to come with that knight a5 move. Now, when the knight went to a5, we had to be thinking that the plan is to then move it to c4, right? Black doesn't start off saying, hey, I want my knight on a5. Said nobody ever. So, yeah, the knight's just going to a5 in order to get to c4, which is a very strong post. It's not supported by a pawn. Now, if the knight does go to c4, does that mean a7 falls? Does that mean a7 falls? Or am I missing something? I could be missing something. Queen takes a7, rook b7. Queen has to move, then the other rook can go to b8, organizing maybe in the b file. Seems reasonable. So again, what I'm speculating about, and hopefully I'm doing it accurately, is that if knight were to go to c4 and then queen takes a7, then black could step in the way with rook. All right, so knight c4. Now we're going to see, is white going to take takes a7? Then black steps in the way, and that gives black time to coordinate his rooks in the b file, or just simply trade queens and take the 7th rank. That's a possibility too. Although that would leave that hanging, so no, you wouldn't want to do that. Let's see. What do you guys think white's going to play here? I'm curious if anybody's watching the broadcast. This is an interesting position. A little further down the line. Still very strong chess players if you look at the ratings, obviously. So what do you guys think white should play here? Well, there's the kind of prophylactic move of bishop c1, but that disconnects the rook. So I'm not such a big fan of that. But the bishop on c1 takes away all the good moves of this knight potentially. and moves the bishop out of harm's way. But again, I'm not so fond of that. Let's see. Maybe bishop h6. Yeah, I see what's going on here. All right, so I doubt white's going to take, because see, if white were to take a7, then you got knight takes d2, of course, right? And then yeah, that's going to be is forcing this knight back, and black improves their position in that variation. So instead, let me get rid of my dumb arrows here. Yeah, white is not going to bother with this pawn right now. It is weak. It is going to stay weak. White needs to do something about this bishop. Now, the options as I see it would be bishop h6, bishop g5, or bishop c1. Those are your options. Bishop e3 doesn't really help. Does not really help so much. So which would you prefer? You can chime in the YouTube chat. Bishop h6 has the added advantage. It might not be the best move, but it has the advantage of, there's the possibility. I mean, black's got their back rank pretty well defended right now, but there is the possibility that if... bishop c1 is played. I was going to say it's probably my second choice because it disconnects the rooks. Now, this knight is good. I don't think we move this knight at all. The question, how does black just caused white, black improved a knight. If we rewind, black improved a knight. Let me erase some of these silly arrows too, now that we know what the move was. Black improves a knight, and this arrow as well. Come on. There we go. Black improves a knight at the expense of, and costs white tempo. White disconnects their rooks, retreating, not retweeting. No, we aren't on Twitter. We're retreating. And so now black's got a little bit of momentum. What do you do here? Maybe rook b6. Then queen takes, and then rook b8, right? Maybe you stack your rooks. This is what I'm kind of predicting. Let us see. Still a lot of time left in this game. Let's scoot around, see if there's any other games still going. Mike was still playing, right? Eric Lee, seems like his game never got underway, the second one. Yi-Sun Lee got a draw. Congratulations. And Mike Zelazny. Whoa, he moved his rook out of the first rank, probably to collect that pawn, right? And right back to the first rank. Let's see what happens since we last checked in. All right, so here we are. Aha! So Victor did not play the bishop c7 move, as I was kind of thinking. I was expecting bishop c7 and then rook c1. This is, if I was playing speed chess, I probably pre-move this kind of thing. But no, he defends c3. Mike collects the pawn, and then c4 with the discovered threat on the rook. So Mike's rook comes back and pins the bishop to the king. Then cx d5, cx d5. And let's see what white's going to do here. What would you do? I think I would probably start to move my king. Yep, closer to the center. right? Activate the king, but more importantly, getting it out of the pin. Very important to do that as well. This way you have access to both of your bishops. Still not looking, you know, we're getting down to the end, but I just don't think this one's going to end in a draw. Not with the pass pawn over here. I mean, outside pass pawn, and then the imbalance of the two bishops versus the rook. I think there's going to be some exciting. All right, pass pawns must be pushed. Sadly for Mike, his rook's in front of the pass pawn instead of behind it. When it's no longer pinning the bishop, it would be much better on a8 than a1. And Mike tends to play fairly rapidly, and Victor is low on time. So I think we're going to keep it here for a little bit because I think there's going to be a lot of action. My name is Chris Torres. You are watching a chess tournament, live FIDE rated, top rated players, top level, grandmaster level. We've had several grandmasters in this event that we've looked at their games, international masters, future world champions perhaps. Christopher Yu. We're looking at the PNWCC, Pacific Northwest Chess Club tournament featuring the Bay Area chapter versus Bulgaria. And right now we've got Mike Zelazny from Nevada, who drove all the way out to the tournament site because all these games have to be played under the supervision of an arbiter and a room camera open to the other arbiter and a whole bunch of other things. Mike Zelazny drove a long way to play in this tournament, and he's got good chances of coming away victorious because he's got a pass pawn, a rook, and a big time advantage. I need to find my phone charger though, however, which is running very, very low. It's gonna, I keep getting some messages and stuff. Tomorrow we're gonna have some live, we're gonna have some fresh photos, not live photos, but photos from this tournament of the players participating that we can add, and that'll be wonderful. I will also update the blog with the current standings. Hang on one second as I look for my charger because that's necessary. All right. Got the charger, got the phone plugged in. You heard it buzz maybe. I really like, as more and more time ticks away from Victor's clock, I really am starting to like Mike's chances more. More and more. Down to 12 minutes now. Down to 12 minutes. Under 12. Not a lot of chess left to be played necessarily, but, well, I shouldn't say that. This could get tricky. Checking in on just a couple things real fast. right now, Victor is struggling against the clock a little bit and against committing an error, and the two factors simultaneously put a lot of pressure. I like his King F2 move. It allows the bishop on F1 to get into play, but on the other hand, Mike has this outside pass pawn, and his clock is ticking down. I expect to move very soon. Very, very soon. What do I expect? Well, maybe it's time to get this bishop out. D3 or B5, somewhere where it doesn't need to be babysat. No, yeah, somewhere where it doesn't need to be babysat by the king. So the king can go out and also get active. I think bishop b5 is probably the right move. Another move you could try is bishop c3, obviously targeting the rook. In which case, though, see, if you play bishop c3, then you aren't guarding c1 anymore, so then Mike's rook can become annoying on c1. All right, so bishop e2 is played, and I think if I'm Mike, you just scoot the pawn. The further this pawn gets, the more dangerous it gets, the closer it gets. I'm thinking Mike's going to play a4 pretty quickly here. In which case, bishop went to e2 probably so it can go to f3, because that looks like a good diagonal to be, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like a good diagonal? So this is probably what Mike's considering right now. Instead of a4, it might be worthy of consideration to perhaps move that pawn forward first. It's certainly, it's worth considering. But again, the old adage is passed pawns should be pushed or must be pushed, and we'll see what Mike has. The other thing that could be useful here is rook a2. Rook a2. Why rook a2? Because there's nothing in the first rank anymore. When you're in the second rank, there's a whole bunch of targets, potential targets for the rook, right? So rook a2 is another thought. But clearly, I think, if you're in the head of Mike right now, yeah, he plays a4. I expected him to do that quickly, and he did. Keeping the pressure on his opponent who's down in time. Let's see if white plays bishop f3. I think that's the best move. I think it is. Under 10 minutes, right? And things are going to be tricky. Could get even more intense. You need to play this move a little bit faster, I think. Bishop f3 just seems right because you're targeting two pawns with one move. But if he does play the bishop f3, as we were suggesting, then maybe rook a2. Mike could still play rook a2. And now there's one less thing between the king and the rook. We wait. Victor must be feeling the pressure. One of the last games of the evening. I expect him to make a move very quickly here. Of course, rooting for Mike. And that's okay. It's okay to root. I'm mostly impartial with my assessments, but on the other hand, these are all players that I am familiar with. I first met Mike in person, I believe, when I was running a tournament for Susan Polgar. He drove up with his wife. Bishop f3 is played. Is Mike going to play Rook a2 or Pawn a3 or something else? Rook a2, Pawn a3, or something else. He's got time. He's got time to make it happen. His opponent is in a little bit of time crunch, though. Let's go check in on the other boards games still going. I believe we're down to just the 2 games. I believe so. And the knight ended up. We were wondering where that knight on d7 was headed, and it goes back to f6. Now it can do that. Certainly a better square than d7. Remember, it moved to d7 out of the way of the preemptive e5 with the threat of the queen on h7, which what seems like many moons ago, but was really just a few moves back. Bishop d3. And has enough defenders, right? 2 defenders, 2 attackers, so that is okay. I'm still kind of happy with this rook b6 idea. It may not be best, but I still kind of like it. Stacking the rooks in the b file. But maybe he's thinking about doing something with his knight, which is why he moved his knight to f6. See, maybe he's thinking like in terms of this, right? That is also a possibility, starting to move that knight into play. Let me double check on the name again real fast of our American player, because it is abbreviated. Let's see. Who do we have? Abhinav. That's right. It is Abhinav. What do you think Black's going to play here? Is he going to play Rook b6? Like Coach Chris is predicting? Or is he going to do, Knight d5? Since the knight used to be there, it relocated here. It seems like it's moving in that direction. And then, what do you see? What do you see? Would White be into trading their bishop, even though it's a fair trade at this point? Would White want to trade a bishop for a knight and a queen for a queen? That's another question. Who stands better after such a trade? So a few questions to be answered, but this game's got a lot more to go. Let us jump back. Mike Zalonzi. Whoa, whoa! What happened here? All right. So when we left, the pawn scooted forward, then bishop f3. Pawn scooted forward, bishop takes. Pawn scoots forward one more time. And now I think if you're white, you got to play bishop c3 here. It's not perfect, but it's threatening the rook, it's threatening, and the rook's defending the pawn, right? But I think there was a mistake played here. G3, so, or G6. So that is a big mistake. Why is that a big mistake? Well, if HX G6, then what's going to happen, right? You gotta be careful of the rook to F1 and then the pawn advancing with check. You got to be careful of this kind of stuff. So HX G6. I suppose king can go to E2, and then he can do that rook slide over. Rook E1 check. Bishop can take E1. A1 becomes queen. And you just gotta like Mike's position. You gotta like Mike's position a lot here. I don't. I think White really made a messed up under time pressure. I liked Mike's position in this endgame, anyways. But again, as we saw earlier in the game, when earlier in the day, when you're one square away from promoting a pawn, there's a lot of extra tactics involved. A lot of extra tactics involved. So let's see what Mike comes up with. Just as expected. HXG6. Beautiful. Nicely done, Mike. And I think White can resign here. I think White can resign. Let's stay tuned to see if that's what Victor comes up with. But yeah. As Josiah was saying, Mike has a regular full-time job. He coaches chess. He devotes like all his spare time to chess, and he is not a young person anymore. He's middle-aged, and so it's nice to see a person who grinds it out. Make some rating gains. Be nice to see Mike's FIDE rating go up and his efforts be rewarded. It was a really nice game from start to finish by Mike here. I liked his line in the Philidor's defense. You don't see the Philidor too often, but you do from Mike. I've seen him post a lot of his games on Facebook or this or that, or when he's streaming, and he does play Philidor fairly often. Victor is likely going to resign. I don't see that he has a saving move here. I may be missing something, but I think this is resignable. I think it is. Again, how did we get here? The way the thing finished was he let the Victor elected to lose the a-pawn with the discovered check, trade, get his king active. I thought this was, but then, he played the bishop e2 move, which maybe wasn't the best. Mike advances the pawn. Every time it advances, it's more dangerous. Now the bishop's on the good f3 diagonal, but Mike advances his a-pawn one more time. Takes. Maybe you can't take right away there. Maybe you can't take right away there. Maybe, I mean, what should you do? It could be playing g6 first. Could potentially trade, and then you get to take with check, right? So that might have been an improvement. Yeah, I think that was probably the improvement that needed to be played for White to try for a draw here, and then missing that. One last chance here, but Mike avoids the trouble and takes right away. Oh, he does not resign. He takes back. FXG6. So now Mike can do the slide over thing, check, and then the promote thing, right? And then it's resignable. I'm sure Mike sees this. This was his intention for a while now. He just has to be a little bit careful because of, yeah. But yeah, he goes ahead and plays it. King can take. There's nothing really better to do. Doesn't matter what white does, this pawn's moving forward, turning into a queen. That is how you promote a pawn to a queen, when you have your rook in front of the passed pawn rather than behind it. Really a very nice technique, and it shows an endgame like that where you have, earlier I said he had the passed pawn plus the rook, plus the extra time. But, you know, good endgame technique nonetheless. Is white going to resign? I mean, you got 4 minutes something. I expect white to resign here. No. Play continues. So there is, you know, just a little bit of tension on f7, but now there's this fork, right? Immediate fork. The king can move out of the way, and then the queen will take. And now that's it. Congratulations, Mike. Congratulations. Job well done. All right. To the, what I believe to be final game. Everybody else is done. So I believe our final game of the day, which potentially could go, you know, quite a bit later, in fact. Queen, let's see. What did we miss while we were seeing the end? Ah, so the knight did do this, in fact. Very nice, Abhinav. Makes sense. Bishop takes. And now we're probably going to see... oh, you got to be... Yeah, let's see. We're probably going to see that rook b6 idea I mentioned earlier. I think that's just clearly the correct move, because you want to change this queen from the diagonal of the bishop, or from the rank of the bishop. Got to get the queen out of the 6th rank. So that way, yep, there it is. So now queen's going to take here, and then queen's going to take here. I think. Or I suppose alternatively queen takes a7 and the rook can go back. That is also a possibility. We'll see how it plays out. Queen takes a7 as expected. Will Abhinav play? You know, I think, you know, taking just gives white a rook in the 7th rank. You don't want to do that without good reason. So I think the most obvious continuation is probably queen takes c4. That's the most obvious one. Yep, this is what we were expecting. c3 is under heavy fire. So should white play bishop d2? Again, I'm trying to predict moves. I won't be as accurate as James Eade, who is predicting all the moves correctly. But yes, bishop d2 is played. All right, so maybe I'm going to go with rook b2 as my big prediction now. Black gets a rook to the 7th. Rook b2. Alternatively, you could try... You could also try... Excuse me, you could also try rook c7. So my two thoughts here are these moves. Let's see what Abhinav chooses. We are on our, what, 9th hour? More than 9 hours of chess today on the Daily Chess Musings YouTube channel. If you appreciate live chess broadcasts of top-level tournaments from Northern California, which you should, then give us some likes and subscriptions. Leave a nice comment. It all is very much appreciated. I'm going to go ahead and play a ad, and I will be right back to see the last of the day's action with you right here on the Daily Chess Musings YouTube channel. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? D, D,
game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the PNWCC, stands for Pacific Northwest Chess Club versus Bulgaria. In particular, we're seeing players from the Bay Area, all of them with the exception of Mike Zelazny, who drove up from Las Vegas, but players from the Bay Area, most of them very young, very talented, taking on the very best that Bulgaria has to offer. It was a day full of exciting chess, and we had one game left playing, and that was Abinov's game. Let me switch to the board, and we'll just finish this up real fast. And this game, Abinov and Penagalapati and Baizer Georgiev is agreed to a draw, and I think it's very fair to say that this would have ended up being a draw, because I mean, Black has put all the pressure they can possibly put on c3, but White has Queen to d4 to add the needed defender if need be. So for example, play could have continued. Let me erase my arrows. Play could have continued with King g7 and then Queen to d4. And then Knight takes c3, Bishop takes c3, Queen takes c3. Queen takes c3, Rook takes c3, and Rook e2, defending the second rank, defending the last pawn. Then you got two rooks, and all the pawns are on the same side. This is textbook draw. Textbook draw. So I agree, but that's why they did it that way. This was a fantastic event. Let's recap what happened here at the very end. All right, so we look at we saw Shashwath Sivakumar play just a brilliant. I think Shashwath had the best game of the day, by far the best game of the day. Again, you can go back in the broadcast and see the explosive tactics, especially pay attention to when the queen goes to f6. I will be adding a lot of coverage to that in the next Cal Chess Journal. Second best game of the day, I'm going to go with Christopher Yu's first victory. It was just a beautiful, beautiful game. And then finally, here's all the remainder of the results. We just saw a lot of great chess today. You can go back in the broadcast. I'm going to post results in the on my blog, dailychessmusings.com. And I will be seeing you guys again tomorrow for day 2 of this event. The round times are a little bit different. Let me go ahead and tell you the round times. In fact, they're right here on the screen next to my head. Sunday, January 30th, round 3 is 10 a.m. Pacific time. So I will see you at 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning with Jim Eid. We will start a little bit earlier. And then round 4 at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, I will be joined by FIDE Master Kevin Pan. He was unable to play in this one because he's going for a national championship in the Quick Online U.S. National Championship. But he will be done with that event before this one finishes, so he's going to be my co-host for round 4, and I'm really looking forward to catching up with Kevin Pan. He is a superstar, and he's still in high school, and he's doing all sorts of really cool stuff, both on the chessboard and for the chess community. So be sure to check in with us tomorrow. Go to dailychessmusings.com. You can click on the Chess Musings blog on dailychessmusings.com. You will see the post about this event, and it has links to the completed games. I will also be posting updated standings there shortly. Having said all that, I have done over 10 hours of live chess for your viewing pleasure today. And all I ask in return is that I hope you give my channel a subscription. We have been at the 2,000 level for a little bit, and this is the start of many great things for 2022. I'm hoping to grow the channel. In addition to subscribing to our YouTube channel, you can also find our club on chess.com and join the club. That is also free. You can bookmark or subscribe to my dailychessmusings.com blog. And do all of that to stay in better touch and support me with creating all this wonderful. I've put a lot of effort into creating so much free content that I think is of value. Show me that it is of value by going and hitting that like and subscribe buttons. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris Torres. This has been my special coverage of day 1 of the PNWCC versus Bulgaria, the Bay Area Chess chapter facing the very best players from Bulgaria. Be sure to check out tomorrow's coverage as well. See you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time. Bye.